4th, 2015 meeting of the City Council is hereby called to order. This meeting is properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, they may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002, and some Cox Communication members who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital Channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of these chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment items, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come up here to our city clerk staff and they will help you. If you parked in the parking garage and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered our chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed today with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by our wonderful Reverend Bonnie Pauley, Christ Episcopal Church, and remain standing for the pledge. Thank you.
Good morning. Let us pray. O Lord, our governor, whose glory is in all the world, we commend our community and all who reside in it to your care, that being guided by you, we may dwell in your peace. Grant to each of these council people the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, and fill them with your love of truth and righteousness. Make them ever mindful of their calling to serve in their duties. For yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and you are exalted as head above all. Amen.
And now we'll proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. Thank you. Good morning. We have a wanderer. It's all right. No, I just said we had a wanderer. Okay, we're going to go on and begin this. How do I have this? I have page 1 or 2. Jace, do you have a copy of everything else, please? Thank you. What a great staff. I mean, this is for after. That one, I need that one. All of that. Okay, great. Okay, for our first item, Councilman Stavros Anthony will recognize our Citizen of the Month, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Oh wow, that was really exciting. I'll try that again.
Just try it
Here,
again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, thanks for coming down this morning. Each month, a member of the City Council has the honor and privilege to recognize a citizen in the City of Las Vegas who received a special award called the Citizen of the Month Award. These citizens are just regular folks that are doing extraordinary things through acts of kindness and generosity. While we tend to think of our citizens as adults, the City of Las Vegas has a lot of outstanding youth who also serve in our community and deserve special recognition. So today it is my pleasure to recognize the February 2015 Citizen of the Month for the City of Las Vegas is Lexi Wilder. So why don't you come on down here. Give her a nice round of applause. And I'm sure a big influence on you is your mom. So Mom, why don't you come out here too? Come on. Give her a nice round of applause. So let me tell you a little bit about Lexi. Lexi is a fifth grader at Lummis Elementary School where she serves on the student council as a community service representative. You might wonder what makes a young person like Lexi qualify as Citizen of the Month, but as you get to know Lexi, you understand her commitment to helping others is unparalleled, and she truly deserves this recognition. At a very young age, Lexi began collecting toys and recruiting others to help her collect toys for foster children. Over the past year, she's collected 10,000 toys for the Department of Child and Family Services. That is absolutely wonderful. In addition to foster children, Lexi is very dedicated to helping animals. Over the years, Lexi has provided bath mats, towels, and treats to the animals at the Animal Foundation shelter. With the help of some local casinos, primarily Boyd Gaming, her Girl Scout troop, and grant money she's received from the City of Las Vegas through our Youth Neighborhood Assistance Partnership Program, which is called YNAP, Lexi has put together a program where she provides comfort to the animals at the shelter while they're in their kennels. As a result of her efforts, Lexi was named a semifinalist in the 2013 Build-A-Bear Workshop's Huggable Heroes contest and received a grant from the Walt Disney Company's Disney Friends for Change. As a past recipient of YNAP grant, Lexi knew the value of this program and wanted to avail herself of its opportunities once again, so Lexi put in for another YNAP grant this year to continue her partnership with the Animal Foundation. We'll find out later on today when the City Council votes in the affirmative, correct? All right, a little influence there. When makes their presentation if the committee awards Lexi another grant. However, this year, Lexi's application is a little bit different. This year, with the help of our Neighborhood Services Department and our community members, Lexi included the name of her nonprofit organization called Lexi's Little Gestures. Lexi's Little Gestures is a group of 30 students that meet about once a month at Lexi's school, Lummis Elementary School, to choose a short-term project to help others. Past Little Gesture efforts have seen the children prepare and hand out jelly sandwiches to the homeless, donate gently used clothes to the needy, and bring more toys to our foster children. Lexi's Little Gestures is a way for Lexi to continue her service ideas on a larger scale and to encourage as many people as possible to get involved in our community and to help neighbors. At this point, I'd like to show a video of Lexi received the February 2015 Shining Star Award from Fox 5 and Fairway Chevrolet for her volunteer efforts. So go ahead and watch the screen.
Here I have towels and bath mats for my dogs and cats.
And we have more.
It's special delivery time at the Animal Foundation as 11-year-old Lexi Wilder comes bearing gifts, loaded down with her usual donations of bath mats and blankets.
Because it's cold and it's just concrete. And they need something to lay on for all the small dogs and also the bigger dogs.
She saw what she considered to be a problem and decided to fix it.
If you put your mind to it, anything is possible. And it's pretty easy because actually my second grade teacher, she always told me that. And I really did put my mind to this, and it actually has become a really good idea.
And it's a labor of love. She is an animal lover through and through.
I'm actually really happy to see them all because they're all so adorable. And I wish I could literally take every one of them home. Like every one of them. All the cats, guinea pigs, a couple chickens. That was a dog I like a whole lot. I really, really badly want a dog. I mean, I'm responsible and all, but I don't have one yet.
What a great video. It's apparent when I met Lexi that she had her hands in a lot of different activities, and all of them for the purpose of helping others, from making lunches for homeless, care packages for soldiers, packets of diapers for newborn babies, and even singing songs for elderly in nursing homes. Lexi has truly exhibited the characteristics of Citizen of the Month. So myself, the entire City Council, and the Mayor would like to proclaim Lexi Wilder as the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month for February 2015. Congratulations. And I would like to present you a plaque that says Lexi Wilder, Citizen of the Month, February 2015. And right over here, we have that sign right there. You can't see it from over here, but it has your name on it, and it's going to be parked somewhere outside where all the construction is. So for a month, so everybody can see your name up there and you can take pictures. So congratulations. Mom, did you want to say anything? You sure? Okay, Lexi, you want to say something? Just wing it.
I just want to thank Boyd Gaming and Councilman Anthony and my Girl Scout troop for helping me get the care packages for babies and bath mats for dogs and etc.
Great. Inspiration for all of us. Thank you very much. Let's come over here and get a picture taken. And here, take your, Lexi, take your plaque with you.
That comes from having a great mom, I'll tell you. She knows what she's about. I just asked her a question, and she gave me a straightforward answer. And, Lexi, we're proud of you. Keep working. You're going to get that dog one day. But I know the secret. Okay, for our next item, I have the pleasure of recognizing our Action Team Award winners. I'd like to ask Operations Maintenance Director Larry Hogness to join us at the podium for this presentation. He's wonderful. Goes to everything. Yay, Larry. Good morning. Almost happy Valentine's Day. Action Team Award recognizes a team of employees who strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for, as you know, achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. The latest winners are very deserving. They make the City of Las Vegas Mayor's Soccer Cup tournament possible. From coordinating this massive tournament that happens twice a year to ensuring that our fields remain world class, this team does an awesome job. I hope you've been to our parks where these teams are playing. They are in phenomenal condition, and last October when we were out there, the raves from the players from around the country that have come here and around the world. You've done a magnificent job with your team. This tournament has grown every year from its inception 15 years ago. It's now one of the largest youth soccer tournaments in the country. In October, we had 376 youth soccer teams from 15 different U.S. states, from Canada, Haiti, Mexico, and Panama, competing here in Las Vegas. This was for the group of, I believe it was the 7 to 12-year-olds. In the past, we've had teams from as far away as Nepal and Russia, and it's a wonderful event that brings in an estimated $11 million into our local economy. The Mayor's Cup Showcase is scheduled now for Valentine's Day through February 16th, and that's when we will have the teenagers competing. This tournament brings out the scouts, college scouts, university scouts, and coaches from across the country to watch some of the best youth soccer players in the world. And none of this would be possible without the work of our city team members in operations and maintenance and parks and recreation. Las Vegas is known for its beautiful soccer fields, and this team keeps them green and playable year-round. There are more than 50 members of this team. So if you're joining us today, I'd ask you to stand up where you are, please, in the audience, so we can give you an appropriate round of applause. Please, here they are. Look at these men in green and ladies. You're wonderful. And all I can tell you is 3 years ago we had some issues. The fields are magnificent. We're so grateful. And I know the players and coaches that come in. Each one of you has made a difference for what you do every single day. We're so grateful as I look at your faces. You're just the best. And we know it, and we thank you. Thank you so much. A few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Always want to thank the council and city manager's office for providing these great programs to recognize some of our great employees, because we have a lot of great employees. I want to especially thank you, Mayor, for nominating this team, because that had a little bit of weight, I think, maybe in helping us out there a little bit. And this is it's kind of interesting. Although we maintain for the Mayor's Soccer Cup or tournament, that's actually 5 parks and I think 36 fields are involved. But overall, they maintain 28 sports complexes with 121 fields, and then they also maintain 14 school sites as well. So just a fantastic job. I couldn't be more proud of them and thank them for the hard work they do. Thank you, Mayor.
So again, I want to thank you all for your hard work, and I'd like to invite Sherry Alexander, who unfortunately I just continue to make sure that she's on top of me, getting on top of the trophies, along with Councilman Coffin and anybody else that comes out, and Daphne Lagarza. Please come on down to join us. Where's Daphne? You are hiding. You are hiding in back. And we'd like you to join us to accept the honor on behalf of the entire team. And so I'd like to hear from both of you, because we know what you've been doing. So which one of you two would like to go first? You're stuck. Here you go. It's Sherry.
Hi. Yeah, these guys are probably sick of seeing me year-round coming out to all of the parks. I catch them overseeding, fixing the sprinklers, mowing. I mean, doing everything. I've been playing soccer here my entire life, and I used to play in the outfields at Ed Fountain on the baseball fields in the dirt lot. So to see the fields where they are now and to have the privilege of playing on them myself, running tournaments, having my children, and now looking forward to my grandchildren play. I'm very proud of all the work that you guys do, and truly, these fields are world class. I mean, we've been all over the country, and some of the downtown teams have been all over the world, and these truly are the best fields they've ever played on. And we get comments year-round, all the time, and people requesting certain fields, and it's always the City of Las Vegas fields. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all the work you do and making me look good.
Oh, wow. Amen to that.
All right. As Larry mentioned, thank you, Council, thank you, City Manager and City Management, and Larry and Steve for all of their support, all of your guys' support, all of your guidance. It's enabled us to do what we do. I want a big shout out to Patrick, Ron, and Trevor. You've built this team, and under your vision, that's how, with all the work that we do, that's how we realize the fields that we've realized today. Thank you, everyone, for all of your efforts.
You are the best of the best. So from this lady and this council here, we thank you very much and wish you happy Valentine's Day. Hopefully you get a nice breakfast in bed by your significant other and have a lovely day. Keep our fields going. They are remarkable. We're so proud of you, and thank you, and congratulations. Do we give them something? Did they get?
Another round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, now another item before I turn the microphone over to Councilman Steve Ross, because we have some wonderful guests with us today. I wanted to mention a great cause and urge all of you to wear red. This Friday, I will be wearing this for the rest of the week, I guess, February 6th, National Wear Red Day, to bring attention to the fact that heart disease and stroke kills nearly 1 in every 3 women every year. But we can change that because 80% of cardiac events can be prevented with education and lifestyle changes. When it comes to beating heart disease and stroke, change can be the cure. To save lives and raise awareness of this serious issue, the American Heart Association launched Go Red for Women, and the red dress has become the iconic symbol of our battle against heart disease and stroke in women. Since the first National Wear Red Day in 2003, we've made tremendous strides in the fight against heart disease and stroke in women. Through research and education to healthy lifestyle changes, we're proud that nearly 90% have made at least one healthy behavioral change. For more than 1/3 have lost weight. More than 50% have increased their exercise. 6 out of 10 have changed their diets. More than 40% have checked their cholesterol levels. 1/3 has talked with the doctor about developing healthy heart plans. And today, nearly 300 fewer women die from heart disease and stroke each day. Death in women has decreased by more than 30% over the past 10 years. So please remember to wear red on Friday and support this important cause. And I believe we have sent a proclamation off to the Heart Association in honor of this month, which is this Heart Disease Month of February. And now I'd like to turn the microphone over to our wonderful councilman from Ward 6, who has a great, I envy you this. Okay, here it is. I wish I were doing this piece.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Don't be too envious. We have with us today a lot of great young Las Vegans in the audience with us today, Mayor and council members, as you can tell, because of the YNAP. Now, a few years ago, I created a Northwest Youth Empowerment Council. I've got 4 high schools in my ward, and I included one in another ward, Palo Verde, as well. And I thought we kind of create a youth council and kind of give some of our students the opportunity to understand how city government operates, give them the opportunity that they wouldn't normally have. I know I, growing up here, didn't have the opportunities that these youth council members do. But they normally would be sitting up with us at our council meeting, as they have in the past years. But there's so many of them. They've grown so much. So we have, I think we have 18 of them here today. I would like to bring up the mayor of the youth council. And just so everybody understands, the youth council is made up just like our city council is. We have a mayor, mayor pro tem, chief financial officer, the whole 9 yards, public information officer. Darrell Westbay, Mayor Darrell Westbay, would you come up here, please? Give her a round of applause. She's done a great job. You look great today. Are you ready? Would you tell us a little bit about the youth council and what you guys are up to?
Okay. So as Councilman Ross said, we're a group of high school students from about 5 different high schools. We have at least one representative from each grade level in the council. Some of the things we do, obviously YNAP for the past 3 years. We volunteer at all of his events that he runs, such as his back to school event, his Thule Springs, Spring Fling. We have events that we run ourselves at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. We've done things such as paint fire hydrants. We've reached out to many different organizations to help them with whatever they need, things such as that.
They are, yeah. And I have to tell you this too. When we created the youth council, I said, you guys are going to operate on your own. I mean, I'll be there. Staff will be there. Priscilla from out at the Centennial Hills Community Center, she works with you guys on a regular basis, and I appreciate that, and my own staff as well. But they do their own thing. They make their own decisions. They decide what they're going to do and how they're going to effectuate the community. These are future leaders in our community. So with that, would the youth council please stand up? And I'm going to ask Mayor Westbay to give the microphone to each of you and introduce yourselves. You should probably tell everybody what grade you're in and what school you go to and get them started off.
Okay. So I'm Dara Westbay. I'm a senior at Northwest Career and Technical Academy. And should I go over there? Okay. Hello, I'm Melissa Cicados. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of this council. I go to Poverty High School, and I'm in the 11th grade.
I'm Hannah Jones. I'm a junior at Centennial High School.
My name's Megan Cicados. I'm in 9th grade, and I go to Palo Verde High School.
My name is Darian Toth, and I go to Shadow Ridge High School, and I'm an 11th grader.
My name is William Teal, and I'm a junior at Arborview High School.
My name is Shreya Joshi, and I'm a 12th grader at Northwest Career and Technical Academy. I'm Kara Zuna, and I'm a junior at Centennial High School, and I'm Public Information Officer. I'm Sarah Richard. I'm a 9th grader at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy. I'm Casey Hyatt, and I'm a 10th grader at Shadow Ridge High School. I'm Madison Costa, and I go to Shadow Ridge High School, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Daniel Contreras. I'm a senior at Palo Verde High School, and I'm the volunteer coordinator.
I'm Hope Peterson. I'm a senior at Northwest Career and Technical Academy.
Now, all of you guys can sit down. Did I forget one? Who did I forget? Oh, Joshua. Sorry, buddy.
Hello, my name is Josh McKay. I'm from Arborview High School, and I am a senior.
Right on, dude. There you go. Now, with that, you guys can sit down now, but I want all of you young people in the audience today to recognize, because you're part of this YNAP program, because you're engaged in this community and in your city and in your schools, you're making a difference in people's lives. So everybody give them a great big round of applause, all of them, not only the youth council, but all those young people. Thank you, Mayor.
That was so wonderful. I'm still jealous, but keep doing everything that you're doing. And seniors, good luck to you next year. How many were seniors? Could you raise your hands, please? We're going to miss you, but keep on coming back. We'll make another statement and do something more. But we appreciate everything that you're doing. We're very, very proud of you, and you lucky guy. So with that, we're just going to go right on with our council meeting as soon as we change over everything at the technology world up there. And Mr. Riggleman says we're okay. So we'll just move right along. Thank you. That was great. I decided there's no point in giving one. Okay, everyone. That we will now, because I know my council's here, they're just wandering. And they will be here shortly. I see 1, 2, 3, we're ready. Okay, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. Amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium. State your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Good morning. And make sure the little red button's on, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Cindy. Okay. Cindy Brown, Ms. Tartanian's district. A few months ago, you guys told us that regarding different things on medical marijuana, that we would need to talk to legislature. Today, you guys are going to be discussing what's going on in legislature and what you'd like changed. There's a few things that we've been promised that are not in the bill draft request, because I've read them all so far. One of them is protecting our right to grow for eternity, not just through 2016. Protecting our children from being taken from us for choosing to use a medicinal herb instead of pharmaceuticals, protecting our jobs, and protecting our gun rights. We're asking for you guys to help us to accomplish protecting your citizens. We've had it with being arrested and getting in trouble for things that if I stand over here, it's okay. If I stand over there, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Once again, for the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a 25-year resident of Nevada, 15 years here in Las Vegas. I come to these things to represent the medical marijuana community. We are not the criminal element. We are the sick, injured, and dying, and we choose a homeopathic medicine that is better for our bodies than opiates. And for that reason, we are here today, and we have been coming down to set these things in regulation so that this is not a gray area for patients anymore. As Cindy had said before me, we were promised some things that never have been seen to yet. We are really trying to make it clear to everybody, to every council, that there are 15 things that patients really want included in this. Number one is to grow our own medicine at home. Because as you heard from many other people that had nothing to do with medical marijuana when you were pitching other businesses, they talk about the nutritional value of having produce grown locally and then chopping it down and eating it yourself. Medical marijuana is the same. It is about eating the plant and the extracts instead of smoking it. So it's very important you get enthusiastic and educated about it and listen to what the patients in the community really need, because this isn't just about business.
Would you
Thank
make a
so
copy
much.
and give it to our
I
city
will,
clerk?
absolutely. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Council.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 8. Business items for possible action. Any items that the council, staff, or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
The only item, Mayor, I have is a request to pull item 25 early to allow these kids to do their presentation. Correct?
Okay, so that will be simple to do. Just remind me when we get there, please.
Other than
We
that.
will do that. So there's no need for a vote because there was nothing there. Agenda item 9, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move for
from
approval.
the 3rd and the 17th of December, 2014. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda, this is now agenda items 10 to 20. Items 10 through 20 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be enacted in one motion. There is a correction on item number 10. This item has been held in abeyance to allow for the revision of early vote sites, and an amended list has been submitted for the record. Are there any other items the council wishes to bring forward? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 10 through 20.
Thank you. There's a motion. If you would please vote and please post. Well, we're right here. This is agenda item number 25, discussion for possible action regarding the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, which is YNAP. When Councilman Ross said it was YNAP, that's the name. Grant Review Board recommendations to allocate $25,000 for 26 youth initiative projects. So this is all wards. And Mr. Harson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor
You're
and City
into
Council.
Valentine's Day already. I love it.
Pink just for you.
Go.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I'm the Director of Community Services. This is the YNAP agenda item where the allocation of funds that go to some youth projects. Let me get this moving forward. As you recall, YNAP offers grants of up to $1,000 to each group for projects that are youth-driven, projects that address a community need, and all of these projects require a community match, whether it be volunteer time, in-kind donations of goods and services, or financial contributions. To a little historical perspective, YNAP was created and implemented in 2001, so it's been going on for 14 years. A total of 370 YNAP projects have been funded over that time period, which is a city investment of $348,079. But more impressive is the community match combined of over $3,442,688. I'm sorry, $3,442,688, which I think is pretty impressive of our youth. This year, the board is recommending 26 projects to be funded, and the community match for those 26 projects, which is a total of $25,000, is $287,934 just for this year. So with that, I am going to turn it over to the chair and the vice chair of the board this year, Kimberly Figueroa and Carlos Rodriguez. And with that, I'm going to let you guys go.
Wonderful. Good morning, and just make sure the red light is, oh, perfect. You've got a red light. Go.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Kimberly Figueroa. I am chair of the YNAP board this year. This is my second year serving on the board. I am very impressed not only with my peers serving on the board as volunteers, but also with the youth groups that are giving back to the community as volunteers. Being part of the board has given me a preview at our community and how they work together to help each other. Now that I am going to complete my last year in high school, I look forward to continue serving on the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have learned a lot through this program about my community and about leadership skills.
Wonderful. Congratulations, and thank you for your service this year. And last?
This great program provides youth the opportunity to take ownership of their neighborhoods, work with other youth, adults, and business to create and implement a project that addresses an important community need. We'd like to recognize this year's YNAP Grant Review Board members and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process. There are 17 members, 9 adult and 8 youth. Adult Board, Deborah Reyes, Nikki Wilslow, Paula Zier, Becky Skousen, Kim Reed, Christine Kramer, David A. Lopez, Joe Mitchell, Vicky Skilbred. Youth Board appointments. Myself, Kimberly Figueroa, Chair, Carlos Rodriguez, Vice Chair, Alyssa Winslow, Rebecca Reyes, Quasi D. Davis, Sarah Richard, Stephanie Johns, and Benita Salazar. At this time, I would like to introduce this year's YNAP Board Vice Chair, Carlos Rodriguez.
Excellent.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Nice to see you all today.
Good morning.
My name is Carlos Rodriguez, and I am Vice Chair of the YNAP Board. This is my third term serving, and I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity, and Kimberly, to present and to help all community members. And I personally have really enjoyed serving this. This is really fun. I always look forward to this every year. It's such a fun program for us, not only for us, but for helping everybody here. Shout out to all you people out there. Hello. And I really hope to do it again next year.
Can you pull your microphone up just a little bit?
Just a little?
Yeah, because you're tall there. Okay. Thank
This
you.
year, the YNAP Board is recommending 26 projects for funding. We have 8 community service projects, such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate and hosting community events. 4 community improvement projects, such as restoring areas of neighborhoods, schools, and community centers with murals, gardens, and cleanups. 14 community education projects, such as peer mentoring and increasing youth awareness for community health and safety issues through conference and workshops. Together, these projects will provide the city with a match of over $287,000 in volunteer hours, in-kind donations, and/or financial contributions. I would like to recognize each project. If your group is presenting, please stand and when I read your name. Okay. Clark High School STEM Community Convention. They requested 1,000 and they were matched for $19,669. Round of applause. Clark High School STEM Club, Clark STEM Robotics.
Wow.
Okay. Requested 1,000 and we matched for 222,000. Clark High School, Clark STEM Stars FRC. Round of applause.
Go Chargers!
CNS High School, West National Honor Society, Operation School Bell.
Excellent.
Okay. CNS High School, West Student Council, Wrap It Up for School Bell.
Oh, that's great. Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Mirabelli Teen Council, Operation Easter. Okay, round of applause. Red Rock EES, Learning Through Landscape. Faith Lutheran High School students, Rainbow Dreams Academy Ambassador Leadership Program. Desert Pines High School, Desert Pines Math Club. Fremont Middle School, Fremont 60th Anniversary Project.
Oh, wow.
John C. Fremont, PDMS, Family Math Night, Math is a Theme, Not a Thing.
Excellent. And look at that, girls.
Las Vegas Academy Teen Council, Born to be Wild Prom.
Oh.
Lund ES, Anti-Bullying Project.
Okay.
Sunrise Acres Justice Alliance Group, JAGS Recycling Group, or Club. Becker Middle School, NGHS, Vegas Verdes Carnival. Cimarron Rose Community Center Youth Council, Teens for Teens. Lexi's Little Gestures, Mr. Bow Wow and Miss Meow. Boy Scouts Differ, Community Gardeners. Doolittle Leaders of Tomorrow, Teen Awareness Fair. Jaylene's Gift Kids Grief Group, Healing Through Creativity Project. Mother Hubbard Cupboard Food Pantry, Mother Hubbard Cupboard Food Pantry. And last but not least, Quiet Storm Youth Advisory Council, Youth Outspoken Voices. Oh, there's more. My bad, there's more. Legacy Project, Stay Prepared for School.
Wow, wonderful.
Arborview High School, DECA, West Care, No Place for Hate. Northwest Youth Empowerment Council, Hope for the Homeless. Somerset Academy, Sky Pointe. Science Club, Students Young, Scientist Mentoring. We would like to give a thank you to all the youth groups who presented. A big round of applause for you guys. They all did a wonderful job. They were all creative. I adore all your projects. I would love to do some stuff like that myself. On behalf of the YNAB Grant Review Board, we would like to thank the mayor and all the council members and for your continued support of YNAB, and we'd like to give a thank you to all the youth for giving back to the community, and of course a big thank you to Lisa Campo and Alma Estrada.
And Carlos, for our listening public, if you are under 18 and enrolled in school, how does someone join YNAB?
Well, it's simple. You would have to contact Lisa over here, very kind lady right here, as you can see. She will give you instructions, and she will give
How about a phone number or a website or?
All they need to do is call 229-2330. That's the number for community services.
One more time, please.
229-2330, 702 to start with.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
If I may interject, I think it's incumbent that we, the Madam Chair or Co-Chair tells us how these students got to where they are today. I mean, there's a process to get here, and I think it's important that everybody understands that process. Madam Chair? With your permission, Mayor.
Of course.
Okay. Well, I am part of the Batteries Included program from the City of Las Vegas, and they actually recruited me into this program. So probably if you check out your youth councils at local high schools, you could partner up with them and ask for more information.
That was very good, Mayor. If I can continue, I think what I was trying to get at is you guys actually had all of these winners, if you will, had to present, Mr. Harsons, am I correct? They had to give their presentation to your committee. Is that how that works?
Yes.
And so all of them, after school, after hours, had to plan what they were going to do, their service projects, had to present their service projects and be awarded these funds to do so. And I think, Carlos, you mentioned you have to match those contributions as well with hours, donations, and that sort of thing. So again, I just want to highlight these great youth, members of our community who are going the extra mile to make someone else's life a better place to live. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you for what you guys have done.
And I would just suggest that all of you tell a friend, one friend, two friends, of what you've done and how important it is that they get involved too, because you are the backbone and you are the future. So we appreciate each one of you and what you've done. And I know it's great because I love to come to your celebrations, and it's a great honor to be there. And thank you, Mr. Harsons. And have you sent us a copy of those allocations, or could we have them? It would be very nice.
I'll give all the information to all of you, yes.
Thank you. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. And before you run off, I've been reminded, I forgot, we need to have a motion to accept this allocation, or you have no funding at all. So please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the recommendations made by the YNAP Grant Review Board.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Go forth and conquer. You got it. Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Harsons. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, I'm sorry to tell you it's time to go back to class. You've had a wonderful morning. We love seeing you. If you live back east, you wouldn't have to go to class. But we know you love class. So thank you. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay, agenda item 21. This is an administrative report and possible action on the 2015 state legislative platform for the 78th legislative session, all wards. One more time. No, now.
Check. I'm not the tall guy. Look, I'm having to lean over. Sorry, Mark. For the record, Ted Olivas, I'm the Chief of Staff for the City of Las Vegas. This item, as indicated, is our proposed state legislative platform. This platform is new. We have not done this in the past. As you know, we've done it for our federal plan. We have not done a state plan in the past. What we did was we saw a plan that was put together by our friends in Sparks, and saw that plan and thought that it would be an appropriate plan to assist our lobbying team during their efforts in Carson City, similar to what we do from a federal perspective. This reflects the discussions that we've had with each of your offices in the city manager's office, as well as each of the departments, and provide some guidance for our legislative team. I did hear some comments this morning about medical marijuana. We do have a statement in there that talks about getting more authority at the local level, at your level, but we will follow up with staff with those comments to address that.
And if I might add, a copy of what you presented this morning, it would be given to these gentlemen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian McAnallen, who is our Government Affairs Manager, and he'll provide a brief overview of the contents of this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As Ted noted, we have tried to present to you some general statements in support and opposition to guide the legislative team in Carson City. Another point of note is that with over half of the legislature being elected for the first time this session or serving in their second term, it's important for us to try to educate these new legislators on our positions. So this new document will help us in that manner. As you'll see on the the screen in front of you, we have the contents of this document. It's sort of a roadmap for how this document is laid out. We explain our core purpose of building community to make life better and hope that the legislators will understand that. The main content within the packet is really broken down with general government topics at first. So things like local government decision-making authority, home rule, business licensing, which I might point out is being heard this afternoon. Already those issues are beginning to pop up in the legislature, and certainly control within our city boundaries. The second area is within general government is local government finance, and of course we're supportive of things like the current C-tax formula, use of residential construction tax, looking at property tax discussions and trying to see if we can get some resolution to challenges there, and maintaining our opportunities for franchise agreements and franchise issues. The next area of interest is the human resources section. As this legislature has changed quite a bit for 2015, topics that may never have been heard before will be heard this session. So we have PERS, we know that there are going to be bills that drop on PERS, arbitration, workers' comp, and employer liability, and we will be engaging once we see specific language on those items. Public safety topics obviously include things like homeland security funding, paramedicine to provide our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, other opportunities to help our community out, and imposing mandatory court assessments. On redevelopment and economic development, we are also seeking a tweak or adjustment to a bill from the 2013 session to provide some clarity that will help our redevelopment economic development team make that bill work for us. We also know that economic development topics will come up as far as funding for the Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Catalyst Fund, Knowledge Fund, et cetera. We also want to make sure that we're watching issues like physician reimbursement rates. That's a key issue, and we have this under economic development, as you would understand, because this is a tool to help us bring new businesses here and keep and retain our physicians to support those folks that are already here. Under housing and community services, obviously, we're looking to deal with foreclosure issues and arbitration and mitigation that has come up in previous legislation, and we'll be watching to see what happens this session. Education is a bigger issue than it ever has been before in the legislature, given the governor's budget and his directions there. We're going to be advocating on behalf of Downtown Achieves and My Brother's Keeper, and working to determine what the new Nevada funding plan will be. So we'll be watching those issues and reporting back to you. At a higher education level, the key issue here is, again, the State Knowledge Fund, but most importantly, securing a UNLV medical school in the downtown district, and that's a top priority for us, as well as making sure that that money for graduate medical education is there for residency programs for physicians. Infrastructure is also another key issue, protecting the fuel tax indexing from last session, and there will be a ballot issue in 2016 related to that. So we'll be working on those issues and working with our partners at NDOT on Project Neon and I-15 funding. So those are the main issues there. Of course, we'll be working with our city partners, the League, NACO, and our other regional entities like the RTC on a variety of issues. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you and tell you that the team has already hit the ground running, and we have committee bills this week, and we've already been engaging on issues.
Thank you, Mr. McAnally. And a question for you right off. As you need any of us to come and testify on behalf of something, you will let us know, of course. I am assuming that.
Absolutely, Mayor, and thank you for that offer, and council members, we appreciate that. As you will note, on Tuesday, the city will be making its presentation in front of the Assembly Government Affairs Committee as kind of an educational opportunity to explain who we are, what we do, who we represent, and it'll be kind of a primer for many of those new legislators on that committee, and that'll be at 8:30 on Tuesday morning.
And also, all legislators will get a copy of that focus that you have, that you just
correct.
presented to
That's
us.
correct, Mayor. We will
Great.
make that happen.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. A couple things. One, you mentioned 8:30 on Tuesday. You'll be making the presentation.
Our city manager and Ted Olivas will be presenting in front of the Assembly Government Affairs Committee on behalf of the city of Las Vegas.
In Carson City?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and we have the opportunity to review that by going to the state building, or can we, how does?
So it's all of those committees are available online, so you could watch them from your computer or mobile device. If you click into, if you go onto the Nellis, the state website, and click into the meetings section, those meetings pop up, and there's an icon that you can click to view those, and it would pop up right on your computer or your mobile device.
Okay, so at some point this week, please share that link with me so that I'll have an opportunity to follow not only that presentation but other presentations as I am looking forward to participating in a number of those committee meetings as we move forward in the legislative session. But in addition to that, I know in the past, and more so, Ted, you can chime in as well, how the former yourself legislative team communicated with the council. And I just want to know if there's going to be a different process moving forward as far as those things that you all kept us abreast of, as real time as possible, so that we're in the loop of what's being discussed, what changes are being made, what's being introduced, so that we can remain engaged on specifically those areas of highlighted issues that we're concerned about here at the city. And so I just want to know what the routine will be this year so that we can be prepared to receive that information as soon as it's available.
Councilman Barlow, that's a great question. We are expecting no changes from how we've done things in the past, other than you're going to see my smiling face each week as opposed to Tom Perigo's weekly briefings. We'll keep you up to breast on what bills are being heard, where you can get engaged. So essentially, we're going to have Mr. McAnallen and Kelly Martinez on the ground in Carson City with the Ferraro Group. And I will be down here tracking the bills with Adrina Ramos King, who's working with us as well. So you'll be provided weekly updates in the briefings, and I'll be working with you directly, individually.
Okay. And Brian, with the presentation that you all have before today, will there be any additional information that will be addressed on Tuesday that hasn't been addressed today?
No, the presentation on Tuesday will be more or less an overview of the city for educational purposes, guiding them on some of our past priority items, mainly our legislative agenda from the 2013 session, the accomplishments and updates as to where we are on those issues, an overview of the council, a bit of a primer on sort of, a little bit of the council manager setup that we have, more basic information about the city and how they can engage with us. It's really a Las Vegas 101, if you will, and I'd be happy to provide that PowerPoint to you. We're working on it now to meet the committee's deadlines, but when it's completed, I'd be happy to share that with you and your staff.
Okay, we appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Kopp.
Thank you. The League of Cities, of course, had its summit last week or 10 days ago, and we talked about the issues which are common to all of us in cities. I guess we combined with the counties on that particular meeting, but the League of Cities has its agenda, and we are part of that. And some of the things on the League of Cities agenda are not here, if I'm right. I want to make sure that the listeners, viewers understand that all of the things that we're working on are not necessarily contained in this. In fact, some things that affect the cities are in the agenda of the League of Cities.
Councilman Kaufman, if I can answer that question, you're absolutely right. This is not inclusive with a lot of the things that we're engaged with our community partners. So what we've done is try to incorporate things, not their entire agendas, but we are working with those folks, the system of higher education, with the school system, and others. We've incorporated some of those things because they're topics that we've talked about. So you are correct. This is not all-inclusive.
If I may to follow up on that, Councilman Mayor, if you look through this under the general government section, for instance, the third and fourth bullet point, you'll see the parentheses that say NLCNM, Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. So some of those items that are their priorities that are reflected in this document. Under local government finance, the use of residential construction tax, again noted as a Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. There are some other notes in there, whether it's an NSHE bill, again, the medical school, or whether it's funding for the Catalyst Fund, which is a priority of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance as well. So we've noted where some of our priority items match up with some of our partners.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report, and you have got yourself a great team.
Thank you, Mayor.
Proud that you joined us and everybody else that's joined us. It's going to be a good year, I know that. Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda item number 22, and that's a report for possible action.
Mayor, I'm sorry, excuse me. I think you have to accept the report
It says
so
no
that they
vote
have
here?
clear direction that you've...
It says here, report only, no motion required. But we will go ahead and do that. Well, we don't mind throwing in a vote here. May I have a motion?
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve item number, is it
21.
21.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you very much. Go forth and conquer.
And Madam Mayor, I just wanted to voice appreciation for the great way you structured all of this and for giving us the extra time so we could understand it better. And you let us know and we'll help any way we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a visitor from out of state, from the snowy lands. I see that person coming, wearing
That's the next
appropriately
item.
white.
Next item.
Yes, in representation. So a report for possible action on the 2015 federal legislative agenda. Again, all wards.
Okay. Mayor and Council, for the record, on this item, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. As you know, our federal plan is something that we do on an annual basis. You have seen this before. It's the document that I believe you have before you. This is a plan that we put together with your input, the input from the CMO, and all the departments. This plan is similar to what we have done in the past with the passage of certain legislation. In the last Congress, we have had some changes to this document, which Brian will go through briefly. But everyone has received this, and we have Brian McAnallen and Vicki Cram, who is our eyes and ears in Washington. She's our lobbyist back there with Patton Boggs, and they will provide a brief overview of this year's plan.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. As we noted, this is a document you have seen before. However, we have taken some of these issues that have been more broadly cast as citywide issues and elevated them to a level of importance that they deserve given this new congressional cycle. This document withstands the two-year cycle that Congress is in, so 2015 and 2016, until we have the new Congress sworn in 2017. We will be providing you with an update as we turn into 2016 and have changes given what has happened in Congress and maybe new directions for 2016. So you will see us again on an annual basis kind of updating this document. Just to walk you through it a little bit, the downtown, one of the points I'd like to make as we get started here is that we do have a new member joining our congressional delegation, Congressman Crescent Hardy. We have had some good conversations with him before he was sworn in, and as recently as 2 weeks ago when we were back in D.C. for some visits, and he is already engaging on some of our issues. We appreciate the support of the entire delegation, certainly led by our senior member, Senator Reed, and Congresswoman Titus. Congressman Amodei and Congressman Heck have all stepped up with Senator Heller on a variety of issues, and I'll mention that when we get closer to the specific item. We have in this presentation, again, done exactly what we did at the state level to try to provide the congressional staff a better idea of who we are. Congressional staff tends to change quite a bit, so we want to educate them as well on who we are as a city, what our priorities are, and highlighting that our core purpose is building community to make life better. The main section or meat of this agenda starts with downtown revitalization, which is really an update on what's happened downtown over the last few years, highlighting our economic development efforts and where federal support can kind of help us in that arena. The next section is community services and education. And here again, we kind of talk about in education some of those federal issues, My Brother's Keeper, and what we're trying to do in Downtown Achieves. We give them an update on the foreclosure issues that have, where we are as a city and what we've done with the neighborhood stabilization funds from the federal government. On the sustainability and energy initiatives, again, this is a bit of a primer and education piece for our congressmen and our congressional delegation, so they understand exactly what we're doing to make our city more sustainable. We talk about some of the grant opportunities that we have used in the past and what we'd like to see reauthorized or allocated in the next year so that we have those opportunities. Our public lands agenda is updated and changed again. We certainly start by thanking the Nevada delegation for the passage of Tule Springs National Monument, which is such a tremendous piece and will be a real crown for all of us in Southern Nevada and the city. But we have some next steps with regard to that, and it's working with BLM and the National Park Service to kind of implement that. We sort of stay away from some of those details in this particular agenda document because it's a bit of a moving target, but rest assured we're on top of those issues and working with the right agencies to move forward with that. We talk about what we need to do with SNPMA, some tweaks and changes to allow the city to progress further in that arena. On transportation, we've pulled this out from the citywide issues and elevated it again because obviously Project Neon and I-11 are extremely important, as well as high-speed rail to California. And we want to ensure whatever grant opportunities we have for transit, pedestrian, and other safe streets, complete streets projects that may be available. Transportation will be reauthorized at some point in time as it expires this year. It may be with a continuing resolution. There's opportunities for us to try to leverage whatever we can for more support again for I-11 and I-15. Another area that we have elevated from the citywide issues is UASI, or Urban Area Security Initiatives. This is what I was referring to at the beginning of my presentation when I talked about the entire delegation coming together. As you're all aware, the funding formula for UASI is harmful to our community. And for years, we, as the city, as a region, as the business community, our major resort properties, LVCVA, our convention partners, have been advocating for a formula change here to allow us to receive what we deserve for our region to meet the needs for our residents and our tourists. We have been advocating that, and as recently as a few weeks ago, there's some future calls online with key folks from the Department of Homeland Security. I can assure you that our federal team is on this issue on the ground. We've already had positive conversations with our delegation about moving forward, but we've elevated this from just sort of one of those issues that we're engaging on to a higher level because we think the time is right where we could get somewhere. The next issue, again, elevated is Yucca Mountain. The reason that this has happened is there's been some recent discussion, newspaper articles about the U.S. House of Representatives maybe taking some votes on this particular issue. We know where our delegation is, and they're strong on our side, but we wanted to elevate this issue in our agenda because it will be talked about, moved, and possibly some action in Congress this cycle. Finally, our last piece of this is our citywide issues, which cover sort of the A to Z issues that our city is concerned about, and we specifically outline some of the grant programs and funding we would like to see. I would like to end by introducing our boots on the ground in Washington, D.C., Vicki Cram with Squire Patton Boggs. And I can tell you in the short time I've been at the city, she has done a phenomenal job for us, as she has for the many years in the past, and I'm pleased to work with her. I think we've got a great partner there and a strong supporter, always keeping her eyes out for us. So I'm very pleased to be part of the team and working with Vicki, and know that she is taking good care of the city when we're back here. So I'd like Vicki now to present a little bit about what's going on in Congress and sort of the new direction that we may see over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Mrs. Cram, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian, for your very kind words. I'm Vicki Cram with Squire Patton Boggs, and I'm very pleased to be here this morning to speak to all of you. I'm going to do a quick little overview of some of the issues that we worked on in the 113th Congress, which is the past Congress, and then transitioning. Some of these are continuous work projects from Congress to Congress, and then talk a little bit about what's going on in the 114th Congress, which just started. So the 113th Congress, the last Congress, the FY15 funding appropriations process is always of interest to us because so many local government programs get funded through the federal government. The fiscal year began in October, and Congress in the lame duck session passed 11 of the 12 appropriations bills required by law, which is nice, because some years they don't do that. For one bill, the Department of Homeland Security, they just did a short-term continuing resolution. And they did that because the President came out on November 20th with his immigration executive order, and they wanted to punt that into the new Congress, which will be Republican-controlled. And so they did a 2-month continuing resolution of Homeland Security. And right now, Congress is wrestling with how to deal with it. The House has passed a bill that gets rid of the executive order and previous actions taken by the President. The Senate is wrestling with what to do, because if that bill passes all the way through, the President will veto it. So, that we're still working on the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. Tax extenders also passed in the lame duck session of Congress, and this is important because there were about 55 expiring tax provisions, many of them renewable energy provisions, and the new market tax credit, which is an economic development tool that's very important to the city. So Congress did pass that at the end of the year. Complete to the end of 2014, obviously will have to be picked up again this year, and they'll have to pass another extension in this coming year, or roll it into tax reform. We also worked on something called the WIFIA program. As part of the Water Resources Development Act, which is the bill that authorizes Army Corps of Engineers projects, we worked to, as part of a very large coalition, to create a new low-interest loan program for water and drinking water at the EPA. And it's got needs some fixing, and we'll try to address the fixing in this new Congress. But it's unique for creating a new program, which doesn't happen very often under the certain environment that we're living in now. The Marketplace Fairness Act. The Senate passed legislation that would extend existing sales taxes on online and catalog sales. The House did not bring the bill up, so that did not happen in the last Congress. Again, will be rolled over into this Congress, perhaps taken up in tax reform. And as Brian alluded, something that we were very, very active on, Councilman Ross came back and testified on. Congress, again in the lame duck session, attached to the National Defense Authorization Act, passed the Las Vegas Valley Public Land and Tule Springs Fossil Bed National Monument. Yay. It was a long time coming, and our delegation was just incredibly awesome and helpful with that. And as Brian alluded, we've already begun to work with BLM here on the ground in Nevada, but also in D.C. We had a meeting when some of our folks were back there a couple of weeks ago to sort of roll out the implementation of the bill. And I know that you've been appointed, Councilman Ross, to the working group board that will be also more formally working on the implementation. And so we're going to be continuing to work on this all year, but it's a great thing. Transitioning to the current Congress, as we all know, Republicans took the Senate in our national election, and they strengthened their hold in the House. The Senate has 54 Republicans. That's not 60 Republicans, which is what you need to overcome a filibuster. It's not 67 Republicans, which is what you need to override a veto. So while the Republicans are in control, the Democrats, particularly in the Senate, still play a very important role. And of course, as we alluded to earlier, we have a new member of our delegation, Congressman Hardy, and Senator Reid is now in the minority and is the minority leader and not the majority leader anymore. So one of the issues, as Brian alluded to, is the Urban Area Security Initiative, and this provides funding for preparation for potential terrorist attacks and natural disasters. And we have worked really hard on this, not only from the formula standpoint with the Department of Homeland Security, but also every year we fight a battle in the Appropriations Committee over being eligible for funding. And in 2013, Congress imposed a cap of 25 jurisdictions, and we didn't get funded. In FY14, we worked to get language added that allowed us to be funded again. And in FY15, the bill that's still pending before Congress, there's language that we think will take care of us, and we will probably get funding again this year. But we're starting the FY16 appropriations process right now, and so we're going to have to fight that battle all over again. The push always being from the larger jurisdictions, New York, the tier ones, they're called New York, Chicago. And so we will continue to work on this because we feel it's very important for the city, and we've been very active. In FY16 appropriations process, again, sequestration. Remember sequestration? It comes back. We've been operating under a 2-year budget plan that was authored by Senator Patty Murray and Congressman Paul Ryan. That has now expired, and so there's potential for sequestration. The President released his budget earlier this week. You will be getting a detailed analysis of it later today that we did, and so we're going to be working hard to try to figure out how to continue to fund programs like the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Partnership Program, other programs, homeless funding that are really important to the city. We've also been fighting a battle on municipal bonds in potential tax reform efforts. There was a movement towards tax reform in the last Congress. I think there's a stronger movement towards it in this Congress. And municipal bonds, of course, are a key tool for all the infrastructure, important infrastructure that we do. And it's been proposed to cap the tax-exempt interest at 28% or to get rid of it altogether. And that's something that we will continue to work on. And, of course, in tax reform, you know, everything's pretty much on the table. So New Markets tax credit, the low-income housing tax credit, a lot of the tools that we use for some of the important programs that we use here to make the city so wonderful, you know, are all on the table. We've already talked about Yucca Mountain and a little bit about the transportation bill. The transportation bill expires, the surface transportation bill expires on May, and the Highway Trust Fund goes broke at the same time. And Congress is right now already started trying to figure out how to fund the Highway Trust Fund. People drive more fuel-efficient cars, they drive less. So the gas tax, which hasn't been raised since 1993, is not funding transportation infrastructure sufficiently anymore. And so there are a lot of ideas about raising the gas tax, maybe now because gas prices are historically low, or repatriation of overseas profits from corporations, bringing them back here for a one-time fix. So they're trying to figure out how to fund a robust 5 to 6 year transportation bill, and we'll be involved in that discussion, and then also in the policy discussions as were enumerated on the PowerPoint that Brian showed in terms of bike and pedestrian and I-11 and all of our other interests.
Your Honor, may I ask a question, or at least make a statement, might provoke one?
Please.
Please.
I have been a long time believer, 30 years or more, in the concept of weight and distance being your only rational means of taxing vehicles that ride on the highways and local roads too. And yet the Trucking Association, the National Trucking Association, continually fights this in Congress. They're heavy donors, they lobby like mad, they're all over the place, and they beat it back time and time again. So I'm sure it's tempting to think about raising taxes again when the gas price itself is low. Mm-hmm. But the gas price is going to go up again, big time. And all it takes is a swift policy change by one kingdom, and then we're back there again. And so I still feel that we need to be pushing at the local level for the only rational means of taxation at the state and the federal level, and that is not per gallon. But I drive a Volt. I'm on my second Volt. It uses almost no gasoline, 4 gallons in 2 months. I have about 300 and some miles to the gallon right now. My car weighs almost 4,000 pounds, so it does the same amount of damage to a road as a gasoline-powered vehicle. And I don't think it's fair. Now then, somebody will, in order to avoid the discussion on gasoline taxes for trucks or weight distance, they'll say, well, let's put a fee on electric cars, which is a disincentive to clean the air. And yes, there's a little pollution generated way down the line somewhere where the power is created, but you know, it's so minuscule, it's not even discussable. So the thing is, I don't know what's happening. Patton Boggs certainly knows what's going on in Washington. Is there a shift of any kind to a fair method of taxation so that everybody pays their fair share and that the motorist who runs a gas-driven car isn't getting crippled by the trucking industry, which is riding on a cushion of dollars paid by the people that drive their little cars, because it's terribly unfair. The truckers get a big deal out of all of this discussion. We're fighting for crumbs and they just fly on the profits. What's going on?
Well, thank you. You make a good point, Councilman. And I think that all different revenues options are on the table right now, and nobody is wedded to any single one. And it may actually take a combination of a variety of different funding mechanisms to get us to where we want to be so that we have a robust surface transportation bill. So I think that what you're proposing is on the table. There isn't a bill out there right now, but it's I think, on the table. Vehicle miles traveled is another way of trying to get to use of the roads.
Well, that's the same thing as weight distance.
It's the same.
Adding the weight of the vehicle, which is a critical component.
Exactly.
You can't just do it on miles traveled.
Exactly. So I think they're all on the table right now. What people are talking about most right now is repatriation of overseas taxes, but I think there's going to be, and there may potentially be a mix of all of the above.
Does Patton Boggs have the Trucking Association as a client?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
I'd like you to do a conflict check for me, please.
Certainly.
If you could do that.
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that completes your report?
That pretty much completes my report. It's an honor, of course, to be here, and it's an honor to work for you in Washington, D.C.
And how many years have you been with the city?
I think 15.
Woo. I see Mr. McAnally. Anything to add there?
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I just want to thank Vicki for a wonderful job that she's been doing for the city. I actually remember when she was, she and her team, I believe it was, what was the business before, your firm before?
Ball Janik, my previous law firm.
Thank you. When Ball Janik was selected by the council many years ago. And the wonderful job that she and her entire team, to include the current team, has done for the city of Las Vegas has been outstanding at the federal level. And I'm not sure if any of the council members have had an opportunity to go back east and interact with her firm at all, but they're very, very helpful as far as opening doors and setting meetings and really making the process very seamless in order for business to be conducted. And I just really want to say thank you for the assistance that you've provided me when I'm back east and assisting with a number of those meetings, because it's very helpful. And for that's what I truly believe where we get in our value as it relates to the firm which represents the city of Las Vegas. So kudos to you and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you. Yes?
Let me echo that too. Vic, you've done a fabulous job, especially babysitting me when I've had to come back and testify.
It's a pleasure.
On the lands bill, and I think all of us recognize the importance of that effort last year, and looking forward to serving in a new capacity on that committee. So it's going to be interesting as we go forward. And I did want to make a comment about the transportation infrastructure. I think that needs to be just focused on heavily. We need that to continue. So I was going to ask you, what are they doing? You've already answered that question. I'd like to see a robust bill that'll serve longer than 5 years. This country needs it. Our community needs it. The state needs it. Las Vegas needs it. So I will follow along with Councilman Barlow and telling you thank you for your efforts. And Mr. Levis, your team as well. You guys have done a fabulous job as well, so keep up the good work.
It sure is streamlined, and knowing I've been back there every year for 16 years or 15 years through Oscar's term, and how beautifully our team goes ahead and moves you right through all parts of the House, the Senate, everything. It's beautiful, and you don't have to second guess what you've been doing. So we have a great team. Everybody's watching out for our city, and we're working as one to move it. We do thank you, Vicki, and of course, Brian, we are so glad you're with us. Thank you. And Ted, kudos to you. And so even though this is a report only, no motion is required. May I have a motion to approve the report, please?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Please, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Hope you don't have to go back there yet.
Going right now.
Are you?
Yes.
Have a safe trip back. Take your shovel. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Okay, agenda item 23, report by Jeremy Aguero from Applied Analysis and staff regarding the market research and marketing plan for Parks and Recreation Department. And this is in reference to all wards, and we are so lucky to have this. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, good morning. I'm going to introduce a couple of individuals.
You have to say your name, of
Tim
course.
Hacker, Parks and Rec Director, thank you for that reminder.
Thank
It's
you.
been a little while since I've been before you.
That's okay.
As promised, we wanted to come back and give you progress reports on your support of reestablishing our department as a standalone department. So one of the first steps in our major focus was who's our customer, in looking at who our customer is and how they value our services, how they value our facilities and programs, and making sure that we're aligning our efforts towards what those customers are telling us. And so to that end, there was a need to bring on some expertise to help us analyze that. And so I'll be introducing Mr. Aguero with Applied Analysis, who undertook a pretty detailed study, and he'll talk about that gave us data that, again, Mr. Riggleman will come up and talk about our marketing plan, because that's really what we're here to talk about, is what's the outcome of all those efforts and its marketing to those customers. And before I turn it over to Jeremy, I just would be remiss if I didn't mention that Mr. Riggleman had given us great access to both Aaron Sebelius and Jace Radke that really helped our department through this process. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jeremy Aguero.
Thank you. And thank you, Aaron and Chase. Kudos. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam
And
Mayor.
welcome back.
It's a pleasure to see you again. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. As was just alluded to, we've done quite a bit of work really over the past 18 months relative to parks and recreation services, taking a look at everything from the fiscal implications associated with those, and then ultimately the survey that we did to really kind of focus in on really, I guess, three particular issues. Number one is how many people are kind of using parks. Number two is what are their impressions of parks and recreation services. And number three, as we'll go into the plan that's going to be discussed after I'm done, is really kind of a focus on how do you reach them? What are the messages that need to be delivered? How do we get them to utilize some of these incredible services that are out there more extensively and more effectively? I believe that there is a presentation deck that has been provided to you. It is roughly 200 slides long. If I did that, Aaron would stand up and probably slap me around for trying to go through that many slides, although I would certainly love to do it because I think some of the information is pretty compelling. All of that having been said, I've tried to boil it down to the 10 or 15 slides that I think are probably most important to our discussion today, and I'd be more than happy to answer questions, of course.
Well, who's your artist?
Who's our graphic artist? You know what? Rachel
is
Simler is the one in our office who does this kind of stuff. Sometimes it's hers that's original. Sometimes she grabs it from various pieces, but she is a remarkably talented
That's a good
person. We
lead
love
in.
having her in the office. Thank you for
Thanks.
asking, though. So let me just talk about the approach. There's a lot of words on this slide. I'm not going to try and read them all. I think what is most germane to our discussion today is that we were looking at two groups of people. Number one, we surveyed between August and September of last year, so it was over a fair amount of time. But we looked at two groups. One was those that are parks users. These are people that have utilized parks and recreation services, broadly defined, over the past 12 months. Those came from a list of all of the information that the city maintains on the folks that utilize those parks and recreation services, so it gave us ready access. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody within the list that's maintained either wanted to participate in this exercise or had visited, so we wanted to make sure that they had actually gone to a facility, a park, a center, something along those lines over the preceding 12 months. We also took a broader web panel of the area as a whole, and this we screened out for anyone that hadn't used a park. Because we, in terms of trying to develop this messaging, we wanted to be able to say, okay, we understand why people are coming, we also want to know why they're not. How do we access them more? How do we deliver on some of these things? In total, we surveyed about 1,100 people overall. The margin of error among users is about 3.8%. The margin of errors of non-users is about 4.7%, both of which are well within the range of reasonableness for this type of market research. A few of the key findings, and again, I say few because there are many more, but these are some of the ones that I would hold up as being most important. When we asked folks, now again, when we asked folks, okay, you've identified yourself as someone who's using some of these facilities, we then asked them, to tell us, okay, which facilities are you using? We know that people don't just to do one thing. They don't just go to an aquatics class. They don't just go to a park. They don't just walk on a trail. They may do many things. They may have a kid in Safekey. They may take a class, any of those type of things, while having a child that's playing soccer or something along those lines. When we looked at all the universe of that, the single most utilized amenity was city parks. And I don't think that's terribly surprising, but almost 60% of the people that said we're using those facilities used the city park. That was followed by recreation center classes, which I think was a bit higher than we expected overall, and then Safekey was actually number 3. So again, we looked at many of them, but these were the 3 primary ones. Now, of all of those, this is probably the slide that I would say was most amazing to me. Right? The vast majority of respondents would recommend city park services to a friend, regardless of whether they actually utilize them or not. Right? Which I'll be honest with you, from an analyst perspective, this is somewhat surprising. Right? People like the city's parks. They believe that they are a quality amenity, even if they don't use them. And even more important than that is the question that we commonly have, which is, would you be an advocate for something? Would you recommend it to someone else? And the answer to that question among users was 93.4% and 83% among people that were non-users. Now, I don't want to leave you with the impression that it's all roses and sunshine and that everything was positive in every question that we asked. But again, we're talking about both utility and people's understanding of the value of those assets. Both of those were high, and frankly, from an analyst perspective, higher than I would have expected. Another one of the key findings, when we looked at these 7 core areas that we surveyed folks on, we asked them about, what value you place on things. And 1 was a very low value, essentially not important at all, and number 5 was very important. And so you can see the rankings there in terms of each one of these. And I wouldn't want to leave you with the impression that the ones on the bottom of the list weren't important at all. Nothing scored a 1. No one sort of uniformly said, oh, no, well, certainly some people said that, but in terms of the overall average of respondents, that was low. The importance of the exhibit that I'm showing you here is if you take a look at the user and you take a look at the non-user, you can see the value that's associated to each one of those. Now, we've ranked them by users, but you'll see, again, the idea that city parks overall was highest among both users and non-users. Now, from there, the rankings kind of differ a little bit, and we can sort of debate why those are there. They all vary within a very, very tight range, particularly among non-users overall. The third component part was this question of how you access folks. And we asked a ton of questions. What television station do you watch? What radio station do you listen to? What news broadcast? What publications do you like to read? All of those type of things. At the end of the day, when we asked respondents how they wanted to receive information, overwhelmingly, and we've been doing this for a fair amount of time now, and we've seen this gradually uptick. We know the advent, of course, of access to the internet, high-speed internet access, social media, and the like. But when we ask people this question about how they would like to be informed about city parks and recreation services, the internet, broadly defined, was at the top of the list for every single service that we surveyed. And you kind of see those there with the percentages of people who said that was the primary way they would go to get information or would like to receive information. A few of the more specific results, a couple on city parks particularly. generally. About how often would you say you or someone in your immediate family visits parks other than for the use of sports fields? And again, this is just kind of this broad idea of using parks more generally. 71.3% of parks users indicated that they are using it what they would consider often or very often for them. And you'll notice that rarely is only about 5%. Now again, this was over a 12-month period, but at least they're assigning that they have access to it and are able to use it. At least 7 out of 10 believe that it's often or very often. Please check all of the park's amenities that you or someone in your immediate family has used during the past year, and we allow them, of course, to have multiple responses. Certainly not going to go through each one of these, but you'll notice that things like playgrounds and walking trails and picnic areas are used by the vast majority of users within this park's segment overall. Again, more than half of those respondents utilizing a fair number of those services. Overall, how would you rate the condition of city parks? Again, if we look at good and excellent, again, this is just a poor to excellent scale, about 83% of folks indicating that the condition of parks is good or excellent. Now, maintaining that is expensive. It's also important. You've developed a brand, now you have to maintain it and follow through on it over a long period of time. Respecting the fact that there was concern in some areas, overall, people are pretty overall pleased with the conditions of those parks that they're utilizing.
Excuse me, Mr. Aguero. Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Yes, sir.
If you go back one slide to the amenity, how come you don't have pickleball in there?
Well, yeah, that's probably going to come under other, no.
Because the reason I bring that up is the pickleball community, surprisingly, is pretty big, and I ended up putting a pickleball court in Police Memorial Park, and I put one in the Durango Hills Park, and there are people out there all day long playing pickleball, a lot of seniors, because you don't have to run around as much. So just keep pickleball in the back of your mind, okay?
I will not. I assure you, sir, I will not forget to include pickleball.
Okay.
The other side is we also tried to open it up and allowed people to have broad-based answers. And interestingly enough, that one came up from time to time, which people gave it kind of different names, which I'm not exactly sure why. And then bocce ball also came up, more than I would have expected. So to your point, some of these things that we may not traditionally think about are really growing and expanding as part of how we're using those parks. City recreation centers and classes, again, just pointing to one of the things that kind of came up. Number one, people that are taking the classes actually really enjoy them. I was a little bit surprised that aquatics came up so high relative to what type of classes do you or someone in your immediate family take most often. Again, we allowed multiple responses, but about 43% of them reported aquatics as being on the list. You see the others that are there. Again, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but just to give you kind of an idea. How did they rate their experience? Again, if they used them, because at the end of the day, the plan is about getting people to utilize more of these assets that people that do use them like a whole lot, right? So 91% of respondents either had a good or an excellent experience overall. How would you rate their experience in terms of what they learned even during that? We found, particularly during things like SafeKey, people wanted their kids to read more and do more mathematics and those type of things. Mayor, I know you and I could go down that road for a very, very long time. I won't do that, but nonetheless, they also felt like they were getting a positive education, were learning something as a result of that. When we looked at sports fields, what field and complexes did people use? It was spread overall. You will note that there are a lot of people from outside the city that don't know where the city parks are versus non-city parks, which is why you're going to see some of the numbers that are here, but you get a sense of which fields people are sort of attracted to and using most often. You'll forgive the length of this particular chart, but I kind of liked it, so I asked my guys to get as many as they could.
Actually, Mayor,
sure.
With your permission, if
Yes,
Mr.
you're going
Aguero
to brag
could
enough.
stay on that slide for a
Now
moment.
look at that.
Obviously, Centennial Hills needs more resources. I don't know who I need to talk to about that, but just want to note that Centennial Hills Park is on the top of that list. Thank you, Mr. Aguero.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please.
And it's a shame because the opposite is true for Ward 3. We don't have very much on the first top quartile. I don't think we see any in the top quartile. We've got somebody in the first half, Freedom Park. We're a little short over there on the east side, and it's been talked about a lot of rhetoric, these days, but in fact it is true. Now I know our numerical sample is awful small here, 130 out of this sample, and I don't know how many times you sliced it and diced it. Sure. But certainly it may have been undersampled on the east side, but the point is that we find it kind of a sad story too, because some of our very oldest are over on the right-hand side of this thing. And I'm happy for anybody that's got a park as good as Centennial Hills. That is a beauty. So is Romeo and Mountain Ridge, too. But, you know, it's just a good illustration. It kind of shows where we were in our study a year and a half ago on our underserved parks survey. But maybe, I don't know if you had anything to do with that or not. Did you?
No, look, I mean, the brief answer to your question, I think we've had a lot to do in one way or another relative to Parks and Recreation Services and some of the conversations and meetings that we both attended. So the brief answer is that. Relative to the utility and individual awards, that isn't something that we've been involved with.
Yeah, sure. I understand. Thank you very much, though.
No, thank you, and your point is an excellent one. Thank you. Madam Mayor, with your
Please,
permission, I'll continue. I don't have very many slides left. I'll make sure to be brief in my concluding comments. What sports or leagues did you or someone in your immediate family? We tried to get, you know, a good cross-section, and it came out that way with baseball, soccer, football, other things like lacrosse and other. Again, pickleball, I think, is probably in that other there as well in terms of to the extent that they have leagues. I'm not sure whether that's the case or not, but you know what I'm saying. How well maintained are the city sports field? These were a little bit lower than what we saw in the others. Nonetheless, 7 out of 10 overall felt that they were well maintained. As Councilman Coffin indicated, our analysis was trying to get a sample of everyone that used any park. So again, it gets a little thin as we get down to some of these others, but nonetheless, directionally gives us an idea of the importance of that. How secure, how is the security on city sports fields? This one also was quite a bit lower. You'll notice that it's 20 percentage points lower relative to good and excellent. So again, just something to point out that while it's very positive overall, people are having an excellent experience, they were willing to tell us that there were some areas of particular concern relative to that. How would you rate the condition of the city sports fields? Again, just underscoring the same question in a bit of a different way, with about 3 out of every 4 people indicating that it was good or excellent overall.
On your security, another question from Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by when you say the respondents felt the security was poor? I mean,
Yeah, and look,
are crime? Are they talking about crime or breaking into stuff or what?
you know, and that's a good question. I mean, given the length of the survey was long, we didn't probe very heavily, and we probably should have relative to some of that question, and there's probably a few others that I would have loved to be able to say, can you tell me more about that? But we asked them whether they felt security and safety was a concern at the parks that they were at, and, you know, they expressed that that was, you know, again, 50% of them said good or very good, but it was substantially lower than when we asked them the question of the condition.
So that was the question, whether you didn't drill down into...
We did not.
You didn't? Okay,
No,
we
sir.
should probably do that one day and find out what is it they're concerned about so we can address it. Okay.
I completely agree.
Can we get a
Thank you.
copy of this too? This whole thing, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yes, please,
thanks.
Councilwoman.
Your Honor? Oh, I'm sorry, Lois.
Yes, and then
I
after.
just wanted to add that I think we should look into that further because it's the perception of what security is. And the fact of the matter is it might be bullying. It might be a group that pushes somebody else out of an area where they've already started playing. It might be fights. It might be gangs. It might be worse crime than that even. And it's good for us to know that, then we could start taking apart those and trying to address them.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you again, Mayor. The second bite of the apple here, because, you know, we have in our downtown, or say our central parks, which would be wards 1, 3, and 5, we have a problem with people who make them their homes. And that sometimes creates a feeling of insecurity. And actually, they might not be unsafe, but it creates a feeling of insecurity. The perception is that that person doesn't look right, doesn't belong here, doesn't live in our neighborhood, lives in the dumpster around the corner. And we have a lot of that, and our neighbors are fighting hard to keep control of the park. So, you know, I'll hear people call and say, you should just close it. Maybe that'll make it go away, and I will not do that. We still have one park that is closed from 4 or 5 years ago that was closed by the council and has not been reopened, but I hope to have that open again soon, and it's right in downtown. Why? Because some neighbor didn't like the sound of basketball. So we'll take out the basketball hoops, and maybe that'll be enough for them. But there is all those things that go on around. The friction depends on the neighbors. That's where your report would come from. But they are all willing to work with us, and they really do want to invest their time to save their parks, because that's their park. So this is great stuff. I wish we could, I know it's expensive to survey. You know, Jeremy, you have to tell us, because your numbers are low here, to get 400, let's say, in a size, to get really, really reliable numbers, costs you $15,000 or $20,000, doesn't it, to get
Yes, sir.
Sample of 400, and that would be just a sample of 400 of the east, or the west, or the northwest?
Madam Mayor, with your
Please,
permission,
continue.
Councilman, you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the things that we talked about really at the outset was the concept of kind of honing in on each ward and each service. The cost of doing that, of course, would be prohibitive. The goal here was to take the first look at the whole thing, and frankly, we didn't know what the answers were going to be. We didn't know what was going to come to the surface, what was going to be at the bottom, what people were going to think. The same reaction you had to some of these, the list of what things people are using, how they're using them, what they think, I would say we answered 5 questions and we probably opened up 5 more. And so to your point, in a perfect world, we'd love to be able to get that level of granularity, particularly around some of the security issues that Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Tarkanian alluded to, just because that next question becomes pretty important in terms of how the city reacts to that. Again, at the end of the day, tried to paint a picture of it overall and to give, frankly, your staff the framework to be able to do a data-driven marketing plan around saying, okay, where do we go from here? How do we get more people to utilize some of these, and how do we address some of the challenges that residents are telling us about?
Thank you. I know Councilman Barlow has a comment, but certainly on our website as well, through whatever it is that is in the Parks and Rec, as we get feedback there, it's a wonderful way for us to follow up. And the whole mindset of the world is very different, certainly in these United States. Go through the airports. The parks are no different, looking at strange people, looking at strange packages, and there's always that mindset, especially when you have a child and you're at a park, you're wondering who's out there, so you're always unsettled. And so I think we can, address it, but certainly on our website, perhaps. Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeremy. I believe I speak on behalf of the entire council when I make this statement that public safety is a concern for all of us. And the perception, as the councilwoman alluded to in relation to, as well as Councilman Coffin, as far as the perception of what safety is for an individual, I know that safety for me may be a different type of safety than, for example, my colleague, right? And so with that, as we talk about our city being vibrant, as we talk about our city being a safe environment for our community, our citizenry, and that's in our mission statement, and that's one of the goals and objectives of this council, is to have a safe environment where all residents will have an opportunity to live in vibrant communities. The question that I have more so is for Mr. Hacker. If you'll come forward as well, the director of, I know they changed the name, Parks and Rec, but tell me the official name of our department now. They've changed it like 3 or 4 times since I've been here.
You were correct. It's Department of Parks and Recreation.
Okay. And I know there's other pieces to that, just a year or so ago to that. But to the question that I have is, what would it cost, specifically as Jeremy talked about the data-driven marketing plan, what would it cost, and I'm not asking for a specific number, but just an overall guesstimate, if you will, if in fact the council were to assign funds for each ward to be assessed the same data-driven market study, to ask the residents of each ward the same questions. And maybe what we'll do is identify 300, 400 individuals from each ward and then merge the two. And Jeremy, you know how to do this as far as merging all the information that we collapse from each ward, and then have this as an overlay to actually see how those numbers shift, if they shift at all. Because I truly believe that a general swath analysis of 400, 500 people, from around the ward is, I don't really think that tells a true assessment of what each ward agenda should be. Because what's happening out in Ward 6, we call it Disneyland, right? May not be the reality or the perception of what's happening in the more older, mature wards as far as 1, 3, and 5. And so in order for us to really have a gauge on how to address some of the perceptions because those perceptions ultimately become citizenry realities. I believe it'll give our city council an opportunity to really hone in and provide a clear and distinct path of how to address each ward when it comes to the amenities and the safety concerns that exist in our city, because that safety concern that you've just laid out to us may not have been in the far west. It may have been in the far east, but how will we know that in relation to what you've just laid out to us? And so I believe it provides a more clear picture as to how, in fact, we move forward in regards to addressing a number of issues. And I'm just picking out public safety because that's what we've basically have locked interest on. But I believe it may give us an opportunity to see, for example, if pickleball works in Ward 4, it may not necessarily work in Ward 5, right? And so it gives us an opportunity to really calibrate and provide our citizenry and constituents those amenities that they choose to have in the communities in which they live. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hacker.
Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Instead of trying to guess at what that might cost, what we can do as we're heading into the budget development is work with communications to look at doing just that and bringing that forward as far as a budget request as we move forward. I think that would be very valuable to get that at least what it could cost and get the support of the council on that. A couple of things that are happening right now. We know operations and maintenance is beginning a process of sending out surveys to talk about conditions of parks, so maybe that's something we can look at. That's low-tech surveying. Right. We could look at maybe utilizing that as well, Councilman, to try to gauge some of this concerns about security because they're going to do that by ward, by park, and going to be going through that process over the next several months. Another thing we're doing is as projects are being proposed as far as park rehabilitations is as you're aware, we are going out as a staff to meet with your constituents and talk to them specifically about what they like about the parks, what some of the challenges or impediments are, or what they would desire. So those things are going on. That's very low tech, but I think what you're proposing, we'll definitely do that investigation and try to include that in our budget request.
And Mr. Aguero, being that you really know numbers, and I appreciate your ability to educate not only this body, but other municipal bodies around the state for that matter. Just in general, in order to make this a true, accurate, data set, if you will, how many people from each ward would you, if you were to do this, basically pick out 100, 200 in order to create a true overlap of the overall assessment that's before us today?
Yeah, I'd need to run the numbers to give you an exact answer, but generally speaking, if you're talking about a survey at plus or minus 5% at the 95% confidence interval,
yes,
you're going to want roughly 384 respondents from each one of the wards in order to do that. Again, that doesn't mean that we couldn't have slightly higher margin of error and survey a few fewer people. That's sort of an ideal world. In addition to that, it also will turn on what the survey itself looks like. I think this survey, by the time it was done, had in excess of 100 questions associated with it, right? We can focus in on the 10 things that we really want to focus on and dig deeper into and hone in on that, which can adjust everything from the survey incidents, how many people we get to actually respond to it, to what the cost is in terms of the length of trying to deploy it. So I think that there are meaningful strategies to try and do that. But at the end of the day, if we are going to be able to have what I would imagine is a matrix that has all the questions down the left-hand side and all the city wards along the top with a total on the far right. If we're going to do that, we kind of have to think about each one of the city wards as its own survey and its own location.
And that's exactly where I'm going with this. And I'm thinking and I'm looking at David Riggleman as I really think about this, because each one of us have our own electronic media, right? Whether it's our website, whether it's our newsletters, Facebook, Twitter, and sending, say for instance, a general questionnaire out to our followers within our districts, and basically, just over time, spend, 3 months having our staff to basically really work it to get that number, that threshold that you talk about, and see if in fact we can attract our residents to answer those questions electronically, which will be a cost savings measure for the city, for just as, you know, our constituents respond to us now. And so I believe that we have the technology to really drive home the message, number one, and to receive the same response if in fact we really push it out there. Because I would really be interested to find out, you know, from my residents as to what they would like to see in the parks, what they would like to see eliminated from the parks, the public safety, the perception issue of safety in the parks, because those are things that truly make up the essence of quality of life for residents, and how in fact we can improve our parks moving forward to make sure that those amenities are in place that will attract them to come out and continue to utilize that public setting.
Sure. Look, Madam Mayor, with your permission, just a quick response. I would always encourage you to reach out to your constituents in any way, form, to try and get that type of information. I think it'd be incredibly helpful, and I'd be willing to share any of the questions we did or how we draft them or look at whatever you want to do. The only thing that I would caution you about is the difference between what you're talking about and what we did is that there is a little bit of a science behind it that's important, and that is that we randomized the people that responded. If you have people that are specifically on the list that you have, or Councilman Coffin has a list specifically of the folks that he routinely communicates with or have communicated with him, either way, then we're only getting responses among people that are actively engaged with their council person in terms of communication. I would just want to be cautious about biasing any type of survey among only people that are engaged at that level. There's a lot of people that live in the city. A whole lot of them aren't willing to drop an email or pick up the phone or, you know, have that type of conversation. And I just would always want you to have that in the back of your mind, that we need to be careful about ensuring that we're getting a representative sample of each ward or the city as a whole, no matter what we do in terms of deploying that survey.
I can appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out for Councilman Barlow's benefit that Ward 6 is less like Disneyland and more like Wonderland.
That gets my vote.
His ego is bigger than his name.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
if I
please.
just might say something, I do agree with honing it in more on the individual parks. That's what I would think. I have a ward that has All-American Park, and the problems there are far different than in Dexter Park or Baskin Park. And I really appreciate our Parks and Recreation Department coming forward. When we were talking about improving Dexter and Baskin, we met with individuals twice, you know, once in the daytime, once at night. And I think they did a great job in that. But I do know that those problems are much different than the others. So that's why I believe in honing more in on the individual park than the individual ward. And if I might say, I don't know if 6 is Wonderland or Disneyland, but I do know that forever since I've been here, Ward 2 has been Camelot. And I just love Camelot.
Okay, let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. Aguero. You are forever the local statistician throughout the state. You should be throughout the country. You do great work, and we appreciate it. And Aaron, Jace, thank you for working tediously through this among your other many duties.
Madam Mayor, could we get a hard copy of what he showed us? Thank you.
Show you the full survey too. It's in a booklet.
And good
I'd love
times
to
for
have that.
Mr. Hacker.
Thank you.
Good times. You've done great work, and so continue to go with it. Thank you, Mr. Riggleman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, for the record, I'm David Riggleman, Communications Director for the city. As Tim mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, it was very important that his department and my department work together to create an effective marketing plan for the Parks and Recreation Department for the city. As you all know, and I think you're keenly aware, the most effective marketing campaigns really begin with effective research. Because once you do the research, and like with companies like Jeremy's, you then can take a structured business approach to the marketing plan. The research gives you a roadmap, if you will, as to what you should say and who you should be saying it to. Now, understanding that we could do a lot more research, we could drill down in each one of the 6 wards, that is something that certainly we'll look at down the road. But the plan as we've come up with it now is at least it's a good place to start. Based on the research that Jeremy helped us put together, we feel like we're beginning from a good location to begin our marketing efforts to bring people into our city programs. Now, I should say right up front that when it comes to marketing, the city does not have the budget of MGM Resorts on marketing. We have a very modest budget. I'm almost embarrassed to tell you it's only about $75,000 for paid advertising, and that compares to the millions of dollars that major companies spend on advertising. But we have some other things, other tools at our disposal that are very effective. We have Channel 2. We have our social media team growing our followers day after day after day. We have our parkees. So we have an opportunity to market our programs, not just using the traditional advertising route, but also using the tools that we have here at the city to market our programs. All right, so where did we start in all of this? I think you got the sense that our team, Erin and Jace, we should say Erin joined our team about a year ago. She brings an excellent resume with her when it comes to marketing. We're very happy to have her on the team. Jace, the rest of our team worked with Tim and his crew really with the purpose of doing this. How can we raise awareness of our parks and its programs and bring more people through our doors? And you know, I laugh, doors probably should be in quotes there because parks don't have doors and neither do the fields, but you get the idea. We want to bring people into the fold here. So where did we begin? Well, one of the things based on Jeremy's research that we saw, you know, we needed to create a brand for Parks and Rec. Things at Mirabelli were done a little bit differently than at Doolittle, than at Veterans, than at Centennial Hills. So what we wanted to do is create a brand around our Parks and Rec department that would apply across all the wards so that people see it, they'll know, that's a City of Las Vegas program. It's something I want to look into because I know it's going to be quality. So one of the things that we looked at right off the bat is we did a brand exercise, and I think you'll find this very interesting. A brand exercise, which Erin led, is basically where you go through a process to determine what is it that we want to communicate to the public about our department, in this case Parks and Rec. Well, the words that we came up with were fun, community, value, and safety. And that's one of the things that you talked about with Jeremy. Those were the key things. You know, with Southwest Airlines, they've gone through this. Their brand is on time, low fares, and fun. Well, we did the same kind of exercise here, and these were our words: fun, community value, and safety. We also, in creating our brand, wanted to use a color exercise. This is where you take words that you want to describe your organization, which you're trying to accomplish, and associate those words with colors that match up with them. So, for example, trust was important to us. Blue is the color that associates with it. Sustainable, green. Passionate, red. Of course, going back to fun, yellow. So, knowing all of that, this is what the team created. And again, using Jeremy's research to help identify the key things that would be part of this brand. Now, I want to say that we didn't create a new logo. The logo of the city is still the same. It's our city seal, which is right behind you, Mayor. That is going to be prominent in all of our departments. But we wanted to make sure that we could differentiate Parks and Rec from the other 16 departments here at the city. So when people see this, again, they're going to know this is a city program. It's a city Parks and Rec program that we're talking about. So our tagline is Discover the Fun. We have a domain location here. This will take people right to the Parks and Rec page on the city's website. As Jeremy indicated, how do people mostly want information about our programs and our classes? How do they sign up? On the web, primarily on the web. Now, we understand that not everybody is tech savvy on the web these days, so we still have that good old-fashioned phone number, 702-229-PLAY, that people can call. And again, you'll see this if you go to Mirabelli, at Doolittle, Centennial Hills, out at Durango Hills, wherever you might be, East Las Vegas, Veterans. This will be the brand to tie all of those facilities together as one for the city as opposed to fragmented across. And again, Erin and Tim's team did a great job in working with the research and in formulating the brand.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask, could we go back? I'm just trying to understand this. If your colors are representing trust and passion, well, you haven't got passion in there.
Yes, ma'am, we do. It's red right at the top, and see, it's like the Las
It
Vegas
looks
sign.
like orange.
See,
I
the
thought
red-
that
the
might
red's-
be red, but it looked
Yeah.
a little orangish. So you can go off color a little bit, evidently.
Well, you know, keep in mind, this is a PowerPoint, and maybe not quite exactly to the colors as we'd like to have it.
And
when
what
we
is
go out.
the middle circle? Is that someone going down a slide?
Yes, and see, that goes back, and Councilwoman, I'm going to hit on that. It basically goes back to Jeremy's research. It was the things that people tended to want to use the most. So we tried to have, we have fields on there, playgrounds. Remember, playgrounds was at the top of the list.
Right,
and our
right.
aquatics programs.
So you
we
have two
tried to-
aquatics, are basically one pool. Okay, I'm interested in this because we've gone through this with the medical, in the medical school. And the
Aaron worked
medical-
with your team on that as
Right.
well. Exactly.
So I'm just learning all of this. So thank you for taking the
No,
time.
no worries, Councilman. And again, it wasn't something that we just picked out because we just liked the images. It all related back to Jeremy's team and his research.
Right.
What is going to connect with people the most? What are they the most interested in?
Well, I'm glad because we use blue in the medical district, and that's trust. so
Exactly,
that's good.
Councilwoman, exactly.
Thank
That's
you
a good one. Good
for
choice.
helping me
Good choice,
learn.
Aaron.
Dave?
Yes,
Councilman.
please.
Mayor, through you.
Yes, please.
David, I really like the marketing plan as well as the promotional plan, and maybe you'll get to this, and if you are, then I'll wait to hear from you. But as we move forward and roll these out into all of our Parks and Rec locations, I can actually see some formal banner that looks like this outside of all of the facilities. And I don't know if that's something that you can or you are going to work into your budget moving forward, but I think that would be a great opportunity to have a banner at the entrance, so that as residents come through the door, they recognize this, or on a pole, or of what have you, so they recognize it to be a City of Las Vegas location, so that when they see it on other periodicals or other leaflets, that it's an assimilation. So I'll just leave it at that, but I can actually see this being a very prominent banner, flag opportunity to bring that awareness as well.
Councilman, you're spot on. That's exactly the intent, is that when people see this, no matter where it is, in print, on television, wherever it might be, that they connect immediately with City of Las Vegas Parks and Rec. And obviously in our centers, too, we want to reinforce that. And we're going to talk about that. A lot of our people that we're going to market to are the people who are already using our facilities. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment.
And one last thing, 229 Play. I really like that.
Clever, right?
That is very clever. And whoever extension you took, you need to thank them for allowing you to take over their extension.
Aaron and Jace left no obstacle in their way, so they took care of it. So, and again, working with Tim's folks.
Okay, please proceed.
All right, ma'am. So what do we want to accomplish with the marketing plan? Really, I think it almost goes without saying, but it's to introduce or reintroduce people to the Parks and Recreation Department using the research, not just something that we thought we should focus on, but identifying what we saw in the research, to bring more people in and to create a sense of community. The city's core purpose is building community to make life better. So this ties right to the core purpose. In addition, we know that when people participate in our programs, there are a myriad of benefits: health, giving youth positive things to do, on creating an image of our city. All of those things play into the importance of people participating in our programs. So where to focus? Where do we begin? Well, again, all of this relates back to Jeremy's research. What did he tell us? The key areas where people wanted to use our parks, they wanted to sign up for classes, and they were interested in participating in some form of sports. You saw baseball, soccer right at the top of those. So again, understanding that we need to hear more from each of the individual wards, but for the time being, to get this thing off the ground, this is where our focus will start. Councilman Barlow, to your question, we're really going to take a two-pronged approach here. An external campaign where we try to draw in non-users, people who aren't using our facilities. This will be a lot of purchased media, things like that, using Channel 2, social media perhaps. And then an internal campaign. And Councilman, this speaks to what you asked about. This is marketing to people who are already using our facilities. We have scores and scores of people who use our community centers, who use our parks, who use our walking trails. We want to be able to market to them, tell them about other programs that we offer. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we plan to do that.
And if I might, Mr. Riegelman, one of the things that I see, that I know this is the first step, but the social benefit of interaction with the rest of the community is so critical, because so many people live in a little cocoon, don't have an opportunity to engage in communication with other people at all ages. And
Exactly,
so the
Mayor.
social benefit of community is very important at some point when you get out.
Sure, and I think Jeremy touched on this too. People's impression of a community is often based on the parks. People don't even use the parks, they think they're great. It's the impression that people have of their community. If you think that Las Vegas is a great place to live, then you're going to tie back to the fact that you think we have good facilities, good parks, good programs, good community centers.
Right.
Mayor, through
Yes,
you.
sir.
Going back to Jeremy's point, when he mentioned that we have to be careful in regards to identifying those individuals that are already associated with the city government, and looking for, I guess, more so individuals that have not or don't interact that much with the city. Utilizing the Safe Key programs or other programs that already exist inside of the recreational facilities, to include, the council through our neighborhood meetings, different things like that, as far as identifying the number of people that we're trying to reach, I think will also be helpful in that regard, because I think we'll be able to really reach that number or supersede that number that we'll need in order to identify the folks that we're trying to take surveys. And another idea that came to mind was as far as kiosks inside of the recreational facilities, and allowing those that come in as users to take the survey, I don't know, on a kiosk or a computer or what have you, in order to really get them engaged and get them to take that survey, because I think that would be very helpful in how, in fact, we identify individuals, whether they be through print or electronic.
Right. Councilman, that's exactly right. That's one of the last points I was going to make today, is we are going to do surveys over the next 9 to 12 months as this program rolls out, because it'll help us know, are we being effective at bringing people into our programs by our messaging? Do we need to adjust it? Are we hitting it right on the head? How effective are we being? And we'll learn that through doing our own surveying as the program rolls out over the next several months. Mayor, moving on, so again, the two-pronged approach, internal and external. As far as the external campaign, we're going to focus on the things that Jeremy talked about in the research. They're not in the exact order. Remember, playgrounds was at the top, but all of these items on here, walking trails, running trails, dog parks, splash pads, playgrounds, picnic and open space areas, all were at the top of the list. That's what people use the most. So obviously we want to start our marketing campaign focusing on the availability of these things, telling people that they're available to them, help them find out where they are and how they can be a part of it. As far as the classes, you saw nearly half the people that signed up for a class signed up for some type of an aquatics class, some type of swimming class. So we're going to make sure that we market swimming and the aquatics program heavily, because you can see that people at all ages, adult, children, seniors, with those with special needs, the adaptive program, we want to make sure that all of those folks have an opportunity to participate and know about our classes, especially when it comes to aquatics. Sports, you saw the top sports were baseball, soccer, flag football, gymnastics. Councilman, I'm sorry about pickleball. We'll keep an eye out for pickleball, though. But initially, we're going to focus on letting people know of the availability of these sports. I think one thing that's important is that through the city, you can participate in these sports at a very reasonable cost. You don't have to join an expensive club team, baseball or soccer, to participate. You can play these sports. Perhaps you can't afford a club team. Perhaps you don't know if your youngster is really going to be that committed or that interested. This is a great way to get started, kind of get their feet wet in the sport a little bit. So these are the sports that we'll concentrate on initially. Internally, and Councilman, this goes back to what you were asking about, we have so many folks that visit our centers, visit our parks, use our trails. What we want to do is let them know about the things that we have going on at the city that they may not be familiar with. This could start off something as simple as posters in our community centers, but what we envision is that down the road it would be signage in our parks, permanent signage. Permanent signage maybe at a trailhead that blends in nicely with the environment around it, similar to what you might see out at Red Rock, to let people know about the different programs that we have. Things like park reservations, summer camps, fitness memberships, back to school, tutoring, field trips. Again, these folks are already using our facilities, so if we got their attention, why not speak to it? And Councilman, that's what you're saying. It's an opportunity also to survey them, to talk with them. They're already interested because they're using our facilities. We don't want to miss an opportunity to communicate with them, both letting them know and then hearing from them. And then, of course, we can also do things that relate to timeliness. Using our internal campaign, we can talk about things like right now Black History Month, or the Spring Festival out at Floyd Lamb Park, Corporate Challenge, disability awareness, things that are happening in the here and the now or in the near future that people may not be familiar with at all. It's a great opportunity to take our chance to tell them, hey, these programs are going on in the next week or two. Did you know you might want to participate? So finally, here we go. Councilman, this really hits to what you had asked before. As we wrap up the program, every effective marketing campaign, we want to survey folks as to how effective we've been. Are we hitting the mark? Is our messaging bringing people into the facilities? For example, how did you hear about this program? Did you hear about it through advertising? Did you hear about it through social media or through Channel 2? How did you learn about that? And then what we want to do is adjust accordingly. If we're hitting the mark, we'll keep doing that. If we're really not hitting it, then we're going to change course a little bit to make sure that we're getting those messages out there and bringing people into the programs. So, Mayor, that really concludes my presentation. Tim, Jeremy, and I would be happy to answer any additional questions that you might have.
It's wonderful, and it's wonderful to be in this technological age so that we can really communicate quickly with our constituents, and especially that now we have this little embryo that's going to do nothing but build and do better for us. So thank you all very much. I think everybody had an opportunity. Nope. He's going to boast again, I feel.
I'm not. Well, I might. I might boast one more time.
Yeah, I knew it.
Mr. Garrow's, one of his previous slides, I noticed of all the people that you pulled, not one came back as horseback riding, or was that in the other category as well? Because, you know, I think we only have one city park that actually allows and encourages horseback riding.
I think that's right.
Floyd Lamb
Park, Julie Springs, that's right. It's the only one, isn't it?
Might it be out in Ward 6?
Miles of trails.
Might it be out in Ward 6?
Yeah, it'd be the Ward 6.
Only.
Just thought I'd bring that up. So, Mr. Garrow, thank you. Did you get any responses like that, or do you know?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the others, because sometimes we got people that wrote in something specific to them, like I talked about before. I'm pretty sure that was there. I'll look at it and get back to you.
I say that, you know, as Southern Nevadans, I think that horseback riding would be far more epic than pickleball. Just pointing that out.
I have no comment about that. Thank you.
Thank you again for your, all of you, for your report, and our team backup. Well done. And I'll entertain a motion, even though we don't need it, to accept the report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Move to accept the report.
Thank you. There's a motion. Let's please vote on that. Yes?
To work.
Oh, okay. So undo that.
You're not agended for action like you were on the other two reports, so let's not take a motion.
Okay, well, we'll table that motion. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you again. Thank you. And agenda item 24, hearing and discussion of possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against CNC Vegas Groups, Inc., DBA Paradise Spa, 2120 Paradise Road, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, and Lucy Liu individually and as an officer of CNC Vegas Groups, Inc., for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is Ward 3 in Councilman Coffin's ward. I thought it was in your ward. And then one.
She was there before. She's now out of there.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay, so.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Curtis, Deputy City Attorney.
How are you? Good morning.
On behalf of the city, and with me, I believe, Karen Dudlesworth.
Son.
She's now with me. She's now with me.
Duddleston.
Duddleston.
Right.
Excuse me. Your Honor, we have This is on for a hearing. Council approved it for a hearing at the last meeting on a revocation, a disciplinary complaint on the revocation of the Paradise Spa's license doing business as CNC Vegas Group, Inc., and a certain Lucy Liu. 2 days ago, I conferred with Ms. Liu over the phone. She had a personal representative in my office here at City Hall, and we reached an agreement, a business license surrender agreement, that she has signed and faxed to me late yesterday. And I'd like to read the terms of that agreement into the record if I could at this time.
Okay, please do so.
Okay. Dispensing with the prefatory comments, the substance of the agreement is as follows. Lucy Liu individually and as sole owner and operator of CNC Vegas Group, Inc., hereby agrees to execute and return this signed agreement to the City Attorney's Office no later than Wednesday, February 4th, 2015 at 9 a.m. Respondents Lucy Liu and CNC Vegas Group, Inc. hereby agrees to voluntarily surrender their business license number M03-00077. In exchange for her execution of this agreement and her surrender of her business license and the closing of her business no later than at noon, February 13th, a week from this Friday, the City of Las Vegas hereby agrees to dismiss the complaint for disciplinary action, dismiss all fines and assessments, and waives all sums owed by Lucy Liu individually and the Paradise Spa and CNC Vegas Groups, Inc. to the City of Las Vegas. Upon proof of the surrender of her business license and physical closing of the business known as Paradise Spa, the City hereby agrees to dismiss this complaint for disciplinary action and all fines and penalties against her. She has signed it. Paragraph 8 indicates she must return it to me by this morning, which she did. It was faxed to me last night. And then the final paragraph, paragraph 9, in the event the respondents do not surrender their business license and or close the business by noon Friday, February 13th, 2015, the respondents hereby stipulate and agree that said license and business operation will be revoked and the business will be closed without further action by the City Council. Now, Your Honor, we understand that only the City Council can formally revoke the license. We're in good faith. I negotiated this to give her just 10 more days to close the business, and if she doesn't, we should put it on the next agenda, for a formal revocation. In the meantime, I think it's appropriate to simply hold it in abeyance and see if she complies with the terms of the agreement.
I'm sure others have questions, but why isn't the business closed immediately with the violations of the license? Why, just of knowledge, why are we giving someone who's been in clear violation, has several violations here stacked up, why are we giving them another 9 days or whatever?
You're right, Your Honor. There's 40, I think I counted them, 43, Karen, 43 separate violations. All I can say is she finally made an effort to contact me and said, I will voluntarily surrender and close the business if you will give me 10 extra days. And I agreed to do that pending, of course, the council's approval.
So it was a request made to you and you just went ahead before? Obviously, we have to vote on this.
Yes.
So if I may, Ms. Duddleston, could you please give your expertise and tell us what your recommendations are on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. We've been working on this case for about 2 years. Our number one goal is to see this business, all of its advertising, websites, those sorts of things closed down. As always, we want to work with everybody we can to do that as quickly and easily as we possibly can. We believe on this agreement, if it goes forward and everything is closed, we'll be working over this next week to be out there on a regular occasion to make sure everything is completed within that time frame, and we will honor that. We would request that you would hold this in abeyance so that if that does not happen on the schedule that Ms. Liu has stated that we will be back before you, and our recommendation will be revocation and the civil penalties that we've recommended.
But in these 9 preceding days, what is to preclude more violations from happening? Are we going to have Metro officers stationed there to make sure that they're not continuing on with what is
Under the agreement that's been negotiated, as I understand, I'll let the city attorney answer, that she can continue to operate during that time frame. Our officers will definitely be out there on a regular basis to observe what is happening, and our understanding is that her representative will be contacting us by Tuesday so that we can observe the closing of the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we will be contacting the landlord today and making him aware of this, and that all business activity must cease by noon on that day.
So she, in fact, is leasing the facility.
Yes.
And to this point, through process and procedure, the owner has never been notified that this has been going on for 2 years?
Yes, the owner has been notified of the property.
Yes.
Yes, we have in the past spoken to the owner of the property. It is not his business. It is a lease. We will be speaking to him because the complaint that we have before you is to have this business be declared a public nuisance. And if he has a public nuisance on his property, and if anything continues, if Ms. Liu attempts to sell this business in these 10 days or pass it to someone else and they believe they can continue to operate this type of business in this manner that it has been, we would not only be concerned about the business, but the property owner having a public nuisance at that location. So that is one of our tasks, and it will be done immediately to contact that owner and let them know the action that was taken today, and that this item will be back before you in 2 weeks.
And one last question before I turn it over. Is that owner local or out of state?
The property, the owner of the real estate is local, I believe.
I believe it is local.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman?
What I don't understand is that this is a woman who's not just been involved with this location. There have been other locations in the city. We've gone through this before with her, and we've had to take a long time to go through. We had a sting operation, in fact, to get one finally closed. I don't know why, if with her past history, her obvious personal connection with all of this, we just don't shut it down. Why don't we just shut it down? Why are we doing a favor for someone who has done a disfavor to us, not only in Ward 2, in Ward 1, and probably other places? This is what I don't understand. Why not just say, oh, you know, do it? This is what we legally have to do. Is it to save money someplace? Or? And I want to tell you one other thing I worry about is when we get these backup materials, sometimes it will show that they're accused of something, and then it will say dropped. And when we look at it, we think dropped because maybe there was lack of evidence. But if this were on her record, it might say dropped, and it's just because we said, okay, we'll let you do it yourself without taking the penalty part of it.
If I may, Your Honor, I would like Councilwoman Tarkanian, excuse me. I'll explain my thinking on the thing. It's true, business license has been trying to, this is an ongoing violation every day. They're using, this is a personal theory, but I think the facts can back it up. They're using this location sort of as a kind of an on-call bordello, basically. You know, people look on the internet, see that there are services available, make a massage appointment.
Now,
and
if
then,
I may interrupt you there, you're saying it's your thought, or is this proven?
well, I think if you read the entire record from Metro.
I did. Well, I read what was submitted.
Yeah, so it's, they're not open all the time. They just open sporadically through, most of the time later at night. When people come, they're there, then they close up, and then they open up again. So it's not an ongoing.
What I'm saying is, I know you're making your statement, which is partially what you think, but is there in fact, which seems to be the backup of the fact that this is in fact has happened on an ongoing basis?
Your Honor, again, for the record, Karen Develston, Business Licensing. What we have convictions for arrests of prostitution. We have an owner and staff at that location that have pled NOLO to arrests for solicitation and prostitution. We have 71 incidences of failure to comply with the City of Las Vegas massage code over the last 2 years.
Okay, so the facts are there, it's proven, it's not, this is just a supposition, the facts are in, that, okay.
And the fact is also in the record that they do not, the lights aren't always on. They just come on sporadically when they have business to transpire there. So my thinking was as follows. It's an ongoing violation. There's manifest that this place needs to be closed down. It has been for some time. We're all prepared. Karen and her staff have been extremely cooperative. Metro's been very cooperative, gave me all the ammunition I needed to get them closed down today. We were set for the hearing today. 2 days ago, I get contacted. She says she's going to ask a representative to come to town to speak with me. I said, fine. I listened to her tell me that she's got cancer, a lot of sobbing on the phone. She's talking on a speakerphone. I'm talking to a representative. She agrees in that conversation to voluntarily surrender her license and close the business up for good. And under the circumstances, I thought we could save the city and everybody a lot of time and trouble if I get this agreement signed. I did it on the spot, basically on Monday afternoon, just to basically save us the aggravation and save her in a good faith way to just get it done voluntarily rather than, forcing it down her throat. And I thought 10 more days wouldn't make a difference since it's been about 3 years we've been trying to do this.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you. And it's Mr. Curtis, John Curtis?
Yeah, Mr. Curtis, yes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Curtis. And I appreciate the work that you've done to get us to this point. And I really appreciate business licensing as well as Metro for the backup information that they've been able to provide us as well. Having been on this council and having gone through multiple meetings as it relates to this particular applicant, and having an opportunity to have gone through and highlighted the confidential backup material, this isn't someone that I want operating in my city, period. And for that, I am not going to support your recommendation as to this individual having until next week to close up the business, because the business should have been closed up yesterday. In addition to that, I know, having also been a part of this council for many years, that when we do this type of delay, businesses sell, other illicit things happen in the meantime, and I believe that it now has become a public safety issue, because this isn't the type of activity that I want represented in the city in which I have an opportunity to help legislate. So as far as my vote is to direct staff to close them down today, because they have no place in the city of Las Vegas to call themselves a business and operating in this respect. It's not pointed at you, Mr. Curtis, right? Because you have a job to do, and I respect your job. But we also have a job to do, and that's to protect the integrity, the fabric, and the brand of the city of Las Vegas, in which Mr. Jeremy Aguero, Tim Hacker, and David Riggleman talked about in regards to the branding. We have a brand to support, and that brand exists right here behind us. And when people do things illicitly to basically take the privileged license that we provide in good faith, because they come before this dais and the legislative body and sell us a story that they are going to be an upstanding business operator in our community. And when we find out otherwise, specifically when we have pounds and pounds of material to say otherwise, we have to take action. And we have to take action swiftly and immediately. And so my position today is that we hear this today so that we can have a clear and distinct record of what has transpired, so that the applicant don't walk away with, in your words, Mr. Curtis, fees waived, fines eliminated, and penalties eliminated. That's a favor. What has this operator done to hold up our brand and our privilege license? Why are we negotiating with someone who has done a disservice to our brand, our city, right? It's not a question. Let me just finish, right? I'm not asking a question. I'm just basically giving you the backdrop of where I am. Because I'm only one vote, and I don't know how this item is going to go, and I know it's in Councilman Coffin's area, but I'm just sharing with you my thought process as it relates to the seriousness of how I take the licenses in which I vote on, giving you why I'm going to vote no in regards to your recommendation. And so therefore, anyone that's looking to do business in the city of Las Vegas, as long as I'm sitting here, will be doing business the appropriate way of conducting business. And by all definitions of appropriateness, this does not meet the smell test. And so once again, I want to thank the Business License Department, Metro, and your office, of course, for bringing this forward. But I am not supporting this business staying open another minute.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Okay, let's
Your Honor.
turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Well, Your
please.
Honor, I need to ask you, and this is a point of order for council to give us some advice on. Before I express an opinion on this, I need to know if we have to open a hearing, if we in fact have to make sure we don't step all over ourselves. We're talking about a business license revocation here.
Mr. Steed, can you
And there is a
respond to
procedure we have
Councilman?
to follow, and we have to be careful not to prejudice a hearing if there is going to be one. Now, there's been one noticed, and I need to make sure that we don't go overboard and then all of a sudden face a legitimate charge
Okay.
that we made up a decision before we heard the evidence.
Councilman, if I may, let's ask Mr. Steed for a comment on that, please.
Let me ask Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, is it your understanding that the licensee knew that that the council might proceed even in their absence today? That the absence is not because they were told not to be here, but because they had indicated no interest in coming anyway?
They indicated no interest in being here. Yes, they was not. They knew it was on. We have in-hand service. We had them served properly within the time frame at their place of business. So we have them physically served with it. They know it's on. They were not going to be here. So, Mr. Steed, I think you and I are probably thinking the same way.
Let me indicate to the council then that there are obviously a lot of choices here. One choice would be to make a motion, for someone to make a motion to follow the recommendation of Mr. Curtis. If that fails, or if nobody makes that motion, then the hearing would be opened, some evidence would be presented, and the hearing has to be held at some point if you're not going to take the negotiation. At the close of that hearing, if the decision was made to revoke, an order would have to be prepared, and that order would have to be served on the licensee, and then, and only then, could the revocation become effective. So your choices are at least two. You could also hold an abeyance for the hearing to be held later, but those are at least two choices: to hold the hearing today or to follow staff's recommendation.
Or is there no opportunity in listening to just what Councilman Barlow say to make a motion to close it down today?
But I think we're trying to avoid that.
Well, you're not going to close it down without evidence. And so some prima facie, and to use a lawyer term, some evidence of a justification for revocation has to be presented. You can't just do it.
Okay.
Your Honor, he's answered my point of order in such a fashion that I feel compelled we either have a motion, which if it fails, then we move to hearing. I think that's a good idea. I will not vote for a motion to immediately close it down. I think we all know what the conclusion might be, but let's have let's do it right so we don't mess up and have to do it again and again, or incur legal expenses beyond what we already have.
Okay. And your motion, therefore, is?
I'm not going to make a motion to not accept. I'm going to wait and see. And since Councilman, I don't know if Councilman Barlow has a motion in mind, I'm not going to.
And we have a question here
I
from...
want to make sure that everybody has their say.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem has a question or a comment.
Just want to make sure we don't say too
Val,
much.
if we hold the hearing today and we vote to revoke the license, how long does it take to notice them and actually close the business down?
I don't know how long it will take in this case. The typical number is 2 or 3 days. The order gets prepared. It has to be served. There may be some difficulty in serving this one. I don't really know, but...
There will be.
Okay, so if we hold a hearing, it could take up to 10 days to shut the place down anyway, so why not just take the negotiation?
That was kind of my thinking.
Right, that's
because
what I'm hearing you say. So
Thank you.
My opinion is we take the negotiation, the place is going to be shut down in 10 days, it's going to take that long anyway, so that's my opinion.
And I know Mrs. Duddleston went back to pick up a lot of books, so did that mean you have something else to give us, please?
No, Your Honor, just wanted to be prepared with the complaints and the evidence should you require them.
Okay,
Mayor?
thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, my concern moving forward is what Mr. Curtis has presented before us today is a negotiation where fines and penalties would be waived in lieu of turning in the business license, which does not place the business owner on the record for the allegations that has come before this body. And so therefore, if in fact we accept this recommended deal today, the owner can come back in 6 months from now and ask for another privilege license because nothing would have been on the record to basically justify a show from a point of evidence where this person should not have a privileged license in the city of Las Vegas. And so unless we go through the process of identifying and placing on the record and actually doing a revocation, then this individual will not have an opportunity in the future to come back before this body. And that's the direction I'm going in. So therefore, I'm not accepting the plea because I want to go through the entire process, even if that means allowing this individual organization to company to remain open until we get back to the point of this council of making a decision to revoke, which could be 10 days, 14 days, 21 days. I want the individual on the record so that they can no longer come back before the city.
I would like to, I'm very concerned that there's been obvious criminal activity going on there. What in heaven's name are we saying to our city? You can carry on prostitution, and we're going to give you 10 more days. I find that very difficult for me to swallow here. I think there needs to be a padlock on it today. I don't know if legally, and as I look at another legal voice here, if in fact, what are we saying to the children here? What are we saying to our whole community? Go ahead, have another 10 days, and we're going to waive your fees, and you've been carrying on. How many offenses have we got recorded? You don't have to answer. We have a book. There's plenty of evidence. And we're saying, fine, commit your crimes, and we'll just let you ride this out for 10 days. So I heard from Mr. Steed. I know you feel pregnant with a comment here, Mr. Jervik.
No, I'm more than happy to just put my 2 cents worth in. If you continue this...
And who are you, please?
I'm sorry, Brad Jervik on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. If you continue this for 2 weeks for a hearing, you're going to get worse than 10 days. You're going to get 14 days with it open.
Are you listening? Wait, time out. We need to hear Mr. Jervik. Could you start all over without your name, please?
I'll be glad to answer any questions. And again, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just
No, but just say what you just said about it. It wasn't heard.
If you continue this for 2 weeks, you're going to have this place open for 2 more weeks at a minimum. And maybe beyond that, if they get a court order that if the council rules against them, now they'll have a record to challenge you on. One thing about the negotiation, it may not be perfect, but we negotiate things quite often this way, and you feel perfectly free to reject it. We don't vote. We just bring you the opportunity. This is an opportunity to settle this with absolutely no appealable issues. It's done. And that's the beauty of the negotiation. They have their 10 days, and they're done. And they won't be in district court. We won't have any uncertainty. They'll be over with. If that is not acceptable, that's perfectly fine as well, and we're more than happy to put the hearing on. But one of the consequences will be this. They will be open for 14 more days until the next council meeting. Then we'll have a hearing, and assuming you decide at that meeting, they will almost certainly, if they go through a hearing, appeal to district court. And I will ask district court to enjoin the city from stopping the closing of the building. So those are the alternatives. I just want you to know, if we have a hearing, I don't think it gets any better than this negotiation. At the end of the hearing, the worst that you're going to do, the worst for them, is revocation and maybe a fine. You're not going to get a fine here, but you're going to get revocation. and we thought when we negotiated that closing the business was really a priority. If we were wrong on that, I apologize, and we're more than happy to put the hearing on.
So what you're telling, I mean, I appreciate your comments, but what you're telling us is criminal activity for the next 10 days could continue.
No, it can't continue. I mean, they understand the risks
They
of
can
it.
use the building.
The building will be open.
The building will be open. They can do business there. And so when I was growing up in this country and you did something illegal, law enforcement came in and put a padlock on.
Well, today, the only way to do that is through a hearing and to have an actual finding by the council of a revocation. We can't today, no matter what, go put a padlock on it. No matter what, we can't shut it down. That's
Thank
just
you.
a
You've
given. That's
answered
just
my
a reality.
question.
I wish I could tell you we could, but we can't. But I can tell you this, given their history, and given what Metropolitan Police Department knows about them, and given what business licensing knows about them, I don't think you're going to find a less scrutinized business in Las Vegas than Paradise Spa between now and 10 days from now. I'm not going to say the police are going to be living in there for the next 10 days, but you can rest assured that given their history, it would take an awful lot for them to decide to engage in the kind of activity they did before. Future activity is not covered by this negotiation. If they decide to engage in acts of prostitution the next 10 days, they do so at their own peril. And if they do so, they'll be vigorously prosecuted by my office if they're caught.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilman.
if you will, a few more questions. The fines, what are the fines currently on this business? And I also want to know, what are the penalties on the business?
For the record, Business License Section Manager Mary McElhone. Right now, Lucy Liu has paid some of her fines and some of her reinspection fees. Basically, she originally owed $19,455 to the city. She has paid $10,857, so she has paid approximately 56% of her original fines. Right now, in our system, it shows that she owes close to $17,000, and that is mostly because of the interest and the doubling of the fines that have been left unpaid.
So, as for, Mr. Curtis, to you, so we're being asked to waive this $17,000.
Well, I'll let Mr. Gervais.
Through the
I'll say this,
negotiations.
You're never going to get that money. That money. She's an old Asian woman lives in California.
I don't care if
That
she's an
money's never
old black
coming.
woman, Mr. Curtis. I'm asking the question, you're asking this council to waive $17,000 of penalties and fees, right?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So a waiver of fees, penalties, and fines, and no record of the illicit activity, so therefore she's in good. Let me finish my question, and you can, then you can answer if you choose to. She can then go elsewhere and have no record of revocation, no record of the illicit activities for future operation purposes, whether it's in this jurisdiction or another jurisdiction. We're pretty much closing the book and saying that, you have a clean background.
I understand. I don't think that's exactly accurate. I know Metro's right behind me here. If this individual were to reapply in this county again, I can almost assure you that the Metropolitan Police Department will bring up every single act that has occurred here. We're not erasing the record that these charges didn't occur. We're not erasing the record that they engaged in bad activity. And if another jurisdiction is where she ends up landing, trying to reopen it, I would hope that their investigators would be as diligent as the Metropolitan Police Department. But if they're not diligent, they won't find it, and potentially she could open up again. But again, I am perfectly fine, my office is perfectly fine if you want to have a hearing. I'm just saying that the downside of this negotiation is a little bit illusory. As Mr. Curtis indicated, we would be waiving $17,500 in penalties and fines. This council does that every day on code enforcement issues. This is different than a code enforcement issue.
This is most definitely different than code
But at the
enforcement.
same time, I can tell you that if the fines stay in place, we will pursue it. It's against the company. It's not against the owner. the company will be dissolved and there will be nothing to collect. So I think it's illusory that we're going to get $17,500. I think giving that up, which we're probably not going to get anyway, and getting an absolute certainty on the closure without any district court appeals, knowing that the records of what happened will continue to exist in perpetuity, and anybody can find them if she tries to apply for another license. That's why we negotiated it this way. But again, you are the bosses. If you don't want to accept the negotiation, we're fine.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 24 on our agenda is properly posted for hearing and discussion for possible action. I now move that we commence the hearing for the revocation, disciplinary action against CNC Vegas Group's DBA Paradise Spa.
I'm just asking if all the allegations are true and correct.
And that's your motion?
Open it right now.
And that's your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a motion to proceed with the hearing now. And so please,
It's a straw
we're
vote.
going to do that as soon as we get a chance to vote. Some things are little things having a problem. I mean, our computer. An oral vote? How about we do that? Or raise a hand? Okay. The motion to have the hearing now has been made by Councilman Coffin. All in favor, please raise your hand. Unopposed? Motion carries unanimously. So that was posted ourselves. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager for the City of Las Vegas.
No, not Duddlesworth, Duddleston. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Duddleston, are you acquainted with the complaint for disciplinary action which has been filed in this matter?
The complaint that was received by the city clerk on December 31st?
Yes.
2014, yes.
Yes. Have you read all the allegations within that complaint?
Yes, I have.
Have you read all of the facts and files which are on file in this matter regarding the offenses committed by the respondents which gave rise to this complaint?
Yes.
Okay. Are all of those allegations true and correct?
Yes.
Are there are multiple allegations, are there not, in the complaint?
Correct.
Okay. How many in total?
Allegations?
In the complaint, how many allegations of wrongdoing are there? Are there 43 allegations of misconduct within the complaint?
Yes, I believe there are 43 allegations of misconduct.
Spanning the last 2.5 years?
Correct.
Okay. And there are also, within the complaint for disciplinary action, there are 4 incidents wherein pleas of nolo contendere to prostitution-related activities have occurred on this business site as run by the respondents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, Your Honor?
Any questions from council here? Any, no? So where are we?
No, excuse me, let me reopen for one thing. What is the total amount of fines that are owed? Defer to Councilman Barlow.
The total outstanding fines, penalties, and fees currently assessed by business licensing is $16,598.
Thank you.
And what is it without the penalties? Please, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Without, what was it, interest and?
Without penalties and interest, it's $8,598 that has been unpaid from the original assessed fines.
I'm sorry, I'm going to write it down for Councilman Barlow. $8,598. Okay, and that's without the penalties. Okay, thank you. Please, Councilman.
My questions are procedural here, but I want to make sure that the council and/or the owner of the business has been notified of this hearing, correct?
Yes.
And are they present to hear these complaints?
They are not, Councilman Coffin. I have in my file returns of service, in-hand service for both the CNC Vegas Group, Inc. at the registered agent for that corporation, and in-hand service, return of service for Lucy Liu, which was accomplished here in Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago.
And there have been verbal discussions so that this date was important to them, and they are knowledgeable that this was a potentially revocation.
Excuse me,
Thank
they
you.
they were fully aware of the date
Okay.
from the time it was set by the council over almost a month ago.
All right, thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to do is just take a 2-minute recess so I can find Councilman Barlow, because I think he needs to hear the commentary, and you're not leaving, are you, either? Okay, I mean, I know we sit here a long time, so sometimes you have to get up, but if you'll excuse me, 2 minutes.
Do you want this information brought up? We were in.
Okay, we're ready to proceed. So I think Councilman Coffin, yes, we went ahead with the hearing, and so now we're ready for a motion, I guess, on this?
Have we actually closed the hearing, Your Honor?
No, we haven't done that, but
Have we
is
asked
there
for,
commentary? Does it have to be public?
We actually should be
are we
asking for
public?
people to appear, shouldn't we?
Well, a procedure at this point, having heard the presentation, is it a public hearing now? Do we open it for that?
It is not a public hearing. It is literally like a mini trial. If the council has any questions, this would be the time to ask them.
Okay.
I have one more thing to submit. Hang on your mic. We will rest on your mic.
Okay, now wait 1 second. If you would repeat that, please.
John Curtis, Deputy City Attorney for the City of Las Vegas. One more thing to add, Your Honor. We will rest with the evidence we've presented and ask the council to accept as true and correct all of the factual allegations contained within the complaint, since the respondents have not appeared and are not opposing. Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from council?
Mayor?
Please.
Yes. Just for a point of clarification, because I asked a question in regards to the penalties and fees that were originally asked to be waived. And the information that was shared with me was $17,000. And so I want to ask that question again because I understand there possibly may be an adjustment in that number. And if so, I would like for that information to be brought forward before the record today.
Your Honor, if I might, again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Currently, the outstanding fees, including penalties and interest that have not been paid to business licensing for past violations of the massage code, it's $16,598. Of that $16,598, the original fines that have not been paid, excluding any interest, excluding any penalties that are in your code, is $8,598. The $8,598 is the amount that would have been due if they had been paid within the time frame specified in the code. Also in our recommendation, which was for revocation of this license, we calculated the amount of staff time in preparing the complaint, in re-inspections beyond what is normal and appropriate for business licensing, and the amount of that was $22,500, and we would ask consideration of additional civil fines to recover the city's costs in bringing this disciplinary complaint to the council.
And so that brings the total to
$31,098.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes,
ask a
please.
question? Now, that's the amount of money if she paid up, and from what you've all said, it seems to me you're saying that if we go after that money and do the revoking of the license today, it might cost us just as much as is owed us, or in fact, we may not get any of it because they're going to dissolve the business, and it's the business that's liable, not she personally?
Councilwoman Tarkanian, when I said she was an older Asian woman before, when I didn't finish the sentence, she claims to have limited understanding of the English language. She has moved to California. She no longer lives here. She will dissolve the Nevada Corporation. I think she works on a cash-only basis. The idea of pursuing this debt would hardly be worth the time and effort it would take to collect it.
But the other thing that we're concerned about, I think Councilman Barlow mentioned it, and I mentioned it also, is it going to be in the record then that nothing was done, or, you know, it was closed? Or will it show that there was a strong revocation, that it show that we did find all of this happening? And we can say, well, a good investigator should find that out. But oftentimes when materials come to us, it might say such and so did such and such on such a date, and then it says closed or dropped or something like that. So we often think it was dropped because there wasn't evidence. I think that's a major consideration. And even if she left California then, Nevada, to go to California, we're going to let her do this in California too?
Well, this will still be part of the record. If the council votes to revoke the license and impose the fine, that will be in the record as the fine she was assessed, with interest accruing in the normal course. I was just talking about actually commencing collection proceedings, trying to track her down and collect the money.
Okay, but what you're saying, if we did it the way you recommended originally, would that still be in the record?
You mean the stipulation, the agreement that we're...
Yes. That's why what I'm trying to say is I think the reason why Councilman Barlow and I had a concern, and mine wasn't even so much about the money, because I know legally it is going to be so expensive, the time and effort and all of that, and she knows the language, I think, very well for the business she's involved in, so she's going to use all kinds of things to get out of that. My concern was that there's a mark on her as she goes into future businesses so that people will know this revocation occurred for the reasons it occurred. That's the key thing to me.
That's correct. By going through this hearing process and making an actual finding, there will be one additional thing that you would not get with the negotiation, With the negotiation, there would always be a record of the complaint. That doesn't go away. There'd always be a record of the arrests. That doesn't go away. There'd always be a record of convictions. That doesn't go away. And there would always be business licensing records. They don't go away. The additional thing you get today with a hearing and an actual finding is that it wasn't a surrender of the license, it was an actual revocation.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Coffin, any other comments, questions here? Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you closed the hearing? Or are we still?
I will now. If there are no other comments, I will close the hearing then.
If there's nobody from the organization here, again, I look around, make sure no one is approaching us, so therefore I move that we close the hearing.
I think I just did close
Did you?
it. Yes.
Okay. Then I will move now. I have some comments to make on this motion, but I move now for the revocation of this license held by CNC Vegas Group's DBA Paradise Spa, 2120 Paradise Road, and Lucy Liu individually and as an officer of that company. I have some comments to follow if that makes sense, if that is in order, that motion.
Could you
Is
repeat that
complete and in
motion,
order?
please? I lost part of it.
Well, the motion is to revoke the license, to follow the recommendation of our business license staff for disciplinary action, which is revocation against CNC Vegas Groups, DBA Paradise Spa at 2120 Paradise Road, and Lucy Liu individually and as an officer of that group for violations of the municipal code.
Before you vote on that motion, is there any intent to include the fines in that?
I certainly would hope that all evidence presented, the findings by our staff and by the Metro Police Department be included in the record. I want to make sure that we're correct as far as form. I'm looking for counsel on that.
What he's asking is whether you want to impose a fine as part of the recommendation.
An additional fine?
In addition to the revocation, do you want to impose the fines that up to the limit that business licensing put on the record?
Yes, that is the intent.
So more clarification. That includes up to the 31 or 32,000 or up to the 17,000 or 16,000? When you say the fines, total?
Business licensing is recommending revocation of the privileged license, which would preclude Lucy Liu personally as well as the business from applying for another privileged license within the city of Las Vegas for 1 year, and for us to report disciplinary action was taken to any other office that inquired of us that this license was revoked, that there be that she be obligated to all of the current fines, fees, and penalties that she currently owes the city of Las Vegas, and that in addition, the city council impose fines against the business and Lucy Liu personally, which is what the complaint is for $22,500 to recover the actual costs incurred from the imposition of this disciplinary action, which is allowed under your current city code.
And can I ask one more item of clarification? So you have
Please.
the $22,000 fines to recover the city costs. You have revocation. I need the number on the record for the total fines and penalties, which I thought was
30-something thousand.
$31,098.
So if you wanted to include the maximum, Councilman, you'd make a motion?
In lieu of not having a prepared motion, I'm going to keep saying yes to include, and therefore that is. And should anything else come up, we'll include that too, but there's only so much blood in a turnip.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion.
I want to have a comment or two on this too, Your Honor.
Are we unable to have our motion?
Yes.
You
Now, on
ready?
the
It's
motion.
out there?
On the motion then, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
My comments are these, and I'm sure every other person might wish to comment. It is that we're not going to stop prostitution with this motion. This is in my neighborhood. John lives real close. John, you're a stone's throw away from this place. So we are, in the downtown, as in wards 1 and 3, a lot of us are in the crosshairs of a lot of illegal businesses. And yet the massage business is a good legal business. And I do this action not so much to punish a person for pursuing prostitution, because it is illegal and unstoppable, but also because we have to protect the massage business, the legitimate massage business. I remember having a massage once, and we had a discussion afterwards, and I asked, well, how do you avoid being confused with prostitution. And the lady said, we protect the sanctity of the table. I will do anything to protect the sanctity of the table. I'd never heard that before. But in fact, the table becomes their business. The table is something worth protecting, just as you would protect the storefront of a brick and mortar business of any kind. And it doesn't matter whether you're taking that table to a residence, a business, or operating a front business. That means, you know, they have an honorable business. And by taking action like this, we help establish that as a good business and not to be always in the shadows, because they've fought that for a long time. So that's really why we're at it. And I really do reinforce my comments on that. You can't stop prostitution with all the laws, fines, fees, and penalties against people. It will continue. It is our human primal instinct, and it will continue, and no matter what we do. So with that, that is my end of my comment.
Okay, thank you. There was a motion, and two have yet to vote, including yourself, Councilman Coffin, and Councilman Barlow.
I just sold myself.
Okay, would you please post? Carries unanimously. So, to reiterate, will there be a lock on the business today?
Well, I'll let Karen answer that. I don't know.
Your Honor, our standard procedure is that as soon as that order is prepared, signed by the mayor, filed with the clerk, it is given to us. We post it on the building. We post that the business has been closed by the City of Las Vegas. We will monitor that. We'll make sure that Metro is informed, and we will take any other further action in consulting with our attorneys as we move forward if those orders are not followed.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Yes, you have a...
May I, Your Honor?
Please.
According to our code, once an order of revocation is issued, takes place, it has to be a written order of the council, of course,
Right,
which will be
and
prepared
signed.
and signed.
Right.
And then the code provides for personal service upon the business and the person being revoked, unless the council provides otherwise. So I think there should probably be a subsequent motion to provide for some extraordinary way to enforce this, the order of revocation beyond the personal service. We probably still need to serve it, but I'll defer to Mr.
No,
Jervik
and
about
I
what
would
needs to be done.
certainly ask legal counsel here, because you have said innumerable times that this person is in California, doesn't respond. So what is our legal step here now? Another motion.
I'd recommend that you put in the order that the order is to be served on the business and the person unless they're not available within 24 hours. If they're not available within 24 hours, we'll tape the notice to the door. It'll serve as constructive service, and they can take whatever action they need to take from there.
Your Honor, I'll make the motion to that effect and instruct the clerk to please use the phraseology as expressed by our city council.
So there's another motion, please. There it is. Please vote, and then please post on this as well. And thank you, all of our attorneys. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Can I say something, Your Honor, about
Yes.
John Curtis? Because John is still new to the city attorney's office, coming from private practice. He deals in what is a really raw, bloody business. It's contact sport out there. And in fact, there are niceties amongst people. Wolves only will share their kill depending on how much meat there is. And so out here, we have politics enter into it too, John. So while you may have tried to work out a satisfactory deal to your colleague on the other side, if there was even an attorney on the other side, I understand perfectly well your interest in, frankly, trying to save us some money. Do that. That's always the best way for a lawyer to proceed.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Metro, and thank you, city staff, and thank you, our attorney's office. Appreciate it. I'm going to pull forward agenda item 27. They've been here since early this morning, and then we'll go back to 26. Agenda item 27 is R-3-2015, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Disposition and Development Agreement, the DDA, between RDA and LV Land Company, LLC buyer, for parcels located at 500 South Las Vegas Boulevard and 408 East Clark for the purchase price of $800,000 to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. This item is related to the RDA item this morning, 5 RA1-2015. So welcome back, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, for the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. This item is related to redevelopment agency item 5 from this morning. I would like to incorporate all of the comments made during that item. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. And representation, please.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing LV Land Company, LLC, and one of the principals, Frank Pancratz, is present as well, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. Any comments you'd care to make at this point? Okay, that was no, his bulbs weren't on. Please, Councilman Ross. Excuse
Mayor,
me,
I know
Councilman
what you mean. I know
Barlow.
what you
What
mean.
happened to Councilman Coffin?
Councilman Coffin ran to the back to grab a bite to eat, but I would go ahead and move for approval.
Thank you.
Subject to all conditions, and I know that Councilman Coffin is in support, so I'm trying to buy a little bit of time in case he's running back.
There he comes.
So, Councilman, I just made a motion, but go ahead and take over.
To approve?
Are you
All
okay?
right.
So he said that the motion can stand. So
Fine.
motion for approval, subject
There's
to
a
all
motion
conditions.
to approve on agenda item 27. Are we able to vote? There we go. Please vote and please post.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much.
Go forward. Conquer the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now we'll back up to agenda item 26, resolutions. This is R2 2015. This is a public hearing. And discussion for possible action regarding a resolution making written findings, approve the use of monies, providing notice and materials to the Commission on Tourism, and making conclusive determinations, all relative to a tourist improvement district, TID, for parcels in the Symphony Park of downtown Las Vegas, generally described as area bounded by Grand Central Parkway, West Bonneville Avenue, Las Vegas Premium Outlets Drive, and Grand Central Parkway, West Bonneville Avenue and the Union Pacific Railroad. These are Wards 1 and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Barlow, and Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Before I make my remarks, I would like to introduce two other speakers today. John Lambeth with Civitas is here and will be speaking briefly. Also, Zachary Sears, who is with Tourism Economics. Also with us today and not speaking but available should you have any questions is Kendra Follett, who is our bond counsel. This is a public hearing, as you mentioned, Mayor, for a tourism improvement district, and it's for using those funds, should it be approved, for building a new public parking garage in Symphony Park. My remarks will be focused around why are we doing this, what is the nature of the project, and also explain the exact action which you are taking today.
Mayor, could I just say something now?
Yes.
In what you're going to say, will you make it clear, is this, I know that we started talking about this garage long before we talked about a stadium for soccer. And at that time, there was a need noted for parking, and that has increased. Will you just tell me, is this connected to the stadium project, or is it not connected? If I vote on this, because I've made my views known that I am not for the stadium project, is that saying I want it for the stadium project, or am I voting to say, yes, we do need this for parking in Symphony Park?
Councilwoman, thank you. To answer your question, I will address that.
Okay.
We're focused today on a tourism improvement district, which is the funding vehicle that we're going to use to build a parking garage in Symphony Park. There is an indirect relationship to the proposed stadium. I'll cover that in my remarks, but it really is a separate action that we're taking today. Councilwoman, as you indicated, Symphony Park, we have some parking needs. This site plan here is probably difficult to read on the screen or on the overhead, but this is essentially an artist's rendering of our site plan for Symphony Park, also known as the 61 acres. As we know, the city acquired it some 15 years ago, and in December of 2005, we derived this plan, and this plan envisioned dense urban development, as much as 10 million square feet of new development. How much is ultimately developed in Symphony Park? We don't know. That was our vision. It was a bold and even at the time aggressive vision. We've gone through the downturn in the economy. We don't know if we'll achieve that vision completely and get that full amount of commercial development, but based on that amount of development, our consultants advised that for Symphony Park, just within this site map, we would need over 6,000 parking spaces. So in other words, a rule of thumb is for 10 million square feet, we need 6,000 parking spaces. If we were able to generate half that much, we need at least 3,000 parking spaces. And what this site map shows is, although everyone visiting Symphony Park now, to see a show at the Smith Center, or whether to go to a patient appointment or with a physician at the Cleveland Clinic, Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health, even though you go there today and you most likely park in a surface parking lot, when everything's built out, that is not going to be the finished condition of Symphony Park. In other words, we're going to have a lot of buildings and we're going to have a lot of parking garages. And one of the roles of an economic development agency and a redevelopment agency for a major city like ours is to try to deliver parking and work with our private partners to deliver parking to make sure that projects move forward. That's why we have a parking division. That's why you see our parking manager, Brandy Stanley, up here often. Parking is always an important component of trying to make projects work in a downtown environment. This illustration is just a schematic, but all of the boxes in red show where planned parking is currently planned to be built in Symphony Park. The next part of what we're doing is the Tourism Improvement District itself. That's why we're here today. This is a map of the area, and you see there it encompasses most but not all of Symphony Park. We've excluded the Smith Center for the Performing Arts because it's already built and open. And we've also excluded the stadium site. So you see there that trapezoid-shaped piece toward the top right of the area that's shaded in blue. The site, which is where the planned stadium is planned to be built, is not included in the TID. We also have the phase 3 of the Las Vegas Premium Outlets. And our thinking here is that this area has retail today. There's additional retail that's planned to open with the Premium Outlets. There's additional retail which is planned for Symphony Park. And one of the main needs of retailers is parking. If you were to ask any retailer, whether a restaurant, whether a clothing store, what is at the top of their list to pick a location, parking is going to be one of those items that is at or near the top of the list. In other words, I need to be able to get my customers to the front door. So that is the thinking and the thought process behind defining this area. This area in this map is actually part of our study that was provided by our consultant. So what is the project? We're proposing to use Tourism Improvement District funds to fund a public parking garage in Symphony Park that would contain at least 1,200 parking spaces. The City of Las Vegas, therefore, would build the garage, we'd own it, and we'd operate and manage it. So if there's any question in anyone's mind, what are we going to use the funds for? What is the public getting? That's the intent of this slide and these comments. The city is getting an asset, a public garage that we're going to own and manage. There is the potential, should there be excess TID funds after paying for the garage, to use for other off-site improvement costs related to the TID, the district, as well as the garage. Those include drainage costs. We have to build a box culvert parallel to the rail line. Includes roadways as well as pedestrian bridges. Pedestrian connections, as we've talked about on numerous occasions, is very important for Symphony Park. This is a conceptual, and you can see my artist illustration, my yellow arrows here. The arrow on the left hand of the map, or the southern end of the map, is actually where our bridge exists today. We connected 500 Main Street garage to the western side of the rail line, and there's a landing there which spills you into Symphony Park, essentially at the back door of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. The other two arrows are planned pedestrian bridges. We have potential funds identified for those. Potentially, we might need more funds, but this shows that what we're doing as a city is infrastructure. A parking garage in an urban environment is infrastructure. A pedestrian bridge is infrastructure. That's what cities do. That's what cities do best. And so this is part of the global solution on trying to support new retail development in Symphony Park and get visitors to be able to come in and out of Symphony Park. We think there are a lot of benefits to the community here. There's a need for additional parking in Symphony Park, which I briefly touched on. We're using public funds to fund a public asset. Other tourism improvement districts in the state of Nevada have used these public funds to fund a private asset. The law actually doesn't restrict us or force us to use those TID funds to fund a public asset, but we think this is a wise use of public funds, and so that's our intent. We believe that this supports a lot of community partners that we have today. It supports the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. It supports the Las Vegas Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, which is a tenant of the Smith Center. It supports Cleveland Clinic, Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health, World Market Center, Premium Outlets, Clark County Government Center, which often has parking issues due to shoppers being in the area. And it will provide event parking for the stadium. We have indicated to our stadium partner that we are going to allow event parking for their patrons. We're looking to do the same thing for the Smith Center. We have
Question, if
Yes,
I
ma'am.
may. In the event that we are not given a franchise, and noticing on your original diagram, there was an area that was not blue. Was it excluded for a particular reason on this? Let's assume it goes to San Francisco or Sacramento, wherever it goes, and we don't get that. Why wouldn't you want to include the retail that would come in from other projects that are in the excluded area?
Thank you, Mayor. Really three reasons. The first one, I think you said, that we don't know what the outcome of the project's going to be, and we're dependent on third parties, of course, the Professional Sports League. Second, we have a lot of funds that are proposed for that project that is coming from the public sector, so we didn't want to use these TID funds to directly support the cost of the stadium. In other words, if this tourism improvement district is approved, we're not going to use those tax dollars to fund the cost of building the stadium, period. A third point is we have looked at the potential of using redevelopment agency dollars to support the stadium and some of the private development, and state law prohibits using TID dollars and redevelopment dollars on the same project. So we needed to bifurcate the dollars also for that reason. So those are really the main reasons. So regardless of the outcome of the stadium, this is the district, this is how we're defining it, it's not going to change. I would like at this point to put on the record, and I have copies for you, 2 letters of support. One is from Myron Martin, who is President and CEO of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. And the second letter is from Larry Ruvo, who is Chairman of the Board of Keep Memory Alive, which is the philanthropic arm of the Cleveland Clinic, Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health. They're packets, so those 2 letters are stapled together. I have one for the clerk, and there should be an extra one for Mr. Riggleman, should any of the public like to see.
There is a third letter that was sent to our city manager from the World Market Center in support. How come that's not included? You couldn't find it?
The letter from International Market Centers, Jonathan Lelu, was directed to someone other than the City of Las Vegas staff or this council. And so we do have that on public record. We did get a copy of it, but we're a third party. I did speak with Jonathan Lelu, who's the general counsel for International Market Centers, and he did indicate that the statements in that letter were correct. He was comfortable with me putting on the record that International Market Centers, doing business as World Market Center, does support a new garage in Symphony Park. It also indicated support for the stadium, which is not a subject of today's item.
Correct.
It did not indicate support in favor of or against this funding source, the Tourism Improvement District, but it did indicate support for a garage, and I think it highlights the fact that all of our major downtown community partners really see the need for more parking in downtown. and support the concept of trying to figure out how to build a public parking garage in downtown. And
The
on
only
City
reason
Park.
I bring it to you is that it was sent to me via internet from Bob Barasich saying exactly what you've just repeated, and I just didn't know why it wasn't included here, because it was, I believe, addressed to the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Today's council action. Today's council action is on our resolution, Resolution R-2-2015. There are a number of sections in these, in the actual backup document, and the first 4 sections are really the bulk of what you're deciding today, and so I've taken the liberty of paraphrasing what you're voting on today. I've reviewed this with bond counsel. The first one is findings for a fiscal effect, which is simply a term meaning the overall impact of what we're doing with the Tourism Improvement District as far as the expenditure of the funds, the benefit that the community is getting with the garage, and future spending from retailers in this district, and all the other economic impacts associated with the district. Is it positive? Is it in our favor? And our consultant, Civitas and Tourism Economics, has found that, and they're going to come up to the dais in just a moment to explain those findings. Second, is it positive for the district itself? And they found, yes, that it's positive as well. Second, there has to be a substantial increase in retail stores and also sales tax revenue generated by those stores happening inside the district. And they found, yes, that that's happening. Also, that a preponderance of sales be from outside Nevada, which is simply a way of saying, will a majority of the spending come from people who don't live in the state? They found the answer to that question to be yes. Section 3 in the resolution allows for accelerated prepayment of any bonds or costs that are issued. So if we do later on issue sales tax anticipated revenue or STAR bonds, and the sales tax dollars exceed our projections, any excess that we have can be used to pay off the bonds early. And so the resolution calls for that. And then finally, it does provide a notice and sends all the material from the public hearing today, including the study by Civitas and Tourism Economics, sends it to the Nevada Commission on Tourism, and that's a statutory requirement. I want to explain where we're at in the process. Councilwoman, I think you had asked this. We started this process back on June 4th of last year, where you directed staff to look into preparing a report regarding that preponderance study. Is the majority of the money going to come from out of state? And what's the fiscal effect or fiscal impact? We've done that. We held a public hearing on December 3rd, and we went over in detail the consultant report, and we sent that report to the Clark County Commission, the Board of County Commissioners. The county did elect to hold a public hearing, which is advisory in nature. That took place at January 20th, and I attended that hearing and spoke on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. This step then is the public hearing to adopt findings pursuant to the report, which is essentially the prior slide, what I just went over. And if you have any questions about the procedure or whether or not we complied with the Tourism Improvement District statute per Nevada Revised Statutes, as I mentioned earlier, we do have Kendra Follett here. Nevada Commission on Tourism public hearing, we are working to schedule that sometime in March. It's a large board, it's 15 members, so we do not have a precise date identified yet, but we anticipate that happening in March. And then that should put us on schedule should the Nevada Commission on Tourism approve the district to be back before you through an ordinance process where we have first reading, second reading, recommending committee, and then final adoption sometime in April. So the earliest date would be by April 1st of 2015. I would also like to put into the public record an item that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. We'd asked for their written comment to submit as part of the record for this hearing. We did not get anything until yesterday, and we got a copy of a document entitled Resolution in Opposition of City of Las Vegas Tourism Improvement District. And I understand that the Board of County Commissioners voted on and approved this resolution. It is signed, and I'd like to enter into the public record. I have a copy for the city clerk as well as a copy for each one of you.
Thank
With
you.
that, I'd like to invite John Lambeth and Zachary Sears up to the dais. I'd be glad to take questions, but they have a 2-slide presentation which will summarize the findings, and then I thought after they speak, we could take questions if you have any questions for us. I'm also cognizant of the fact that this is a public hearing, and we may have some from the public that wish to speak, so whatever order you'd like to take comments,
Well, let's
whether
go
from us
ahead
or
as
from the
you
public.
suggest. Let's go ahead with the gentleman. Welcome, and thank you for giving us your time and expertise. And then we'll go ahead. We'll have questions. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem has a question. Somebody else may, and then we'll hear from the public. And you did say we did have a hearing on December 3rd, so it would be anything new that would be brought forward, not repetitive of what went on, and is matter of record from December 3rd.
Mayor, unless the city attorney has a different advice, my suggestion would be just to focus any discourse or discussion on the action that we're taking today, which is the approval of the resolution and the findings that I outlined. So that's really the focus of today's hearing. I don't see any wrong with repeating something that was said on December 3rd, but so long as it's germane to the item today.
Okay, any comment back, Mr. Steed? Oh, that means right where he is? Okay. Gentlemen, please announce yourselves, too.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Zachary Sears. I'm an economist with Oxford Economics. I work in the tourism economics division of the company, and we partnered with Civitas, and here on behalf of Civitas is John Lambeth. And we have a very short presentation that covers some of the summary findings of the analysis that we completed. If you remember back in December, we completed we presented a detailed presentation of all of the parameters of the project, the assumptions that we included in the timeline, and all of that. And I'm happy to take questions at the end of this short summary. So from very high level, we have 2 different sources of spending that we incorporated into the analysis. That is the expansion of the existing mall, and then we have the mixed-use development portion of the project that is expected to come online. Of course, the expansion of the mall is more near-term, and then the mixed-use portion that includes retail space and hotels is expected to come online further out in the future. We expect, once the TID is formed, that new businesses will be formed, come online within the district. And we expect from that an additional spending and sales tax revenue to be generated. And then with respect to the preponderance question, we provided detailed estimates of spending and tax revenues generated. But the key takeaway from that is that the majority of that spending and the tax revenues generated would be from out-of-state visitors. We estimate that 55% would be from out-of-state, and that's at a minimum. We believe that the risk there is to the upside. We think that preponderance estimate is a minimum. And then in terms of the impacts on the provision of local government services, we believe that the overall effect will be a positive fiscal impact. We estimate that the additional costs would be minimal, and the benefits would outweigh those costs for an overall positive effect. And really, that's all we have in summary, and I'm happy to answer any details, any questions on the details of all the assumptions and the timing assumptions that we incorporate into the analysis.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Bill, how much is this garage going to cost?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We believe that the cost of the garage, for assuming 1,200 spaces, will be approximately $25 million. It's a general rule of thumb is about $20,000 per space. So we have not yet done design and done pricing, so that
roughly 25.
But it should be very close to that.
Based on the establishment of the TID, how do you raise $25 million? How do you do that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think, Zachary, if you could go to the previous slide. You see here, I think it's the third bullet from the bottom, that an estimated 7.1 in sales tax revenue would be generated, and then we actually collect from that, based on the Tourism Improvement District statute, 75% of that. So I believe that number is 5.2 million that we expect to be generated annually. We get that money annually for a 20-year period. And while it's not the subject of today's hearing, we will not issue bonds unless our Chief Financial Officer, our financial advisor from Zions Bank, and our bond counsel believe that we're on solid footing to generate enough money from those bonds to support the construction of the garage.
Okay, but that's how it's raised.
We pledge that money annually for a 20-year period.
Hold on. You estimate how much, and then you take a bond out. So you would be taking out a $25 million bond based on the projections for a 20-year period. Is that correct?
That's correct. We'd issue a revenue bond. It would be, the only revenue pledge would be the sales tax revenue from the TID, so we would not be pledging other revenues from the city of Las Vegas.
So it's not a GO bond, it's strictly a revenue bond.
Correct, and the only revenue pledged is the Tourism Improvement District sales tax revenue.
Correct.
So if we do take out the bond for $25 million, and some years down the road the TID isn't generating enough money to pay the bond back, the city could be obligated for it, correct? I mean, that's a scenario where the general fund just has to pay it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My understanding, and I'll ask Ms. Follett, our bond counsel, to jump up if I'm incorrect, is that we would not have any legal obligation to apply any other revenue to repayment of those bonds.
But the city has to pay the bond back, right? So if there isn't enough money coming in from the TID to pay the bond, we still have to make the payments, right?
The only revenue we're pledging, I'll look to Mark Vincent.
I mean, it's basically my understanding, and tell me if I'm not looking at it, we're going to take out a loan for $25 million, and we're assuming the TID will pay that back. But if that doesn't work out, then the city still has to pay it out of something, right?
For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer, finally pushed the right button, sorry. These are pure revenue bonds, and so as a result of that, the market's going to know that the only revenue we're pledging is the tax increment. And so before that risk, they may want several things. They may want extra bond coverage, so it won't be 1 times coverage. It may be 1.5 or whatever the underwriter decides that they need to sell the bonds. We will pay higher interest costs as a result of that. All those things mean that we'll yield less proceeds, and whatever the sales tax increment will yield in bond proceeds is what we'll have to build the garage. So it's sort of the revenue is going to drive back down to how much funding we will have available to build a garage. Technically, we're not legally obligated to pay those bonds from any other source other than those sales tax increment. We always talk about the moral obligation. There could be consequences to default on those bonds if the revenue wasn't there. There could be consequences, and then we would have to make some consideration as to what we would do about that. But Bill is absolutely right. There's no legal recourse. We can't be legally forced to make those payments from any source other than the tax increment.
Yeah, but if we take out a loan, it's not smart to not pay your debt.
Your CFO is never going to tell you to walk away from that kind of an obligation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please, Councilman Pierce.
Thank you. It's kind of similar to the redevelopment agency in general. We bonded the increment there at the height of property value markets, and now the increment is too small to pay those debt service payments, and we're backfilling out of the general fund. I think that's a similar concept. My question is, what is the estimated payment? We're going to borrow for $25 25 million for 20 years?
That's what I think Bill has indicated is contemplated now. And again, as a supplement to this, we also, the board has already authorized some additional bonds that we haven't sold yet for a yet-to-be-determined garage. So it is possible, and we've talked to bond counsel, we can certainly supplement whatever we need in order to build the garage that we would need to have with the authority you've already given us. So we could blend those. Obviously, whatever piece would be the geo revenue piece, that we would have a legal obligation to pay. But it's not clear to me yet. We're not to the point yet where we know whether or not the STAR proceeds will produce enough revenue or not. So, and to make that point even clear, you and I had a conversation at one time in a briefing that there's going to have to be another evaluation of the revenue stream that is investment grade quality for whoever's going to buy the bonds. This exercise is designed to deal with the TID requirements. It's not going to be investment grade quality for our underwriters.
Right. So what do you think the payment would be, the annual payment on 25 million?
We were in the, 2.7 million range, somewhere around there. 2.5 to 3 million, somewhere in there.
I think my concern is that the finding, you had a slide early on, Bill, about whether or not this was, I forget the terminology, fiscally appropriate for the city or something like that. What's the terminology from your PowerPoint?
Councilman, a positive fiscal effect.
Positive fiscal effect. So if it looks like 70% of the total sales tax revenue projected on page 10 of the actual report is attributable to the expansion of the mall, and the rest is attributable to the full build-out that's expected to be online in 10 months of all the rest of Symphony Park. So I was trying to isolate, because I don't believe that that's very feasible. It's one of the assumptions here that I have problems with, is that everything in Symphony Park is going to be built out. We're going to be generating room tax and additional sales tax very quickly, starting in January. And if the 70% number's right, then our sales tax proceeds, our share is going to be about 3.8 million a year from the factory outlet mall. If we're going to have payments of 2.7 million, that leaves 1.1 million in excess, but the costs forecasted in this report are potentially 2.5 million a year. So I'm having trouble getting my arms around the positive fiscal impact on the city. That sounds to me like a deficit. And I guess in Washington, they consider deficits a positive fiscal impact, but I don't here.
Sure. Mayor, if I may, Mark Vincent again.
Please.
I believe at the level of 5.2 million that's estimated in the Civitas report, the impact to the city of Las Vegas is somewhere in the neighborhood of $750,000, something like that.
That's the low end, I think, and the high end is 2.5, 3 million. So it's I believe they estimated a range someplace between there.
Right.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that?
Yes, please. In terms of the estimates of the additional cost of local government provision, what we did was we looked at education, police, and fire, and the high end of those ranges that you're referring to, those are wildly high estimates in our view, because most of the people that would live in the district are already here. I don't think that this is going to draw in new residents that would increase the cost of policing and fire.
You don't think there will be any increased cost of policing with the stadium?
Well, we don't take into account the stadium. That's external to this analysis.
Don't you think it's incumbent on us to take that into account? We were trying to determine a net positive fiscal impact to the city.
Well, the stadium is not a part of this analysis, so I can't speak to what what would happen with the stadium or without the stadium. That's just external to this report. But with respect to the additional cost of government services, we expect that the people that would live in the district would primarily be displaced from other parts of the city.
Thank you. Any other council comments before I want to hear from the public too?
Okay, then I'll wait, Mayor.
Okay, Councilwoman?
I just wanted to ask, when you say an estimated 167 million in retail sales will be generated in year one within the TID, could you tell us what amount is generated in retail sales today in that area?
Today, I cannot tell you that, no.
Councilwoman, I can answer that question. It's zero because there's no, by definition, there are no retail stores.
But the TID includes the mall, and the mall has retail sales now.
No, this is for future.
The TID only includes Phase 3 of the Las Vegas Premium Outlets, just what is under construction. There have been no retail sales to date.
Well, how did you
as I understand it, the sales of what is already in existence are already allocated, and we don't touch that. The TID is for future income from future or the premium outlets.
I understand
Thank you, Mayor.
what the councilwoman is asking, and maybe, Councilwoman, if you don't mind, if I take a stab at it. What are the current sales for the premium outlet as a market study today?
We have developed estimates of that.
Okay, so what is the estimate?
The estimate is about $330 million.
Okay, that's what she's asking.
Okay.
Okay, and then how did you come up with 167 million in retail sales that would be generated? What was the basis for that figure?
If I would have to refer to page 10 of the full report, if we have that available. If everyone has it.
Councilwoman, I'm going to put it on the overhead. I don't know if, I can't recall if that's part of the backup, but I want to make sure you and everyone in the public can see the basis for that conclusion.
Please.
And that is because that figure is made up of different components. So if you look at the bottom of that table at the top.
Step to the middle and you can point. And bring the microphone up to you.
Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Go ahead.
The 167 million is here in section 3, and this is comprised of, this is total retail sales. This is comprised of the 115 coming from the mall expansion, and then the 51 coming from the mixed-use portion, the retail sales in the mixed-use portion of the development. So this of course, assumes that aggressive timeline that we talked about back in December, that is that portion of the project would come online. And we understand that is an aggressive assumption, that most of...
It couldn't within a year, though. I mean, add that much more. You don't have anything being started to be built there.
Is
Well, you
Citra
have
part of
the
that?
nursing.
Yeah, that was it, Citra. Is there retail in Citra? Mr. Ard?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to ask Zachary to weigh in also, but this is, the assumption was explained in great detail on December 3rd. The assumption is that this is upon full build-out. And the reason that was done is, obviously, all of the retail stores and all the vertical development is not going to happen all at once in 1 year. We'd all love that, myself included. But the reason that was done is that was done for the preponderance, because more non-Nevada residents are going to be shopping at the outlet mall. If that assumption was taken, then that drives that preponderance number down. In other words, from the preponderance test, meaning our 50% or more visitors coming from out of state to shop at these stores, the most conservative assumption, which will make that number the lowest, is everything comes off at once, because within Symphony Park, we do expect a lot of locals to visit and shop. So that was the reason that assumption was made. So this is showing that total revenue upon full build-out. I don't know.
Okay, perhaps I misunderstood. Can I just ask one other thing? Could you put up the one, the page that you had up before, the last page you had?
The slide.
The slide, excuse me. The one that showed the 167 million. See, this is what I don't understand. An estimated 167 167 million in retail sales will be generated in year one. And that's what I can't understand, how we're going to generate in year one 167.
That's referring to this report, and as Bill said, that would be assuming full build-out.
But how can you assume full build-out if it's not there? It's not going to be fully...
This analysis was put together with the preponderance question in mind. So what we tried to do was take the most conservative approach possible, and that's assuming that all project components come online right away. And what that does is that brings down the preponderance question. So that's why I said earlier that this estimate of 55% is the low end, the minimum of that. In reality, the mixed-use portion would come on later, and you would only have retail sales from the mall portion.
But
and your preponderance your preponderance estimate would be higher.
Could you understand someone who may not understand preponderance as well as you? Reading this, it seems to imply that in year one, within the TID, that's year one of the TID, we would get 167 million in retail sales. And that's what I can't see. I can't see that. I don't care what scale or ponderance, I just can't see how.
Sure,
because what's getting built out? The mall.
Mayor, may I help?
Please.
Mark Vincent,
Yes,
Chief Financial
thank
Officer
you.
again. I think what the consultant is saying by the conservative approach is if they only look at the sure thing, which is the eventual opening of the new outlet mall, that is going to greatly exceed the requirement of at least 50%, the preponderance test, the 50% being from tourists, from out-of-state shoppers. When you consider the entire build-out and you pick up the other retail space, it tends to conservatively drive that number down, making the test results a little more conservative. And that's what they're trying to explain, is by assuming full build-out, it actually it takes a more conservative look at the preponderance test, because we know that the other retail sales are probably going to be more locals, whereas the retail sales from the mall are likely going to be heavy tourists, which speaks to the question that Councilman Beers was asking, is that when we go, if and when we go to market for STAR bonds, we're only going to be able to sell the bonds for the revenue that we have in our hands. We're not going to be able to sell bonds for revenue that we aren't generating. No one's going to buy those bonds. So this step here is just, do we meet the requirements to create the TID, and have we done that? And have we taken a conservative approach in determining whether or not we meet the preponderance test? And I think that, I don't know if that helps or not, but that's the best explanation I have for you.
Mayor, Your Honor, and with your indulgence, Councilwoman, I think you're right. It is kind of a difficult concept to grasp. And one of the ways I've thought about it, and if we could go back to the overhead, Table 6 in the report shows exactly the percentage of coming from people out of state. And so if you look just at the mall, I know the light may not be great. The light may not be great, but with the mall itself, the $115.9 million of sales, our consultant has shown that 77% would come from out of state. So in other words, if nothing happened in Symphony Park in year one, 77% would come out of state. So that's kind of the range of
67.
I'm sorry, I read it wrong. 67%. 67% would come from out of state. So the range of who's coming from out of state to shop here, kind of by definition, either something will happen in Symphony Park, nothing will happen, or a lot will happen. But that range is going to be in between 55 and 67%. Zachary, is that
I think that's correct
way of looking at it?
Yes, thank you, Bill. And just to clarify a little bit more, these numbers, again, were put together with the preponderance question in mind, not to make an actual revenue forecast. And as was alluded to earlier, we would have to do an investment-grade revenue forecast. That's not what this is. I think calling it year one is probably a communication problem on our end.
There is a communication problem. Your Honor, the people that are putting this shopping center together did that, though, for us. I'll bet you had access or you have some knowledge. This is the most successful shopping center in southern Nevada per square foot. Now, I would think I have no idea how much they've invested in this north expansion. They wouldn't have done it if they didn't think they were going to make a lot of money. So we should know how much they're going to make, and we know that the risk that they have assumed, our risk is considerably less. It's based on their success. I think that's the simplest way I can see it.
Well,
they have invested a ton of money, and again, you must know, you should know how much they put into it, so that you could derive their imputed figures of return on investment, from which then we could perhaps derive a imputed sales tax result.
The other question,
you have that?
in light of Councilwoman's comment, do you have that figure of the current premium outlets, what the tourist population percentage is in the current build-out of what's already there, not for the future and not what's coming online?
Right. We don't have an actual, we developed an estimate, and that is what these numbers, that's what this is based on.
Based on what is, not what's coming.
Correct. We developed an estimate for the existing portion of the mall, and we assume that that is applicable for the expansion as well.
Okay, any more questions, comments? I'm going to open it up for public hearing, if it's all right, and if you'll stand by, because you probably have answers that we may not have. So this public hearing is open. Anybody who'd like to come up, make some comments, and you have been here on the December 3rd, so keep in mind what we're here about today was the TID for the garage and the blue area.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Catherine Duncan. I'm president of the Las Vegas Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce, and I'm excited to see that we're creating a tourism improvement district in the Symphony Park area. But what I don't want us to do is miss out on a real important opportunity to capitalize on two more tourism markets that are adjacent to the Symphony Park area, and that's the historic West Side. While the historic West Side is the original Las Vegas, it has some of our oldest buildings, the oldest remaining schoolhouse, the oldest church. It has some fantastic churches. The site of the Moulin Rouge Hotel Casino, Harrison House. There's just a wealth of spiritual and tourism opportunities available in the historic West Side. And I would like for us to consider expanding on what we're doing in Symphony Park in the historic West Side, so that we can have a bigger tourism improvement district, so that the rest of the city can also enjoy the benefits of the TID.
Thank you. I think those comments are well taken, because I know as we've had conversation talking about a footprint now and getting that build out and getting that economic development, certainly with the opening of F Street and everything else, the very next piece should be certainly going forward too.
Yes, ma'am, because the only, there's a physical barrier that separates Symphony Park from the West Side, and that's the Union Pacific Railroad and the Spaghetti Bowl. And unless we create some type of connectivity, and the Tourism Improvement District could provide that connectivity that we would need to help revitalize this important district.
Well, you're on the record. Thank you, Ms. Duncan, for coming
Thank
out
you.
and speaking to that, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a hurt person, so I'm a little hurt. But I have something to say about this. I, once again, am here to please recommend that you listen to who we put on the City Council for this very reason. It's Bob Beers. Bob Beers is here to give us some advice and to help us vet through the various deals that we have as a city. I would also like to throw my support behind our city commissioners, because I know that this is something that is very important to all of us as a community, not just Las Vegas proper. I am very hurt, but I have a lot to say about this. This is something that you see a lot of your community come out, and it's interesting to note that when it is just the community coming out for the meetings, you will see people in opposition, but when you see the concerted efforts with the Findlay people behind it, I think you see a lot more people come out to speak about these stadium issues. So what was interesting about this is that a lot of the money, I think, was tied up in expecting that stadium to be built, and I'm just hoping that it's not. So I'd hope that you keep that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward and state your name. Thank you. I will close the public hearing, and either councilwoman or councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Arndt, your team? Good. Come on back. Thank you. I would like to thank our colleagues over at the county for sharing their input as it relates to their thoughts and ideas in relation to the Tourism Improvement District. And I learned a lot, specifically listening to them and what their concerns were, which helped me build some additional information and thought-provoking questions as it relates to the significance of the Tourism Improvement District. Going back a few years, prior to the conversation of a stadium, first it was the arena, we have always talked about how can we improve parking in the geographic boundaries of downtown, whether we're east of downtown or west of downtown. That conversation has always been a part of the dialogue for the city of Las Vegas, from previous mayors and council members to the current. So having a conversation as it pertains to a parking garage is nothing new to this council. We've also worked with other groups such as CIM, trying to identify their parking needs. We've worked with the Mob Museum to talk about the expansion of what was taking place in that area in regards to their parking needs, whether it were the Downtown Grand and others, and their parking needs, to the future expansion of Zappos moving forward and what their future expansion parking needs are. Your very own Brandy, tell me your last name?
Stanley.
Brandy Stanley, who is our expert when it comes to parking, has just come before this body to lay out how, in fact, we connect the parking meters in order that long-term parkers versus temporary parkers, how we can tie all of that in together to make it an integrated system for all those that commute, conduct business, or enjoy the variety of amenities that downtown has to offer. And as we have always talked about the expansion of the Symphony Park area, we knew early on, prior to the World Market Center to include the Las Vegas Premium Outlet, that when the 60 acres were purchased, that we were going to be faced with parking and how, in fact, we were going to park this master plan area. And we've always had a conversation about a parking garage. So now, moving fast forward, we had conversations in relation to an arena at one particular time, and parking was a concern. Today, we are looking at the opportunity for a proposed stadium, and we're still talking about a parking structure or additional parking. We also have brought on the Smith Performing Arts Center to include the Lou Ruvo Brain, to include Citra and Newland, to include the expansion now of Phase 3 of the Las Vegas Premium Outlet, to include the additional parking that even the World Market Center with their shows are in need of parking. And so this isn't a new conversation, and I want to provide a backdrop of history as to how we got to this point here. So I don't want us to murky the waters with the conversation of the proposed stadium, because parking was always and will always be on the forefront of how, in fact, we master plan the 61 acres, whether we have a stadium or whether there's no stadium. We will still be having a conversation as it relates to parking needs. Am I correct or am I incorrect, Mr. Arndt?
You are correct.
So moving forward, keeping everything crystal clear and transparent, I understand also the need of how, in fact, we finance this parking. And so what I'm hearing is that we're looking at what form of bond. Is it a GO bond or is it a revenue bond?
The bond would be a revenue bond, and I have a lot of confidence in our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Vincent, our financial advisor, Andrew Artusa from Zions Bank, that we're not going to issue those bonds if we don't have revenue to repay them.
Absolutely. And so we have a trigger. If and when the finances are in place, the taxes are in place, would give us the opportunity to determine, because there has to be a threshold, and I want to know at what point have you gauged, either yourself or Mr. Vincent, gauge what that threshold is or will be in order for us to pull the trigger on moving forward with the revenue bond?
Councilman, thank you for the question. 2 points here. One is, we'll come back before you and this council before you make that decision. You're not making that decision today.
Correct.
The second point, to answer your question, our financial advisor that has sayid that between a minimum of 1.5 and 1.75 times coverage, which is a fancy way of saying for every dollar of debt we have, we want to make sure and communicate this to our bond buyer that we'll have $1.50 or $1.75. And so that's typically what we believe that the private marketplace will require. In other words, we won't be able to sell this debt if the private marketplace doesn't have a comfort level that there's a revenue stream available to repay the debt.
So I'm hearing two parts to this. One, that this item will be coming back before the council once that threshold have been met, because the public, or I should say the private market, would have made a determination as to whether or not it would be something that they would be interested in purchasing. So we have a somewhat of a backstop when it comes to the finances moving forward.
That's correct, and I would argue that those bond buyers are going to care even more about the repayment of that debt than the city's going to care at that point.
Absolutely, and so therefore there is a level of protection, because the private market will make a predetermined notion that, yes, this is something that we would be interested in, and therefore giving the city of Las Vegas another layer of comfort to say we're going to move forward and bring an item back before the council because of the response we're getting from the private sector.
That's correct, and just to be clear, we're coming back to you after the Tourism Commission, should they approve for the TID, but then separate from that, this issue of the question of issuing bonds, STAR bonds, sales tax anticipated revenue bonds, we'll need to come back before you with the official statement, the bond documents essentially, and we're going to do that in close concert working with Mr. Vincent, our Chief Financial Officer.
So with that, the worst case scenario of the city's not being able to pay this bond back or pay on the bond, and I understand that we're not obligated, for example, if it does go defunct, to pay, but that's not in the interest of the city, nor something that I would approve of as a legislator for the city for us not to do. The level of comfort is the fact that the numbers would speak for itself prior to this mayor and council engaging in a vote of action to move forward to sell bonds.
I think that's correct. I don't know if Mark wants to weigh in, but I think the most likely scenario is if we hit that point, the trigger as you're describing it, either we don't take it before you, or we do, and the private marketplace says there's too much risk. But I think it's unlikely that if we do issue the bonds and someone buys them, that there's not going to be a revenue stream to repay them, given the sales tax district, the tourism improvement district, as we're defining it.
Correct.
One way to think about it would be, would a bond buyer depend on sales tax revenue from the Fashion Show Mall? There's probably a market for that. There's probably bond buyers that would say, I don't know what it's been, you're expanding, but I think there's going to be sales tax revenue coming in. So I think that's kind of a practical way to look at it. Again, that's not the focus of today's action that we're asking you to take,
right,
but understanding this is a related item that we'll have to come back to you. I think from a practical business perspective, and based on the discussions we've had with our internal team, we believe that's the way the private marketplace would look at it.
Okay, and so walk with me for one moment before I conclude my comments. Let's talk about what is today and what's to come tomorrow with developments in the Symphony Park master plan community. What's today is the expansion of phase 3, to my understanding, of the Las Vegas Premium Outlet.
That is correct.
Okay, and so therefore, being that the Las Vegas Premium Outlet has done their own private market study and financial calculation and calibration, there has to be some additional room for them to grow their bottom line, because if in fact there wasn't, there would not be a phase 3 of the expansion of the Las Vegas Premium Outlet. Would that be accurate?
That's correct. We expect stores to locate there and their sales to generate that would probably follow the historical pattern, if not higher than what's happened in the past from the other portion, as Mr. Sears indicated earlier.
And from a business perspective, do you foresee any business expanding if in fact they're losing revenue today?
I think that's a hard question to answer, but I think your line of thinking is correct in that if the mall is heading downward and vacancy is dropping in the existing part of the mall, it stands to reason that they would have a hard time convincing retail stores to locate in the new portion of the mall.
Correct, because this is retail, and as we all know that are in business, that retail is one of the most difficult areas to conduct business because it's based on individuals coming through the door. And so I don't foresee Las Vegas Premium Outlet expanding unless they were doing fairly or very well in the positive, and there was a great need for expansion, specifically the new name brands that they have coming to their current site.
That's correct.
Okay, now let's talk about tomorrow. What does the future holds for, if in fact the future is crystal as we would like it, and we have the developments slated online coming forward, what does the future hold from a tourism improvement district standpoint, everything that was colored in the blue? What are those developments proposed to come online?
Thank you, Councilman. We have a project on Parcel L, which is immediately east of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. It's proposed. They don't have a shovel in the ground yet, but we are in our contract with them. It's a mixed-use medical campus, which will feature assisted living, skilled nursing.
And if we can go to the overhead with the blue, please, so that those in the audience as well as television will have an opportunity to follow us accordingly.
Thank you. If we could have the other PowerPoint and slide 2 of that PowerPoint.
Okay,
So
this is good.
Parcel L is immediately east, or if you're looking at this site map, since it's north is not up, it's to the right, to just immediately beneath HI, which is the Smith Center for the Performing Arts Campus, Children's Museum. Parcel L, as I mentioned, it's a mixed-use medical campus. But part of that and the design philosophy for Sifty Park is to activate the street. And that's something, as you know, we've done throughout downtown and mandated as part of our centennial plan and our zoning and land use requirements to activate the street, which is a fancy way of saying we'd like to have stores and shops at the street level so that people are coming and going and there's a busy urban downtown environment. So we expect retail to happen on Parcel L on that campus. Parcels B, A2, J, and K are the expansion parcels for the Cleveland Clinic campus. This would be kind of the same situation where it's predominantly medical, but again, we're looking to have retail at the street level on the ground floor. So this kind of retail could be everything from pharmacies to restaurants to coffee shops. It's not determined yet, and it's coming in the future, but we believe and we know that there will be some retail there. Parcel G is a partnership with Citicorp Development for the planned Charlie Palmer Hotel. As we all know, hotels have retail. They have restaurants, they have high-end hotels like the one that we have under partnership agreement with, typically have high-end shopping. So we believe that there'll be some high-end stores as well as food and beverage, and that's Parcel G, which is immediately to the right of HI and M3 where the park is. Parcels C and N are residential. We believe that retail probably will be smaller, but again, we're requiring retail to be on the ground floor. The stadium site itself, as we've talked about, we've carved out that, and that's not part of the district, but there'll likely be some retail there. And then Parcel PQ, which is a planned hotel casino. We all know that today's hotel casino retail is a very big portion. In fact, between rooms and shopping at a hotel casino, today's hotel casino in Las Vegas generates more revenue from that, from the shopping and the rooms, than from the gaming. and that trend continues. So we believe that there'll be a lot of retail there.
Mr. Arndt, excuse me, where's the garage going that is contemplated to go, since everything else looks like it's taken?
That's part of the art and the science of it. We're talking to several partners, one of which is the Cleveland Clinic, about locating a garage. So our preferred location is parcel B. So you can see there, I don't know if it's very easy for you to see or folks that are here today with us, but there, it looks like almost like an indentation, which is right where the letter B is.
Okay.
That kind of square is where the parking is planned. So if you can envision offices wrapping around in a horseshoe shape around that garage, but that's where the parking is projected to be, 1,200 spaces or more. We've already had our internal design team looking at it. It fits. Cleveland Clinic, as I mentioned and put on the record, they're excited about it. Mr. Rubo, who is instrumental in bringing Cleveland Clinic into Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Valley, has offered and tendered a letter of support today for the garage. So we think it'll be an important part of Symphony Park for years to come.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but just wondering where that would be.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Arndt, we've talked about what we have currently today, and we've basically walked into what we're looking at proposed for tomorrow. If, in fact, tomorrow does not happen, and we only have today, where does that leave us financially? And maybe this is an opportunity for the statisticians to jump in as well from a retail standpoint as far as what the revenues would be if, in fact, everything were to remain where we currently are with the expansion of the phase 3 of the outlet. And if, in fact, that will be enough to carry the garage.
Right. You can get a sense of what that would look like, again, on page 10.
Okay, just go to the middle and you can point it out to us, if you will.
Again, here we're looking at the retail sales by component. So if you take out the mixed-use portion and assume that none of that comes online, then you're left with just the mall expansion. That's about $116 million.
And of that 116 million, what portion of that would be relinquished, if you will, to the Tourism Improvement District?
Well, what you would have to do is just take the math. I mean, it's roughly 2/3. So you could go down to the 5.2 here and take 2/3 of that.
And take 2/3
It's
of that.
3.8 million a year is where you end up with, just off the proceeds to the TID, do all the math, and it ends up about 3.8 million a year.
So 3.8 million, and so with that, if in fact we have moved that bond forward after council vote, what would be the payment of the garage? Would that be a positive or a negative?
Thank you, Councilman. I'm not sure if I understand the question, but
okay,
the process will force us that we'll have more than $1 for every dollar of debt. So if it is 3.8, I think that's a fair estimate. We've estimated that our bond payment, and again, we need to come back to you for this piece of it.
Okay.
But we've estimated that bond payment, as Mr. Vincent indicated earlier, is probably going to be somewhere between $2.5 million and $3 million. So that might kind of guide us towards the lower end of that spectrum, and then the net proceeds would be what they would be. I think we were looking at, if we had $2.5 million, that would be sufficient to generate $20 to $22 million of bonds. So we're still right in the ballpark for being able to do the garage. And again, the other piece of this, of course, is we have to design it, the garage, we have to price it, and so we're going to build that garage in a size in a way that is within the amount of funds we have.
Okay, and that's what I want to hear, and I appreciate that. So, Mayor, at this time, I would, if there's no further questions or comments, I would like to.
I have some further questions.
Okay.
And so does Mayor Pro Tem, who
Okay.
asked first, so you go ahead,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you. I'm with Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is really confusing stuff. So I'm just trying to simplify this for myself. So what we're talking about is basically taking on about a $25 million plus interest debt to build a parking garage in Symphony Park. The assumptions for building this are, according to the study, by year 2016, which is a year from now, we're going to have 3 hotels, 1,800 residential units, 257,000 square feet of retail space, 1 million square feet of office space, and we're going to generate $167 million in sales. Okay, I know you guys said that's aggressive, but that's fantasy land. I mean, I don't know if we'll have anything open up new in Symphony Park in 2016. I mean, we're still coming out of a tough economic downturn. That's not happening for another 10, 15 years. So we're talking about these assumptions to build a garage that are completely, and I don't mean to harp on you guys, but I don't see that. I live here. I see Symphony Park all the time. That's not happening. So I don't know how we would make decisions based on assumptions that look like that, and then taking into consideration that it's supposed to be 55% of the sales is supposed to be from out of state. Now, how can you predict that when you don't even know what's going to be built in there? I mean, you don't know if there's going to be retail. You don't know what's going to be built in Symphony Park. We don't really have any real proposals except for a couple, but nothing has been completely approved yet. So this is, I'm just a simple guy. I don't know how I would support something like this based on those assumptions. So the only thing that we know, the only project that we know that's been approved in Symphony Park that's pretty sizable is the soccer stadium. And we are talking about a parking garage on the heels of approving a soccer stadium. So I can only conclude that in the near future, the only people that are going to be using this parking garage are people that are attending a soccer game. So we're kind of building this for a soccer stadium because that's the only thing we know that we've been approved to build over there. And if that continues, that'll probably get built pretty quick, depending on whether we get an MLS team. So this would be a great discussion maybe 5 years from now when it looks like this stuff is coming in, but I don't even know why we move forward on this today, especially when you have the county commission voting 7-0. I mean, we have to listen to our sister entities, and when they come out 7-0 that they don't support this, we have to pay attention to that. We're not living in a vacuum here. So I don't see supporting this today moving forward. We should talk about this some other time. Thank you.
Yes, excuse me. The mayor had to leave for a few minutes, and my understanding is Mr. Beers has the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If I could get you to turn to page 15 and put it up on the overhead. I found your demand density curve interesting. Also, nearly as aggressive as your assumption that in 11 months Symphony Park will be nearly built out. Basically, you say there's almost no one who will come from more than 5 miles away who lives here to go there to shop. But it's really a destination shopping center in the center of town, and I know that it pulls people from my ward, and I'm 12 miles away, a lot of people. This goes to your key finding that the preponderant 55%, I think, I was joking to myself, I should ask you 55 point what? You don't have to answer that, but you understand the imprecision of economic forecasting well, and 55% is probably, with a margin for error, someplace between 30 and 60%. But it's a key finding for the legality of this proposed tourism improvement district. So with that aggressive demand density curve, and you proceed a little further down onto the next page, you use that to calculate if the total sales are this and only this many locals are going to be shopping down there, while the rest is tourists, and you back into the tourist share of sales that are going to be taking place in the expansion of the mall. In method 2, you say, plus there's going to be 3 giant hotels, and look at all the tourists that will bring. Well, the 3 giant hotels are a long ways away, as the Mayor Pro Tem just made the point. So, I based on the absurdity of the aggressive assumptions, including the demand density curve methodology for determining the percentage of tourists, I don't think this holds up to a preponderance of tourists being the customers for this thing. I can't support it. I think we needed to do a little more homework. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The decision to move forward here was not easy, and as you know, everybody who has an opinion on this cannot help but look at this garage and see a stadium. So, you just can't help it. But I forgive anybody who talked off the topic, because we all will. So I suppose that's part of it. But I'm not going to address the topic of the stadium. I'm going to address what's in front of us and the opinions we've gotten. So, for example, when we've heard from the Board of County Commissioners, Bill, they oppose this because it would be a diversion of tax revenues from the county for their critical services. What tax revenues are they receiving now from this tourism improvement district?
Councilman, thank you. For the record, Bill Arntz. The tax revenues that are being directed towards the tourism improvement district, and this is authorized by the state statute, of course, as you're aware, the amount for the county in sum is just under $1.5 million annually. That was the same number that was discussed at the Board of County Commissioners.
Where are they getting it from now?
This is from the basic city and county relief tax and the supplemental city and county relief tax. I have a chart put on the overhead if you'd like to see what that looks like, as far as what portion of the sales.
What sales is that $1.5 million?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Generated from.
Councilman, forgive me, I misunderstood the question.
Yeah.
Today, they are getting zero.
They're getting nothing. Thank you very much. God, I hope that the county commission does a better job of keeping their books, because if they oppose or figure out that somebody's stealing nothing from nothing, they're not going to get ahead. They're not losing a dime right now. And so I don't want to totally disregard the Board of County Commissioners, because they have their responsibilities, but they don't have the responsibilities for a downtown. They don't have a downtown. They have the burbs and the strip. And so they've got a lot of responsibilities on their own, as well as airports and hospitals, and it's up to them on how they manage their responsibilities. It isn't always, in some people's opinions, the best, but it is their business. And so when they want to tell us how to do our business, I can say, you have a right to an opinion, but, you don't have a right to your own facts, and that is you're not going to lose any money. But if you succeed in stopping any projects here, you will. This town was not built by people like that. It wasn't built by people that said no and no and no to everything that we wanted to do. I'm even surprised that the local newspaper always says no to this, except for projects that it does like, which might be somewhere else, but not in the city. And since their business is in the city, I hope that they will prosper from anything we do to improve the neighborhood around their business, which is adjacent to Symphony Park, separated only by the highway. So I know that even despite their best efforts to stop this, they too will receive some benefit from this. Just as a county commissioner, despite their best efforts, will receive some benefits from this. It's hard to get people to say yes sometimes. It's really easy to say no. No is the easiest vote I've ever cast in 32 years of public life. Yes is the hardest vote, because yes means you're taking a chance, or you're moving forward, you're taking a risk. Well, this town wasn't built by people who were chickens. this downtown especially. You know, you had to take a leap of faith sometimes, or you took an educated guess as to how things would turn out. And most of the time, they turn out right. When I look at what the city council has done with the brownfields out here, this was 200 acres and it's a lot less now. Enough people had the guts to say yes to overcome those who said no, that we have some success stories out there. In tandem, and I watched the discussion of the county commissioners, and they were upset about public dollars supporting private interests, even though we do this thing wide open and it's encouraged by the state law. You know, I would say that there's plenty of evidence that we've supported a lot of private business out there. The World Market Center got a lot of support. What did they get? 50 million? I have the numbers here. Bill, what did they get at World Market Center? They got a lot. You gave us a document, $40 million, RDA TIF notes. That's public dollars, bonds that we took out, that we helped them get started. The Smith Center, we have put more support in, more public support than was raised by the private sector. I mean, I think so. We've raised 70% of the money that I see, unless I could be wrong, but there's $100 million backed by the car rental tax. That's public money. I voted for that in Carson City. Redevelopment agency bonds, it's the same kind of thing we're doing here. That's $68 million, dwarfing the amount of contribution from the city toward the project over here. Zappos, significant, paying off. And the Las Vegas Stadium and its, orbiting things will be generating a ton of money for us too. But let's forget that. Let's go to the garage. If you take the approach of the county commissioners and those people who always say no to something, we have to say that none of this would have been built. We'd have been stuck with 200 acres of very, very filthy soil upon which nothing was built. When the county commissioners wanted to move the county courthouse out of the city, they begged for our help, and we recognized, Mayor Jones was at that time in charge, and some very seasoned veterans on the council, and they said, we'd like you to stay downtown. So in the end, the city of Las Vegas gave them $6 million to stay downtown for their beautiful building down there. That's from the taxpayers of the city of Las Vegas. We even agreed to pay out of our share, our percentage of RTC funds for that nice underpass right there at Bonneville, and to make a first priority the Bonanza underpass. So we did all these to help the county commissioners, to help them do their job. And yet the first chance they get to try to help us, they turn us down. And they not only turn us down, they even ask an unelected board of people who appointed people from all over the state. Hell, I bet you most of them are not from Clark County. They don't know squat about our growth, although they're jealous of it. They don't like what we do. Those same people indebted Washoe County and Story County and others for $1.5 billion of public money to gain a wonderful enterprise called Tesla up there. So, they knew how to put some public dollars where they thought it would yield a benefit. It's hard for me to believe that the forward thinkers in this state have moved to Washoe County. But I'm beginning to hear that sound over and over and over again now, that people are afraid to move this county forward and this city forward. Washoe, and especially Reno, were the backwards pond, the backwater pond of the state of Nevada for so many years. They hated the concept of growth. They wanted to be insular, tight. They wanted what they liked, and they liked what they had, which was nothing. And Southern Nevada supported them for 40 years in the various enterprises. And now we're trying to continue to grow. We're trying to continue to be a support for everybody, especially ourselves. And we have people who say, don't do this, do not grow. I used to represent that railroad yard. I mean, I don't now, but I did, and I helped the county commission. I helped the railroad get the county commissioners to agree to expand the yard at Arden so they could move the yards away from downtown. That was nice of them to do that. And then we got the land. We got the land. It wasn't cheap, but we got it. And so we do them a favor, and they spit on us. Where we tried to help them vote for more cops, because my constituents, really, most of them, would rather see the crime problem handled. But they couldn't pass more cops. Now, maybe they resented the fact that we kept telling them, colleagues, that they should take that vote. Even though we were out on the limb with them, they just couldn't do that. They just couldn't help the city taxpayers when we needed it. We needed more cops because we're the urban core. We have the need for crime fighters. And those guys over there at County Commission, no, can't do it. They're nitpicking it to death. How many votes they had, I'll forget. But, you know, the people who really pushed for this little resolution to stop us here, they were naysayers over there. You know, that doesn't gain any respect for me. Again, this town wasn't built by, wasn't maintained by, isn't maintained by people who just say no. So, enlightened members of the city council have moved forward despite opposition and approved and taken risks on all this money, and it's yielding benefits. And I really feel that one more step is necessary, and maybe another one after that. We should never look backwards. This dirt would not be touched by a private investor if we didn't do something. It's filthy. 90 years of railroad occupation, including when they had a huge works here. They had a huge maintenance operation, spilled millions upon millions of gallons of dirty kerosene, diesel, ordinary gasoline, solvents to clean engines for 90 years. Stuff that just went right down in the sand, and they didn't care. Hell, they didn't know what it was doing. Well, we knew, because shortly after, as now, there's a plume of filth moving east, you know, from the railroad yard. So the top 3 feet have been cleaned, but guess what? We're paying for helping remediate that problem. That's where this money goes, a lot of it. You couldn't get any of these people to have invested if we hadn't put money in it. And so we're doing it here today, and we're doing it in the future. That's why we voted for that stadium, because no one would dig down without some public support for a problem they didn't create. You can't get financing to fix a pollution problem. I am really disturbed that there would be even so many thousands of people who, not really knowing all the facts, would sign a petition saying, don't do this, don't do that, when they didn't know all the facts, and that the facts presented to them were not quite the same as reality. Reality-based life is what we face here. Once we're away from this podium, we can say anything we like. You know, and if you believe me, good. If you don't, it might be on you. I think that I'm going to vote for this, but I guess I had to vent on all the people who say no, and I'm not aiming at any of my colleagues. It's just that there's a general feeling of no, no, and no, and it doesn't get anything done. We will not recover if we keep saying no. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barlow,
Thank you.
let's have a motion.
And I really appreciate Councilman Coffin's
Yes.
comments. but
Okay, please,
go ahead.
Councilwoman,
I'll defer to
question.
Councilwoman.
When we look at this blue outline of the TID, and I know why the Smith was left out of it, the Smith Center, because it's already built. Could you tell me again why that other, the other group at the end of it is left out, where the proposed stadium is supposed to be? Why is that left out?
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Because it's not already built, obviously.
Thank you. We removed that for 3 reasons. One, we wanted to clearly show that we are not spending these dollars to build stuff on that property. We've, of course, had separate discussions talking about what monies might go to support the stadium in the future development. Second, it is proposed, and we have to come back to you on February 18th, but it is proposed based on our current term sheet that you approved at your last action with respect to the stadium, that the redevelopment agency would spend future dollars, future sales tax revenue that the project itself generates, and put it back into the stadium. There is a current...
When you say the project itself generates, you're talking about the stadium monies?
The stadium. So the
Okay.
taxes that the stadium pays, we'd put back into the project.
Okay.
The statute currently does not allow a tourism improvement district and dollars spent in the district to overlap with redevelopment agency dollars. So we wanted to remove any doubt or any possible conclusion that someone would draw that we're spending both dollars on the stadium project. So for both of those reasons, we excluded it.
And then, when was it, do you remember about what year we first started talking about this parking garage? I know it was long before we just talked about a team or a stadium or anything.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The site plan that I showed on the screen today, that plan we came up with in December of 2005.
Okay.
And that was really what set the standard for.
About 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And if we do rent, what I do, I see this as an issue involving a parking garage.
Right.
I want to go on the record, I've already gone on the record, that I do not agree with the stadium, and I voted accordingly. I'm not changing my mind about that, but I do believe that the vote today is on a parking garage that we talked about for a long time. And I remember when one of my assistants, Robert Minet, and I, when the downtown was in the ward I had, Ward 1, we'd go by there and would say, you know, if we had enough money, we'd buy some land and put a parking garage here and we'd make a lot of money, because we knew what was coming. So I see when I go to the Smith Center, the parking is horrendous. I see that when I talk with the Ruvo people about medical, I see the expansion they plan to make. There's a couple of things that need to be changed so they can move ahead with that expansion, but they will get that expansion, especially as our medical area moves forward. I see all of that as needing parking. So I believe in the parking garage, and I believe that this vote today is on it. I don't want any misunderstanding. That doesn't mean I changed my mind about the stadium, even though I'm on the losing side there. But I do believe we need the parking garage. And so I will tell you that I'll hold my breath and I'll pray that all you guys are right, that down there our financial advisor, who I have found to be right almost every single time, Mr. Vincent. You know, when we did the Zappos thing, I will tell you, I would pray someday, please, I would pray, let somebody come so we don't have two city halls. And then Zappos came. This is what our future thinking people thought would come. I'm a little leery about the cost. You're telling me, Mr. Vincent, that if it turns out we can't pay all of this, that they cannot hold us responsible for that? Is that what you said earlier?
We cannot be held legally responsible to pay the
We
debt.
cannot be held legally responsible, but what would be the negative on us if we can't pay?
Probably the worst thing if we defaulted and refused to pay would affect our bond ratings, which is why I would
Affect
never
our bond
suggest we
rating.
would do
Well,
so.
we've held on to that bond rating, so I myself will feel that I need to go along with this, with the understanding that it's for the parking garage. We're talking about the use of the stadium people would be, what, 14 days? Did someone say 14 home games or something? At the most?
Mayor, Your Honor, and, with your indulgence, Councilwoman, that's correct. And one point I forgot to mention, and it's really important, today, not looking forward, today we have a contractual obligation with the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. Every theater in the country has this issue. Where are people going to park? So we committed to the Smith Center that we would provide 1,200 parking spaces over the life of our agreement, and that for the first 5 years we'd provide that at no cost. After that, we'd work with them to try to minimize the cost as best we can, but maybe pass on the costs so we're not eating any costs. And the reality is we're going to have to build parking garages to meet that obligation. So part of our thinking is, regardless of the outcome of the stadium project, this garage will help us meet that obligation.
That's right, and the Smith has been a big success, as has the Ruval Center, and quite honestly, we've handled it okay so far with the City Hall, and you've done some magnificent things. So looking at this as a garage, forgetting, as Councilman Coffin said, anything about the stadium, because we're talking 14 days, which is nothing really, well, what was that, out of 365. But I mean, what I'm saying is the rest of the days are for the great need we're going to have there. And we know it's going to come. I don't know if it will come as soon as you say, and that's what concerns me. But you've been the ones who have been right so far, and so I'm going to go along with that. And
Do you want to make that in a motion?
no, I'll let
Okay,
Councilman
I'm going to
Barlow
call
make
for the
that.
question. I think we've done.
You're tired
if
of
I
my
can.
talking?
No, we have spent a long time on this. I think everybody's had an opportunity. So I'm going to call for the question. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we've heard a lot of deliberation, ideas, and philosophical comments in relation to this very important item. And I believe as those of us that think progressively as it relates to building a top-notch, high technological savvy community that I'm looking forward to, I believe that the right motion would be to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions, as we continue to move our city into the 21st century. That is my motion at this time.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And gentlemen, I hope you didn't, that motion carries. I want to thank you gentlemen very much, Mr. Arndt, Mr. Vincent, everybody that has been working on this. I know you've been sitting, you never got a bite of lunch. So I'm with you. I did eat some potato chips, but I confess. And I know Mr. Arndt's been sitting here, so thank you all very, very much. And so we'll move on to agenda item 28, please. And that is boards and commissions for possible action. Other post-employment benefits trust fund board of trustees, Mark Vincent, Dan Tarwater, Barbara Joe Ronimus, term expires 6/16/2014. Who's been serving in the interim? Staff is recommending the appointment of Jorge Cervantes to replace Mark Vincent, Bob Connolly to replace Dan Tarwater, and Luann Kutch to replace Ronnie Ronimus. So is that shaking heads? Is that what we heard? Okay, may I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, please?
I will make that motion, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 29 for possible action, Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, RTC, Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance, Vernell McNeil, term expires 1/21/2015. Pamela Casena, term expires 2/1/2015. Councilman Barlow, you have a recommendation regarding Mr. McNeil?
Yes, I'll move to that we reappoint Mr. Vernell McNeil, who is very interested in continuing to move forward on this committee.
Okay, and I am prepared. Yes, please. Your mic.
I wanted to say that Rebecca Madrano was nominated by myself, and we did have someone else to take her place, but I want to get the final commitment from them. So if we
Okay.
could just obey that part of it until the next meeting.
And if I might add, our city clerk, I have here that there is a recommendation from David Bowers to appoint Audrey Asselin to replace Pamela Casena, who no longer wishes to serve. So the third person, which is who you're speaking about, Rebecca.
Right.
That would be the third person. Do you know anything about that?
Okay, we'll just motion on the first two right now.
The first two at this point. Okay, so Bowers is appointing Audrey Efselin, and Councilman Barlow has Mr. McNeil.
Actually, the recommendation has been, perhaps if we could move forward with McNeil and obey Cessna's replacement until next meeting.
That would be fine. That will be my motion. We'll
Okay.
just, and we'll obey the remainder till the next, till February 18th. Okay,
And is
you'll
that
check on
Rebecca
that?
Madrano's one? On number 29? That's her term?
We're not, we need to clear that up. We're not sure about the Rebecca.
Oh,
So we're just, today my motion is to follow Councilman Barlow's recommendation regarding Mr. McNeil only. and then they'll check on Pamela Cassena and, no, I mean your person, Rebecca, and Audrey Esselin, and report back to Councilwoman May, please. All right, so that's my motion. And please vote and please post. And that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 30. For possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Community Development Recommending Board, CDRB. The procedure for this board is appointment by the City Council. The Department of Community Services recommends the following. Reappointments: Mike Aker, Audrey Esselin, Rodney Jordan, Pam Hartley, Roxanne McCoy, Tom McGrath, Carmen LaShawn Miller, Dev Inder Pappas, A.J. Powell, Darrell Ewing. New appointments: Terry Janison, Aranzazu Jimenez, and Nathan Taylor. That'll be my motion on those. That's a big group. So there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And that carries. And I see the name Audrey Esselin there. So maybe when you double check on the other and get back to us, please. Okay, agenda item 31 for possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Billy Bastian, term expires 1/8/2015, and Adrushan Andy Armenian, term expires 2/5/15. Councilwoman Tarkanian, I understand you have a recommendation for Ms. Bastian?
Yes, that recommendation is to continue having her on the committee.
Okay.
She wants to continue serving on the Parks Committee.
Thank you.
And, you know, she worked here in the city, so she has good knowledge of that.
And is there anyone prepared to make a recommendation regarding Mr. Armenian?
I don't know him, but did he express interest to continue? Okay, if he expressed interest to continue, then I'll make a motion for that we reappoint Mr. Armenian.
I did read that in one of the memos I got, that he expressed interest to.
Good, thank you. So we have a reappointment for Ms. Bastian and Mr. Armenian, and that's my motion. And please vote and please post. Mr. Ross? It's okay. Councilman Ross, and that motion carries. So let's move on to agenda item 32, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill 2015-1. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor, yes.
Please.
Thank you. Bill number 2015-1, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update the zoning treatment of electric generating plants and utility transmission lines to be consistent with state law and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Please. Motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 33, bill number 2015-3. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor, with one additional request I have here, that I understand that there needs to be an adjustment to the legal description of this item, and if so, we would like to have that brought into the record as well.
I don't know anything about that. I think this is correcting the previous bill, and so everything that needs to be here is here. Does that sound right, Tom?
Where is Tom? I know you're speaking to him. Here he is.
Thank you, for Your Honor. For the record, Tom Paragraph, Acting Planning Director. Yes, I believe Mr. Steed is correct. It is just a correction to the legal description, which is contained in the bill itself.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record, and so with that, yes, I would like to have the bill read.
Thank you. Bill number 2015-3, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 6381 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the legal description of the annexed territory and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries as well. Agenda item 34. Items 34 through 38, bills number 2015-4, 2015-5, 2015-6, 2015-7, and 2015-8 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Okay. New bill. Item 39 and item 40 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, February 17th, 2015. City Attorney, please read our bills.
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2015-9, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters. And Bill number 2015-10, an ordinance to amend the Downtown Centennial Plan and the Symphony Park Design Standards Manual to authorize outdoor commercial, recreation, amusement uses within the Parkway Center District and Symphony Park, and to provide further related matters.
Thank you very much. These new bills, 2015-9, 2015-10, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Agenda item planning. Okay, SUP 53504, abeyance item, public hearing. Applicant Cecil Walker, owner Philadelphia Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a facility for transitional living for released offenders with waivers to a location not within 1,500 feet of an existing bus stop and distance separations of 505 feet from a city park, 690 feet from an individual care center where 1,500 feet is the minimum distance required at 240 West Philadelphia Avenue. This is R4, high-density residential zone in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. We need to hear from you, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Tom Perigo, Acting Planning Director. Your Honor, members of the council, Ms. Walker was here earlier. She came up to me and indicated that she got called back into work, and so she had to leave. She indicated that she had intended to come up and ask for this item to be withdrawn, and she did pen out a letter to that effect, and if I might, I'd like to read that into the record, please.
Please, go ahead.
I respectfully request for withdrawal for property 240 West Philadelphia, SUP number 53504. I would like to thank in advance to Mr. Kaufman, thank Cecil Walker. And she did indicate that she was very appreciative of the councilman and his office, and looks forward to potentially trying to do something like this again in that area.
Thank you very much. We'll move on then to agenda item 42. I'd instruct...
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I hear you.
This is Brian down here. We'll need to vote on the withdrawal, and we'll need to know if that's with or without prejudice as well.
Okay.
Your Honor, I move that we accept the withdrawal without prejudice.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And I seek Mr. Perigo.
Well, Your Honor, I'm not clear on the procedure. Maybe need some direction from Mr. Scott, but she was very clear that she had requested to withdraw the item.
Yeah, so I didn't know why.
I mean, what I was asking, with or without prejudice, means that she can never bring it back if it's without, or she can bring it back any time without prejudice, but it has to wait a year if it's with prejudice.
And she did ask me the difference between withdrawing and withdrawing without prejudice. So I explained to her very clearly what the differences were and what it meant, and she indicated very clearly that I would like to request to have the item withdrawn.
And that'll be with prejudice, Mayor and Councilman.
What was your motion, without prejudice?
Absolutely without prejudice.
Right, so and that vote passed. That's where it was.
She'll understand.
Well, okay.
She just wanted it to disappear.
She understands very clearly that she has no intention of ever asking for this again at this site, and she's perfectly fine with that, and that was very clear that was her request. Obviously, you can make the motion however you'd like, but she understands very clearly the difference. She is going to ask again, and just by withdrawing, she does have the ability to ask again at another site, and that was what she asked. So I just want to make that clear.
Mayor and Councilman, if you'd like
What
to
am I
say with
missing here?
if you'd like to say with prejudice, you're welcome to do that as well. A withdrawal with prejudice just means she just can't bring it back for another year. So
at that site, but she can come back anywhere else, which was her intention and request.
Okay, we're fine. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Perigo. Moving on to agenda item 42. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Agenda item 43. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Good afternoon. You sat so patiently, the two of you. I was watching you.
It was educational.
And you weren't even playing games or anything on your cell phones.
We were
If you would,
interested.
please state your names.
Yes, I am Cynthia Snodgrass. This is Cindy Miller. We live at 1421 Lucaccini Lane and 1413 Lucaccini Lane. We are directly beside 1417, which has a case open, a case of cat hoarding. And the city has been renovating her home. She's the
What's your zip code, please?
89117.
89117.
We're
Okay.
Councilman Beer's constituents.
Okay.
The city is renovating her home because they took, on this last fourth case against her, they removed 118 cats from her home. And I have been working with this problem for years, and I feel that the city is partially responsible for the severity of the problem, mainly because this is the fourth case against her, and we had no idea until the article in the Review Journal on August 23rd that she had cats in her house. We thought she was just drawing them to the neighborhood by feeding them in her backyard. But this is not the first time they have removed cats from her house. Animal control and code enforcement have not contacted us at all about any of the other cases. When we write emails with questions and asking for information, they don't even respond to our emails at code enforcement. They don't respond at all.
And have you been in touch with Mr. Bear and Ms. Skilred? So maybe
Yes. And Councilman Beers.
Beers?
Yes.
Oh, we've been working closely with Cynthia and Cindy for, it's been 6 months, I think. I don't know what the answer is. The homeowner that lives between them is an animal hoarder, and somehow it took 4 years of a complaint every summer for the city to realize that this was a chronic problem and aggressively jump in and pursue it. And it's not done yet. The house has been gutted. We've invested $40,000 or $50,000, which we're hoping to recover with a lien someday under our code enforcement stuff. But it's the kind of troublesome neighbor that has severe impact on their adjacent neighbors, and that's these two families here.
And what does legal say? What, are there any opportunities here?
We are proceeding forth with some potential legal activity on the case. That's kind of been put to the back burner in an attempt to elicit cooperation from the homeowner that's causing the problem. And it's been covered in the newspaper, and we continue to work on it.
Are you in a homeowner's
Very
area
frustrating.
at
No,
all?
we have no
HOA.
homeowners
No homeowners
association.
association.
I've lived there for 25 years, and I'm very concerned about the decline in value of my property. Because of the high profile of the case, it's been in the newspaper, it's been on television, not at our instigation. The neighbors have not instigated that. We didn't call the RJ. I did alert Channel 8, but the high profile of the case has prevented us from getting a lab that will test our yards. They will, because of the liability and the whole high profile of the case, they won't even come and test my yard, so that when I put my house on the market soon, I have a disclosure form that says my property is not contaminated, there is no toxicity there. I don't have that. I fear for the value of my property, and we're ready to relocate,
Okay, just a
downsize.
couple of questions if I can ask our attorney on this. First of all, do you have any recommendations too? Isn't there a law you're only allowed so many animals on a property in a residential
yes,
area? And then what do you do besides asking Councilman Barlow, how did he get rid of his feral cats?
Yeah, normally I think if you go over three.
I didn't use city's tax dollars to do it, Mayor.
Okay, good. All right, that's a start.
I think, Mayor, normally if you have over 3 pets, you have to get a cat fancier's license or a dog fancier's license in order to keep more than, I believe, 3 cats
Right.
in your home. This woman was a hoarder. I think the councilman is correct in that we've spent enormous city funds in trying to resolve this issue. As you know, we've done it with previous hoarders in the past. We're now working through the process of trying to alleviate the smell and everything else associated with it. But from my understanding, I think it was going to be another $30,000 or more dollars, and Orlando may have additional information, but it's going to be a lot more additional dollars. This is a family that doesn't have the means, the financial means to be able to do that on their own. So we're trying to figure out every avenue that we can to figure out how we can address the problem.
Okay, and I know we're only allowed a certain amount, we're not allowed to make, do you have an attorney?
We can't find an attorney who will take the case.
May I make a suggestion? Am I allowed to make a suggestion?
Well, I guess my thing would be this. I'm not sure how.
My suggestion is legal aid.
Yeah, but I'm not sure where that comes into play, because the problem is the house itself. What do you do with the house itself? How do you eliminate the urine odor from that particular house? I have no suggestion that these 2 houses on either side
I
are
just
somehow
moved in,
impacted by
Your Honor.
this person's house.
I
so.
did not know about this. I just bought the house from another family in April and wasn't told anything about this from the people I bought the house from. I found out one day because I started smelling something, and then I saw cats all over, but they weren't just all over outside. They were in her home. There were hundreds in her home. The home had to be gutted. She had to be removed from the home. I just put $40,000 into the home I just bought next door to her, and this is what I've been living with since April.
Okay,
And-
so it sounds awful, but there
And we
has to
can't
be an
find a
answer.
lawyer.
Again, I'm not sure what what they need a lawyer for, because there is, unless she wants to sue the people who she bought the home from for misrepresentation, that's a
And
totally
nothing
different
against the
private
lady
matter.
that owns the hundreds of cats.
That's a private, but again, she doesn't have the financial wherewithal to be able to, even if they got a judgment against her for some damage to their adjacent properties, which I don't know if there is any damage to those properties, she can't pay it. So it's basically, blood from a stone. You can't really, I don't know how they're going to execute on a judgment. They could try to do something about that, but it doesn't, I'm not sure how it affects their individual properties, but for her having a cat.
So the only thing we can do is suggest they continue to work with Councilman Beers.
That's all we can do at this point.
For a resolution.
We have multiple departments within the city working on the property. Frankly, this is a lot harder cat house to deal with than the one we
Yes.
discussed this morning. I had a staff member at the property on Friday. She said much of the property had zero smell. A few spots had chemical smell, like the front of the garage and the side yard. The garden area along the north side, that would be
My
Ms.
home.
Miller's side, still had odor, and the plants will be removed. Some dirt will be removed and lye put down in the ground. There was more over by the door to the garage in the back, but most of that was because there are still contaminated items from the house on the rear patio. That stuff is going to be removed when the sealant on the front concrete is dry. They tore the house down to the slab and had to put sealant on it to try to deal with it. All the doors, the front door, garage roll-up, and side garage door is going to get replaced, is the latest, and that's as of last Friday.
And is the lady
And they've
gone?
been very frustrated with
The
this.
lady's gone?
They're not occupying the home. It's not occupied.
We have them in temporary housing that Neighborhood Services has found.
Okay, and is the house paid for and owned by,
It was paid for. We're planning on leaning it for
okay,
the work. And technically, I guess they did have the means to deal with this on their own, but they did not have the wherewithal, I guess, to deal with it on their own. So like other code enforcement abatement issues, the city has stepped in and is planning on recovering someday when the home is sold. So they basically now have a
there
mortgage.
are always answers. Death and taxes, you have no answers for. You pay and you die. But the reality is this man will help you. Well, we'll continue to try along with his staff, Vicki, and I see John back there, so.
Yeah, we've all been out to the property many times, actually.
What I want the council to know is that I do hold the city partially responsible because we called animal control 28 times, and we're told that there was nothing we could do, that it was a feral cat problem in our neighborhood, although code enforcement and animal control had previously removed cats from her home. The total is 168 over the 4 cases that were open. And they kept telling us that there was nothing they could do, that even though there is a city ordinance that limits the number of cats you can have to 3, or if you're a cat fancier, 6 if they're spayed or neutered, 12 if they're not. And we have been dealing with this for so many years that I fear our yard is contaminated. I fear I will not be able to sell the house. And I do blame animal control and code enforcement, who have been horrible to us.
Let me step in on this moment. I think that's, first of all, every citizen has the right to the privacy of their homes. Code enforcement can't just go into your home at any point in time, break down the door, then start taking your animals. If they're feral cats, that means they're cats that live outside, that are wild animals. They are not ones that are subject to our cat fanciers ordinance. So
Correct.
for her to blame the city is misplaced.
Okay.
There's some issues with this woman's mental health as well. So we have to kind of be a little cognizant of the fact
Okay.
that the city's done everything they can.
Let me
and
just
spent an enormous amount of money at this point.
May I ask the attorney a question? Could they have, knowing that she was a cat hoarder, because this is the 4th case they've opened against her, knowing that she was a cat hoarder, could code enforcement have gone to her house, taken a whiff, and then gone to a judge and gotten a court order to enter her house?
No, because you don't know what the smell is from. I mean, there's no way to determine, there's no smellometer or something that you can buy, so. And the fact that people should also, when they buy a home, also do their own due diligence to make sure that the neighborhood they move into is what they're,
But the longer you wait on this, and hopefully it will resolve, the more cats are going to be, because cats like other cats. And so you'll have baby cats, and then they'll have baby cats. So it's not going to be 100, you'll be dealing with 200, and all I can see is
I don't understand why the city does
Well, I
not
think
have
the
any
council-
account, because, wait a second, please, let me finish. May I
Again, you're a
finish?
private citizen who has the rights to the enjoyment of your home. The city can't just break down your door and take your animals without some kind of legal action allowing them to do so.
Even if she's breaking the
they've-
law?
if they've done it
If
once
there's
or-
a meth dealer in that house, and
Then
you
you would
smell,
have.
and you smell chemicals, would you have
Again-
gone into his house?
Again, you can't just smell something on the exterior of someone's house without some probable cause to go inside to then go in and do that.
There was probable cause.
Well, first of all,
She
ma'am,
was
you
a
shouldn't have
known
bought your
cat
house,
hoarder.
you should have done some investigation prior to buying the home.
No.
So
Oh, excuse me, I've lived there 25 years, and I've
Okay,
complained
you
for
know what I
8
think we'll
years.
do here, because we can't resolve this, certainly.
Right. No,
and
I'm going to do something and recommend to you. I think I'm going to give him, I'm looking at him. Or if you would talk with our city manager, acting city manager Orlando, and see if there's a way that we can help you resolve this issue. And Orlando Sanchez could possibly give you some direction of what we can do, and certainly to, in the end, of course, to continue on with Councilman Beers.
I would appreciate that a great deal. I didn't
Thank
hear
you.
his name.
Orlando Sanchez, this very fine Sanchez
and
right
what-
here, very fine gentleman. He'll come talk to you, get your name, your address, and
Excuse me, I would like to know, are you City Attorney Jerbick?
I'm Assistant City Attorney Brian Scott.
Brian Scott,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Madam
I
Mayor.
never heard like that. Wait a minute, Councilwoman has a comment?
I just want to make this comment. For the lady who just bought the house a short time ago, you certainly would have the same ability to handle that with the previous owner as she would have if she didn't tell a new buyer for her house.
I understand.
So, and I would not wait a minute on that. I'd do that as soon as you could.
I did. I went ahead, she denied it. She had already talked to Mr. Beers 2 years ago. No one told me when I moved in, it was cold out, that all the windows were shut. It's in the spring when the windows started to go open and I started seeing all the cats.
Well, you say-
Then I found out, but the owner denied it, but then she called Mr. Beers. I didn't call, I didn't know. I thought there was a dead person
But what I'm
in
saying
there.
is that's proof for you to show she knew ahead of time.
That is true, but what is it called? I had to go and I had to file with the realty board first.
Okay.
They said,
Okay.
and they said that could take months.
Okay, well, let Mr. Orlando Sanchez please get their names and see if you can help Councilman Beers resolve this. Thank you. I'm really sorry. That sounds awful.
Well, I don't,
It is.
I'm worried about the value of my home.
Well, of course,
And I
but
do-
more importantly, to live with all of that.
I disagree vehemently with Mr. Scott.
Yes.
We tried everything we knew to try.
Okay, well,
to
you're
get
going
help
to
from the
keep
city.
working on this and try and get
Yes.
it resolved.
You'll probably
So
see
we're
me
going to
again.
continue to try to help however we can.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, yes, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, council and mayor. Once again, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. You know I'm always here representing as a medical marijuana patient. But, you know, I come to city council and I can't help but notice how hard you all work, and I want to thank you. You really put your hearts into it. Even if we're not on the same side of an issue, I want you to know that I appreciate your input. And it breaks my heart when I am on the opposite side of an issue with someone like Mr. Coffin or you, Mayor. It really does, because you guys do mean the best for our city, and I hope you know we know it, even if it's not something that we agree upon. However, I do want to make it very clear, Mr. Coffin, that we're not saying no to progress. I was opposed to the stadium and this parking garage because I really take into consideration what Mr. Bob Beers says, and because I, being part of the medical marijuana community, I understand how much vetting the community can go through, a community can go through, if they want to do things carefully and considerately for their community. And that wasn't done with the stadium, because they were given opportunities to come back with the same dollars and cents, and they mixed it up and matched it up, and on the third time out, Bob Beers was the only one who caught it, that they kept rehashing the dollars, and it never seemed straight. So if you can't come to our city council and ask for money and keep the dollars and cents straight to where we can understand what our money is going to, then I wouldn't say that's something I want to approve. We will say no. I want to say no to things that don't make sense. And I liked the idea, however, of this new parking garage. This is what I wanted to bring up. That in the end, we would own it. It would be a government-owned and operated parking garage. That was a great idea. That's how I want us to spend our TID. That is it. That's how I want us to spend our money. So that was a great idea. Okay. Now, to go back a little bit. On the stadium, one more time, because I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be out to say it one last time. But when they had, December 17th, I was here, when they pitched for the stadium for the last time, and it went through. And they had person after person coming up here with boo-hoo stories about how they needed the stadium because they had nowhere to play soccer. So imagine how surprised I am to come to City Council today and have everybody get accolades for having what they said. I swear, they told us that these were like internationally recognized soccer fields. So that was kind of strange. I just want you guys to know that things should make sense to the public before we say yes. It's not about progress. I love you, Mr. Coffin. I lived in your district for 14 years, and you are the best of the best. But I'm against this issue. I still love you. I want you to know I don't want to continue, keeping you here. Thank you so much for your hard work. Even when we don't agree, I want you to know your constituents love the hell out of you. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Stanton Wilkerson, and I'm president of Harrison House Las Vegas, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the restoration and preservation of history in Las Vegas, and particularly African American history. Today I wanted to invite you and remind you that on March 28th, Harrison House Las Vegas will be celebrating its second birthday. And some of you may recall, last year we did an event called the Emancipation Proclamation Celebration, which was not only a mouthful to say, but it took a week for us to get through it. And so this year we kind of boiled everything down, and we'd like to invite you to save the date of March 28th for our Bike to Pioneers Trail event. We think this will be a wonderful time for everyone to come out and explore some of Las Vegas's vast historic treasures and get a little exercise to boot. And for those who don't think that they can pedal the 6.3 miles, we think we'll have a van out there to kind of help ferry everybody along. So just want to take that opportunity to invite you out to that event. So thank you very much, and
Thank
we'll
you
make
for
sure to
coming
get some
down.
more information.
Appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item 44, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda is scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Councilman Coffin, will start at your end. Last time we started at the other end.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is a big day, Saturday. We have something happening that everybody can profit from, not just Ward 3 residents, but adults and children can profit by coming to the bicycle rodeo and pedestrian safety event. I don't know why pedestrian safety is in a smaller font than bicycle rodeo. Lord knows that everybody's in danger when they're near the roads, and everybody ought to come in and come to the Baker Park, which is on St. Louis, right next to John C. Fremont School, which would be just to the west of Maryland Parkway, near St. Louis and Maryland Parkway. Feel free to bring your bike, but if you don't have one, we have them. And you'll also learn important things about caring for children, like how to put a kid in a car seat and how to keep that car seat in one place when you crash your car. You can save a lot of lives, including your own, by coming to this on Saturday morning, well, 10 to 2, and be sure to tell people, if you know somebody with kids who's not watching this program, make sure that they hear about it. It's on our webpage, or they could call our offices at 229-4623, and we'll tell them more. Yes, there are some free helmets, as long as they can last. 229-4623. Next is one of our cleanups, and we have two coming up in Ward 3. The next one is in the Gregson area neighborhood, and this is near the intersection of Lamb and Bonanza, and also our brand new Fire Station 108 on East Bonanza. So what we do in these cleanups is help you get stuff that you might not want to try to put out for a trash can. It just may not be picked up by Republic or somebody like that. Republic would normally not, but today they will, or that day, Saturday, as well. Feel free to put just about anything out there that's organized. You can even put out refrigerators and stoves. Just take the doors off and, make sure you protect your neighbors' children. I don't know why they like to get inside those things, but they do, because that's what kids do. And so that's in the Lamb and Bonanza area on Gregson Street. All of you who live there know that that's coming. Okay, on Thursday, February 12th, a little bit of the past is coming back. Downtown at the Bank of America Plaza, which used to be called Valley Bank in the 70s when it was built, there was a famous bar called T.K. Christie's. A lot of professional relationships were started. A lot of personal relationships were started there too after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And so that was where lawyers could get together and cut each other up over a beer and a glass of scotch and still emerge friends, and politicians did the same. Well, the bank is rebuilding some retail as well as the bar down there in the ground floor under the garage. So we want to make sure that people do come to the ribbon cutting on Thursday at 10 o'clock in the morning. Again, Bank of America Plaza, 300 South 4th. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of old gray-haired folks who will tell you stories about their personal life, their love life, and their business life as it emerged from G.K. Christie's 40 years ago. Thursday, same day, in the evening, if you can still stand, then Thursday in the evening, neighborhood meeting. This is one of my neighborhoods going to meet at the Mesquite Club at 702 East St. Louis. That's the West Huntridge neighborhood meeting. West Huntridge is bordering the park. There's a lot to talk about. We're worried about crime in the area. We're worried about the pests that infest the park. We're also worried about the people that come over and feed people on the park, unintentionally creating a real bad problem. And so we've got to open it up to folks who listen and understand that the neighbors who live around the park don't want you to come and feed people there. There's plenty of places where you can feed folks that are homeless, but the park is not one of them. But come to the neighborhood meeting anyway and voice your opinion, and learn about what else is happening in the area. On Friday, February 13th, Hop Nuts is opening up. The council would surely be invited, particularly Councilman Beers, because this is right up his alley. Hop Nuts Brewing, grand opening and ribbon cutting, 1120 South Main Street. That's right next to the Makers and Finders Coffee, which we just opened up. Very good coffee. And so that's where you can go to sober up after you've had a few suds at Hop Nuts. I would advise you to come down and wear casual clothing, things you don't mind getting wet, because beer does spill. But they make great stuff. And last, in Ward 3, a week from Saturday, Ward 3, the Harris area neighborhood is having an identical cleanup to the Gregson area. Harris is a long street, so if I just say it's oriented near the end of it there at Nellis and Bonanza, that should give you an indication. People that live there have received notice of this. We're doing the same thing we are doing in the Gregson area as we do all around this town regularly, cleaning it up and making sure that people are responsible. So if you have a neighbor who's got something out there on the front lawn that shouldn't be there or has been there for months and months, tell them to get ready. I guess if they have a pickup, they can take it over to that neighborhood too if they can find a friendly neighbor, and maybe it'll get picked up. Last today, we're announcing that on February 19th, we're having another ribbon cutting of some more good food. That's at M&M Soul Food Cafe, 2211 South Las Vegas Boulevard, and that is going to be nice. The M&M Food Cafe has been in town a long time, and they have moved into Ward 3 because they will achieve greater success, and not far from Eastern, between St. Louis and Eastern. We're delighted to have them there. That's going to be Thursday the 19th at noon. Come down for some beans. Thank you.
Mayor. Councilman Coffin, thank you. Councilman Beers, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to be meeting with constituents Friday, February 13th at 7:30 in the morning at Avery's Coffee. That is in the Village Square Shopping Center at Sahara and Fort Apache. Hope to see some of the immediate neighbors out at that location. On Thursday, February 26th, 2 weeks later, we'll be at Lola's, the new Lola's, out in Summerlin. It's just south of the Summerlin Parkway on Town Center. This is Lola's second location. The first, of course, well-renowned at the City Hall crowd because it's located in the old Wholesome Bread building. We're on Access City Council this week, Ward 2, and we took a field trip last week to Veterans Village. It was such an impressive visit. We ended up taking one of their promotional videos and including it on Access. It's really, if you get a chance to take a look at it, you should. It's really an interesting project and an amazing project. Give us a call at 229-6405 if you need information on that or any of these other things. On this day in music history, 1977, Fleetwood Mac's second album, Rumors, was released. 4 top 10 singles, count them. I don't know if anybody caught this announcement last week, but Fleetwood Mac is actually coming to the MGM Grand Garden on April 11th. It is the original 5, I guess it's not the original 5 members, because the original Fleetwood Mac included Peter Green. They only had 1 hit, and then they formed up with these 5 people in the 70s and just knocked everybody's socks off. So an interesting opportunity for some historic music. It's even on a Saturday night for office-going people like me, and should be a good time. That's all we got, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. On tomorrow, Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, February 5th, please join me for conversation. For all those who are interested in meeting with me, please come on out to Coffee with the Councilman. I'll be located at the Starbucks located at 751 Rancho, right at Bonanza. Rancho and Bonanza, Starbucks. I will be there from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m., so look forward to seeing you coming out. And also on tomorrow, February 5th, the Doolittle Good Time Fish Fry will be taking place from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Doolittle Senior Center. So if you would like to purchase some good home-cooked catfish and other goodies in recognition of African American History Month, please come on out to Doolittle Senior Center, which is located at 1930 J Street. And on February 10th, midday inspirational showcase and soulful luncheon also will be taking place at the Doolittle Community Center, and that will take place on February 10th at 11 a.m. Please come on out, and you may also purchase a ticket by going onto their website as well. And this is actually going to take place at the West Las Vegas Library Theater, in the theater at 951 West Lake Mead Boulevard, right adjacent to the Doolittle Community Center. So the City of Las Vegas is offering many opportunities to celebrate Black History Month, including a film series, a community breakfast, youth essay contest, Taste of Soul, community festival, fish fry, ball game, inspirational showcase, and luncheons. So please go on to their website at www.kingweeklasvegas.com for more information, and you'll also be able to find a brochure. In addition to that, you may continue to follow me on social media to remain informed of events and matters happening within Ward 5. You may find me on Twitter as well as Facebook, and if you would like to receive the Ward 5 newsletter, please visit the Ward 5 website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 and send me your email address. And that concludes the update and final announcements of Ward 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh. Please, Councilwoman.
Yes, we are going to have a safety fair at Griffith Elementary School, which is located at 324 Essex East Drive, Las Vegas 89107. It will be held Friday the 13th, February 13th, from 10 o'clock until 1 p.m. And this is a safety event, a bike rodeo, to teach children the ins and outs of bike safety. We are working in partnership with Clark County School Police. I should say also the RTC, Lookout Kids About, and several other safety organizations. We feel that there are still lots of problems with bicycle riding, and we want to make sure that children and their parents learn as much as possible. There will be raffle prizes of bicycles and additionally safety equipment, as well as coloring book stickers and things along that line. And we will have free lunches while our supply lasts, and we've got a big supply, so I hope everybody will come out in that Griffith area, because I know that we have a lot of bike riding children there and a lot who walk to school. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I have fond memories of my first bike rodeo. I love bike rodeos. Twin Lakes Elementary School, 9 years old. So Councilman Coffin, good place to hang out in your ward for the bike rodeo. In our continued long-term relationship with Nevada Child Seekers, Mayor and council members, we do have a missing young lady. Janae Babb is her name. She's 14 years old. She's 5'2", about 165 pounds. She does have braces and double earrings, last seen January 21st. Janae was last seen in the area of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Lake Mead Boulevard, and she was last seen wearing a blue uniform collar top, beige khaki pants, and a jacket, so it looks like it's an actual school uniform. She may be carrying her backpack with her personal belongings. If anybody has any information of the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers 702-458-7009, and let's get her back where she belongs with people who will care for her. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
And lastly, from me, please join us in honoring our fabulous young athletes during the Mayor's Cup Awards Ceremony on Monday, February 16th, 2 p.m. at the Betty Wilson Park. The Las Vegas Mayor's Cup International Soccer Showcase is the largest international youth soccer tournament in the country. Takes place on President's Day weekend, February 14th through 16th, with over 500 youth soccer teams from around the world expected to compete in this 8th annual tournament, with more than 8,500 soccer players ages 12 to 19 from 11 countries and 31 states. So it's very exciting. Our next city council is February 18th, right here at 9 o'clock. And don't forget Valentine's Day, and take care of your sweetie. And you guys, make sure you get your sweetie something special, at least some flour. And for those of us, we'll take care of you guys. So until then, we are now adjourned. Thank you, staff, all of you that are still with us. Thank you back there. Thank you back in there if there's anybody that I can't see in that window, and thank you all.
Thanks, Frank. Good to see you.